Bringing the War Home, The Weather Underground, the Red Army Faction, and Revolutionary Violence in the 60s and 70s. By Jeremy Varon. In Hell They Say Heaven is a Great Lie. Daniel Berrigan. Acknowledgements. The spirit of the 60s has always seemed to me to involve at its core individuals with shared passions working together in pursuit of common goals. Scholarly work, while not entailing quite that kind of cooperation, is far from an isolating endeavor. Indeed, my project has been shaped by many scholars, friends, and others, through whom the rewards of cooperation and something of the spirit of the era I have tried so hard to understand has brightly shone. Professor Dominic Lecapra of Cornell University played the central role in the conception and execution of this book. He has set a standard for intellectual intensity and professionalism I shall always take as my guide. At Cornell, he headed a team of professors who coached and challenged me. David Bathrick, Lawrence Moore, and Michael Steinberg. My friends and colleagues in graduate school are owed equal thanks. Ajay Agrawal, Paul Apostolides, Michael Doyle, Jeannie Moorfield, Libby Rifkin, Douglas Usher, and Greg Varro. Juliette Williams's intellect and character deeply inform all aspects of the project. Outside of Cornell, numerous scholars have enriched my work. Omer Bartov, Frank Bice, Bella Brodsky, Michael Burley, Belinda Davis, Gary Darden, Ron Greel, Jeffrey Herf, Dagmar Herzog, Matt Matsuda, Elizabeth Pfeiffer, and Michael Schmidtke. Several institutions also provided invaluable support. I am grateful for that offered by the Rutgers Center for Historical Analysis, by the German Historical Institute, and by the staffs at the Columbia Oral History Research Office, the Freie Universität in Berlin, the Hoover Institution, and the research libraries at Cornell University, Stanford University, and the University of California at Berkeley. My colleagues at Drew University have made the transition into professional life a happy one, while supporting me in completing this project. Monica McCormick of the University of California Press has been an ideal editor, grasping right away the essence of my project and guiding it to completion with unwavering care. Her staff at the press has been impeccable. Peter Dreyer is owed special thanks for his stellar job in refining the text. Sam Green, a filmmaker working on similar themes, provided assistance and encouragement. It was always a comfort to match impressions and to see our projects as complementing each other. I extend thanks also to Lynn Oken, Alan Trist, and Megan Lee Oakes for granting me permission to quote the song lyrics of Bob Dylan, The Grateful Dead, and Phil Ochs, respectively. The music of the 1960s was woven into the events of the era, even when it did not provide direct political and social commentary, and served as a constant companion as I studied, thought, and wrote. This project, by its nature, has drawn me far beyond academia into the worlds of political activism, both past and present. I am immensely grateful to the women and men formerly of the Weather Underground who spoke to me with great honesty and insight about their experiences. I hope to have honored the trust they placed in me by dealing responsibly and fairly with their histories. Contemporary activists Brooke, David, Stewart, Tyler in New York, all those in the Philly house, and my dear friends Jordan Ash and Jonathan Rosen, have reminded me that making history, or simply making a difference, as the 60s generation did, is the far greater challenge than studying the past. Habib Garib has uniquely embodied for me the ideal of the scholar-activist, demonstrating that good acts start with sound thinking. I have the privilege of counting as colleagues, friends, companions, and family people of great caring and intellect, who shared generously their ideas, advice, and editorial talents. John Macmillan, inspired by the same intellectual callings, has my enduring loyalty and respect. Knowing and Kornhauser has been a recent blessing for the text and in my life. My sister Elizabeth Varon and her husband William Hitchcock, both history professors, blazed the trail I now walk. Barbara and Ben Varon, my parents, provided more than familial love, engaging the substance of the project and the intellectual and political dramas it spawned. Key acronyms: PO, Außerparlamentarische Opposition, CDU, Christliche Demokratische Union Deutschlands, DDR, Deutsche Demokratische Republik, East Germany, J2M, June 2nd Movement 2, Juni Bewegung, KPD, Kommunistische Partei Deutschlands, LNS, Liberation News Service, NLF, National Liberation Front, Vietnam, NYT, New York Times, Fox. Prairie Fire Organizing Committees. PL. Progressive Labor. PLO. Palestine Liberation Organization. RAF. Rote Armee Fraction. RYM. Revolutionary Youth Movement. SDS. Sozialistischer Deutscher Studentenbund. SDS. Students for a Democratic Society. SLA. Symbionese Liberation Army. SPD. Sozialdemokratische Partei Deutschland. UCB. University of California at Berkeley. WP. Washington Post. WUO. Weather Underground Organization. Introduction. All over the world during the 1960s, movements led by the young radically challenged existing forms of political and cultural authority. With great optimism and energy, they attacked governments, militaries, institutions, ideologies, and common ways of thinking, feeling, and acting. The year 1968, that potent symbol of the 1960s as a whole, can be evoked by reciting the places where left-wing rebellion erupted with special force and drama. Paris, Prague, New York, Tokyo, Berlin, Saigon, Mexico City. New leftists were not only implicitly united across national boundaries by their shared opposition to oppression, their commitment to democratic participation, and their use of militant direct action as a means of protest. They were also consciously internationalist. In what amounted to a global crusade, students and youths throughout the world protested the Vietnam War. They assimilated dimensions of Black Power and Third World revolutionary ideologies, in which they saw near-universal appeal and relevance. They created an international protest culture organized around master texts, chiefly those of Karl Marx, Mao Zedong, and Herbert Marcuse, and revolutionary icons like Che Guevara and Ho Chi Minh. And, in instances, they responded directly to the triumphs and failures experienced by their foreign New Left comrades. In their wildest dreams, they saw themselves waging a revolution that would overthrow both the US-led imperialism of the West and the ossified, bureaucratic communism of the East. Despite the global nature of 1960s rebellion, little has been done to probe the New Left's internationalism, the common aspirations of radicals in different settings, and the synchronic quality of New Left activism generally. Instead, each country touched by New Left protest has produced a literature on the meaning and legacy of its own 1960s. As a result, neither scholarship nor popular commentary on the 1960s has helped us much to move beyond the imprecise sense that New Leftists forged an international zeitgeist of radical rebellion, or the simple observation that in a number of countries, similar things seem to have happened at roughly the same time. This book explores the international character of New Left rebellion by focusing on complementary experiences in two countries: the armed struggles of American and West German radicals. Violence against the state is not supposed to happen, not in formally democratic societies that boast institutional channels for addressing the grievances of dissident minorities, not in prosperous, technologically developed societies that provide most of their citizens with the opportunity to earn a decent living, and not, certainly, at the hands of well-educated youths of the middle or upper classes who have seemingly everything to lose and little to gain from attacking societies that have endowed them with great privilege and promise. Political violence, rather, is expected to be the last resort of the disenfranchised and dispossessed, fighting oppression in societies that permit them no other choice. And yet, in the 1960s and 1970s, middle-class white youths in the United States and West Germany took up arms in hopes of overthrowing their governments. Chief among the armed struggle groups in the two countries were America's Weatherman, later renamed the Weather Underground, and Germany's Rote Armee Fraction, Red Army Faction, or RAF. In 1969–70, both groups began to wage guerrilla campaigns modeled on those in Latin America. Although their attacks on military, corporate, and political targets were meant to be the catalyst for larger armed revolts, neither group was able to attract more than several dozen members into its highest ranks, and their violence was a dramatic failure from a tactical standpoint. Yet Weatherman and the RAF provoked reactions vastly disproportionate to the violence they unleashed. They each became a potent symbol of both the extremes to which New Left rebellion had gone and the profound social and political divisions their societies experienced in the 1960s and 1970s. As both a cause and a symptom of broad-based crises of legitimacy, their violence constituted an important episode in the histories of their nations, of the developed West as a whole, and of global conflict. Even so, their violence may appear far removed from the mainstream of the New Left. Armed struggle emerged in the United States and West Germany only at the tail end of the 1960s, and shortly before the New Left's decline in both countries. Most activists rejected violence as a political strategy, and many accused its advocates of corrupting the New Left's core values. Weatherman and the RAF were denounced by leftists in their own countries as everything from self-indulgent fools living out Bonnie and Clyde fantasies to left-wing adventurists hopelessly cut off from the masses. Yet armed struggle was an extreme expression of ideologies, attitudes, and sensibilities deeply embedded in both the American and West German New Left movements. As early as 1967, New Leftists in both countries discussed the possibility of taking up arms. America's Black Panther Party, formed in 1966, both preached and practiced from its inception the armed self-defense of African American communities. Though such discussions often remained at the level of speculation or fantasy, many activists took the prospect of violence very seriously. Some promoted violence as a means of self-defense against police assaults at demonstrations, but others advocated waging an actual guerrilla war. And in both countries, state repression, coupled with activists declining faith in the value of peaceful protest, caused those skeptical about violence to seriously contemplate it, and those persuaded of the need for violence to take the radical leap into action. Weatherman and the RAF were only the best-known New Left groups to make this leap. In the United States, dozens if not hundreds of collectives, most often small circles of friends and fellow activists whose identities were never publicly revealed, committed bombings, arson, and other destruction of state, corporate, and university property in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Though no fully reliable figures exist, one estimate counts as many as 2,800 such attacks between January 1969 and April 1970 alone. Such protest violence, combined with eruptions of civil unrest, prompted urgent studies on the causes and scope of political violence and the widespread sense that America was experiencing one of the most violent periods in its history. The RAF was joined in combat by the West Berlin anarchists of the June 2nd movement, by the Socialist Patients Collective, a group of psychiatric patients who formed armed cells, by the semi-underground Red Cells, formed in 1973, and by a slew of small ad hoc urban guerrilla groups. However fresh the memories of the Nazi era and the turmoil that had preceded it, violence was once again part of the German political landscape. Given the extent of political violence in the United States and West Germany, it would be a mistake to view armed struggle as an aberration or as simply a fringe phenomenon. Although this view dominates commentary on the New Left, it minimizes the broader revolutionary impetus of the late 1960s and threatens to make scapegoats of those who acted on the prevalent rhetoric among radicals encouraging violence. More deeply, it serves in the present day to subdue or even repress potentially painful memories of how contentious the late 1960s and early 1970s were in the United States and West Germany. Focus on the margins of the New Left may therefore disclose something about its center, the principles, passions, ideals, desires, fantasies, and fears that defined young activists' consciousness and conduct. Beyond what they tell us about 1960s radicalism, Weatherman and the RAF raise questions of enduring importance in the United States, Germany, and elsewhere. One set of questions concerns the origins, purpose, and effects of political violence. How and why does violence develop from within social movements? Under what conditions may violence not sanctioned by the state be considered legitimate? What, if anything, can it accomplish, and what are its special hazards as a form of political action? What can states do, and what may they legitimately do, to protect themselves from the threat of violence? In addition, the examples of Weatherman and the RAF pose questions for the contemporary Western left. However distant the issues and imperatives of the 1960s and 1970s may now seem, how can political and moral outrage be turned toward constructive ends? What are the possibilities of and barriers to solidarity across economic, racial, and national boundaries? What limits must social justice movements observe, such that one's actions remain consistent with one's values? As a student of social theory who finds societies most interesting when they experience crisis, when the legitimacy of established institutions and ideologies is widely questioned, I am keenly interested in the first line of inquiry. As someone committed to social change, my attention never strays far from the latter. The recent World Trade Center tragedy has added urgency to a final set of concerns. For Americans, 9/11 illustrated the capacity of terrorism truly to terrorize. It also prompted the controversial restriction of civil freedoms, the further militarization of American culture, the killing of innocents by the United States and its allies in the name of fighting terror, new wars, and the articulation of a new set of reductive frames for understanding the world and America's place within it. Frames that may poorly serve the goals of security and peace. Troubled by all this, I seek from the past some insight into how to address profound conflicts of ideology and interest constructively and nonviolently, so as to strengthen the possibility of creating a meaningful and lasting peace, the foundation of which is justice. New left violence in the United States and West Germany has nowhere been systematically compared. Historians and others typically attribute the violence in the United States to qualities they present as specific to America. Despair over the inability of peaceful protest to end the war in Vietnam. The impulse of middle-class whites, plagued by race and class guilt, to emulate authentic revolutionaries like the Black Panthers. A characteristically American preference for action over critical reflection. And the desire for instant gratification rooted in the ideology of the consumer culture. Weatherman, it is said over and over again, was a quintessentially American phenomenon and American story. Conversely, scholars of the German 1960s and 1970s typically cite Germany's historic illiberalism, principally its tendencies to political extremism and tradition of authoritarian rule, to account for the emergence of violence and the severe reaction it provoked. In studies of left-wing terrorism, most often conducted by those who find it deplorable and seek to understand it in order to eliminate it, comparisons of violence in different countries have not been uncommon. However, the mistaken assumption prevails that new left violence developed significant force only in the former Axis powers, Germany, Italy, and Japan, and not in the former Allied powers. The inference follows that the absence of established liberal democratic traditions accounts for the emergence of violence in those countries, and that the United States, with its mature democracy, was spared such strife. This interpretive bias distorts the sense of the causes and scope of new left violence, obscuring the similarities between the American and West German cases. It also implicitly reinforces two deeply ideological, inverted modes of historical analysis. American exceptionalism, which holds that the United States, as the West's great democratic frontier, has largely escaped the tensions and traumas that have afflicted Europe, and the notion that German history has followed a special path, Sonderweg, dominated by a resistance to democratic values that has doomed the country to cycles of destructive violence. Neither view adequately captures the American and German 1960s and the internationalism of the New Left. Whatever its history and reputation, American democracy was not functioning exceptionally well in the decade, given the violation of the basic civil rights of African Americans and other racial minorities, fierce opposition to a war fought on the basis of government lies, and the widespread belief among the young that American democracy was a sham. Nor were the circumstances precipitating the RAF's violence unique to Germany or shared only by societies with fascist pasts. Focus on national experiences and narrow comparisons also inhibit an understanding of how the dynamic interplay of global and national contexts served simultaneously to unite and separate individual new left movements. On the one hand, global opposition to U.S. power, mediated through Third World revolutionary discourse, gave ballast to the New Left's professed internationalism. On the other hand, the American and West German arms struggles, particularly as they diverged in the mid-1970s, reveal the importance of national experiences in shaping individual New Left movements. In their inability to transcend their own cultures more fully and create political links across national boundaries, Weatherman and the RAF exposed the limits to the New Left's internationalism. Much recommends the comparison of radicalism in the United States and West Germany. Following World War II, the two countries were both leading industrial democracies and among the world's staunchest opponents of communism. The United States had tried to create the Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany, largely in its own image, and West Germany saw its alliance with the United States as key to both its survival and its redemption. Adopting American values was to enter the modern family of nations and achieve the long-elusive normality, so desperately sought after the catastrophe of National Socialism. America and Americanism were also focal points for criticisms of the Federal Republic. For West German leftists, to attack the United States was to condemn their own society. Conversely, Germany played a role in the minds of American activists, who often invoked Nazism to denounce their own government, whether for its genocide in Indochina or its fascist response to protest. Activists also made reference to Nazism to frame their rebellion. Just before a violent protest, a weather leader exclaimed, "We refuse to be good Germans," by failing to take a stand of militant opposition as their society grew more destructive. American and German activists alike described the post-war United States as the world's arch-oppressor, as if it had taken over that role from the defeated Nazi regime. The narratives of Weatherman and the RAF, as they dovetail and then diverge, convey a larger story of America and Germany's close alliance, shared destinies, interwoven cultures, and enduring differences. With the barest hindsight, the notion of 1960s radicals waging successful armed revolutions in the United States and West Germany appears utterly fantastical. But for at least some activists in both countries, armed struggle had a compelling political basis. American and West German radicals were united, above all, by their mutual commitment to revolutionary anti-imperialism, whose main premise was that the prosperity of advanced industrial societies depended on the economic exploitation of developing countries, evident in the intensity with which the United States battled left-wing insurgencies in the Third World. Relatedly, an anti-imperialist analysis saw the decolonization movements in Asia, Africa, and Latin America as clear signs of a crisis of global capitalism. New leftists derived a mandate for revolution from Third World movements. Che Guevara's global call to create two, three, many Vietnams succinctly conveyed that the greatest contribution First World radicals could make to Third World struggles would be to bring the war for socialism home to their own countries. Anti-imperialism also provided a way for the new left to account for the absence of the conditions considered from a traditional Marxist viewpoint to be prerequisites for revolutionary change. Within an anti-imperialist framework, the working classes in wealthy societies could be seen as benefiting from the exploitation of foreign labor and resources. By extension, the initial or even primary impetus for radical change would have to come from new groups, among them students and intellectuals, who were not fully integrated into the benefits of the capitalist economy and absorbed by its ideology. However, counterintuitively, anti-imperialism allowed for an indigenous revolutionary critique of affluent societies that had satisfied many of the traditional material demands of socialism. Armed struggle was only one, highly controversial approach to political change. America's Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, for years the New Left's most important organization, split in the summer of 1969 over strategies for broadening the appeal and increasing the power of the student movement. One wing asserted the importance of organizing the industrial working class by conventional means. The Weatherman faction, hoping initially that violence would awaken working-class youths to revolution, advocated armed struggle. In Germany, the student movement dissolved in 1969 along similar lines, giving rise to a host of small Marxist-Leninist parties and an armed struggle wing, led by the RAF. The bifurcation of the leadership of the American and West German New Left has been widely recorded as the moment of the New Left's self-destruction in each country. The intense factionalism precipitating the split left many New Leftists dispirited and unwilling to identify with any of the organized alternatives. My understanding of the split calls for appreciating the gravity of the dilemma faced by the New Left at the decade's end. Some New Leftists in each country had become so convinced of their society's corruption that they saw revolution as the only answer. But the New Left in the United States and West Germany remained small. Politically isolated and facing overwhelming state power, New Leftists had both a political and a broadly psychological need to secure at least a body of theory or a set of narrative resources, a model or paradigm for change, ensuring that revolution was indeed possible. Rejecting the antiquated Marxism of the sectarian left, proponents of violence appealed to Third World examples such as Cuba, where a small band of guerrillas had incited the masses to a near-spontaneous revolt. Weatherman and the RAF concluded that the assertion of revolutionary will could create a revolutionary situation where its objective determinants were lacking. Though this vision of their struggle was clearly errant, it did not result simply from naivete or hubris. It also reflected the dizzying sense of possibility of the late 1960s, inspired, above all, by the implausible success of the Vietnamese resistance to the U.S. military, that tempted radicals to think the unthinkable in defiance of established models of how social change happens. Armed struggle was more than an approach to the daunting task of making revolution. It was also a vivid expression of the importance of militancy for new leftists. At a political level, militancy sought to correct for the apparent ineffectiveness of conventional forms of protest. In an ethical register, it responded to conditions of moral emergency caused most forcefully by the destruction in Vietnam and the state's often violent response to domestic protest. In existential terms, militancy provided a way of expressing outrage and living the substance of one's values. Weatherman and the RAF also exemplified the hazards of militancy. Both groups, for a time, declared all opposition to armed struggle to be counter-revolutionary and embraced danger as a way of showing the depth of their sacrifice. Taken to extremes, militancy turned into a kind of militarism that divided the left into a crude hierarchy of virtue based on one's readiness to pick up the gun. In addition, armed struggle was to function as the chief medium for forging new, revolutionary subjects who transcended their prior socialization and dedicated themselves totally to political struggle. In service of this ambition, Weatherman and the RAF engaged in radical experiments in self-recreation. Their belief in the capacity of violence to transform its agent gave rise to a conspicuous tension that went to the heart of contradictions within the New Left. On the one hand, they saw violence as an act of extreme transgression or defiance. Objectively, it challenged the state's power. Subjectively, it promised to free them from internal psychic restraints and provide an experience of politics in its most vital form. The guerrilla, within the mythology of each group, was an anti-authoritarian icon who embodied the mystique of the outlaw. On the other hand, Weatherman and the RAF aspired to overcome the individualism and decadence they saw as integral to consumer capitalism. In their views, the New Left itself reproduced these qualities in its libertine spirit and at times narrow concern with personal freedom. As an antidote, they sought to cultivate an appreciation of the collective enterprise and of the kinds of discipline required for their dangerous political work. Their efforts, however, proved far from liberating. Weatherman initially used psychologically brutal rituals to suppress the individuality of its members in hopes of turning them into tools of the revolution. The RAF, declaring that the guerrilla is the group, saw the revolutionary as a fully collectivized subject who had transcended the self in his or her complete submission to the demands of guerrilla warfare. The RAF toggled between an oppressive groupthink and vindictive infighting. Both groups, at their worst, were rigidly hierarchical. Along with their rebel images, then, they projected a hyper-discipline and severity jarring to many in the New Left. At root, Weatherman and the RAF embodied the peculiar unity of transgression and submission, self-expression and self-renunciation. But here the groups were only an extreme expression of competing desires in the New Left as a whole, the desire for radical autonomy, enacted through resistance to the norms of their societies, and the desire to dedicate oneself to a higher, collective purpose that demanded rigorous loyalty. The American and West German armed struggles failed for essentially the same reasons. Like their Marxist-Leninist rivals, Weatherman and the RAF horribly misread their domestic scenes. The United States and West Germany lacked the seething mass discontent and the near-total denial of democratic rights, both prerequisites for armed struggle according to its Third World theorists, that made revolutionary violence in some Third World countries transparently legitimate to so many of their citizens. Both groups fell victim to equally flawed, contradictory assumptions, between which they oscillated. In one emphasis, defined by an exaggerated pessimism, they saw imperialism as a monolith. Its power to absorb, delude, and dispirit its subjects was so great that no sustained internal resistance was possible. Effective rebellion could come only externally from Third World struggles or internally from American blacks. Within this understanding, the New Left's armed struggle was an ethical stand that answered a moral imperative. Weatherman and the RAF thus removed political efficacy as a criterion for evaluating their efforts. The guerrillas' victory lay simply in existing. In a second emphasis, driven by an exaggerated optimism, the Weathermen and the RAF saw imperialism as on the brink of collapse. Resistance was everywhere, in the Third World certainly, but also in the institutional fabric of their own societies. In the schools, the military, the factories, the bureaucracies, halfway houses, ghettos, and working and middle-class homes. Their violence, in this model, needed only to light the spark to ignite mass discontent into revolutionary conflagration. Both views, despite their apparent polarity, had the same effect: to discourage the difficult work of addressing, through redoubled efforts to educate and organize ambivalent populations, possibilities that lay somewhere in between. If the armed struggles in the United States and West Germany had similar origins, their courses quickly diverged. In the United States, violence crested in the spring of 1970 in the wake of the killing of student demonstrators at Kent State and Jackson State universities, but then steeply dropped. The Weathermen, shaken by the deaths in March 1970 of several members making bombs in a New York City townhouse, abandoned plans for assaults on military personnel and police. Though the Weather Underground survived into the mid-1970s, it was not able to re-establish momentum on the left for violence. Never broken by the FBI, it disbanded voluntarily in 1976. In West Germany, the armed struggle began in earnest with the formation in 1970 of the RAF, which along with other groups committed bombings, kidnappings, and assassinations. In response, the state waged a comprehensive war on domestic terrorism that entailed the killing of fugitives in shootouts, harsh treatment of RAF prisoners, and controversial measures to destroy what it saw as the intellectual and cultural roots of left-wing violence. The fall of 1977 was the high point of the conflict. The Deutscher Herbst, German Autumn, as it is often called, culminated in the hijacking of a German plane by Palestinian guerrillas demanding the release of RAF prisoners, the storming of the plane by German commandos, the apparent suicide in prison of several of the RAF's founders, and the RAF's murder of a leading economic official, whom it had kidnapped 6 weeks earlier. For much of the 1970s, the group was at the center of a grueling, high-stakes public drama in which West Germans played out their ambivalent relationship to democracy and authority. Only in 1992, following the collapse of the Soviet Union and German reunification, did the RAF announce its cessation of violence. The group finally disbanded in the spring of 1998, declaring in a public statement what had for years been obvious: that it had long outlived its political relevance. New left violence in West Germany was, in some, more deadly, more divisive, and longer lasting than that in the United States. The very different trajectories of Weatherman and the RAF reveal how each group was shaped by and responded to its national context. When the New Left faded as a global phenomenon in the early 1970s, those contexts became all the more important in defining the destinies of individual New Left movements. The Weathermen turned to violence largely in opposition to the Vietnam War and out of their desire to help militant blacks like the Black Panthers. These commitments lent an immediacy to their violence, irrespective of the group's larger revolutionary ambitions. With its bombings of military and police targets, Weatherman was able to provide at least moral and political censure of the war in Vietnam and the state's assaults on people of color in the United States. The group, in short, could moderate its approach to, and eventually withdraw from, violence with some sense of accomplishment. Former members typically concede that violence failed miserably as a revolutionary tactic but defend its integrity and limited utility as a response to the Vietnam War and to institutional racism. Issues of identity contributed to the group's restraint in another sense. Weatherman's desire to match the sacrifices of blacks and Vietnamese fueled the group's initial belief in the singular value of violence. Weatherman's violence, in this aspect, was a volatile and often vexed effort of members of the white middle class to confront and somehow renounce their structural privilege. In the mid-1970s, the Weathermen broadened their conception of revolutionary politics and reassessed what kind of practice would be most beneficial, given their backgrounds. Chiefly, they recognized the need to organize other whites, for which non-lethal violence and the distribution of conventional propaganda was a more promising approach than a literal guerrilla war. By the time the group asserted the need to build a mass movement, it was far too small and too isolated to play a leading role on the left. Nonetheless, by revising their sense of mission, the Weathermen avoided mistaking themselves for the causes they meant to serve. West Germany, by contrast, was only very indirectly involved in prosecuting the Vietnam War and lacked a highly visible and vocal oppressed racial minority. Though German New Leftists bitterly opposed the war, they never felt as intense a sense of identification with the Vietnamese or responsibility for their fate as did American activists. As the number of immigrant workers increased in the Federal Republic in the 1970s, the RAF did little to make growing German resentment of foreigners an object of its protest. The RAF's armed struggle therefore always had a more abstract and protean quality than that of its American counterparts. Frustrated in its ambition of violent, communist revolution in Western Europe, the RAF had few ways of claiming any real successes. Lacking a national subject of emancipation, the RAF also lacked a structure of accountability. This circumstance contributed to the group's strikingly self-referential quality, wherein the RAF saw itself as the sole wager of meaningful political struggle in West Germany. With the emergence in the mid-1970s of the Free the Guerrilla, whose chief aim was to extort the release of jailed comrades, the RAF's campaign degenerated into what one critic called a private war with the state security apparatus. Weatherman and the RAF differed also in their ways of negotiating a tension between excess and limits. The Weathermen, on the verge of attacking human targets, instituted a prohibition on lethal actions. The Germans repeatedly crossed the threshold of lethal violence. Far more than a tactical difference, Weatherman's and the RAF's approaches to political murder constitute profound differences, perhaps the most important differences, between the two groups. Their comparison elicits a basic question of political morality. When and under what conditions may one assume dominion over life and death and kill another human being on behalf of a political ideal or goal? The Weathermen claimed to represent the promise of a society that would be more just and humane than the one they sought to destroy. At times, however, their rhetoric and actions belied this claim. In their early days, the Weathermen spun grisly fantasies of limitless destruction and planned attacks that would almost certainly harm civilians. Behind Weatherman's recklessness lay a fascination with transgression and a desire to shock. Within a logic of excess, political murder could be seen as the ultimate transgressive act. But by contemplating or engaging in acts of brutality, the Weathermen reproduced qualities they attributed to their enemy and that they ostensibly opposed. The group's challenge, then, was to develop an internally constrained practice. The Weathermen responded to the 1970 townhouse explosion by imposing limits on their violence. In short, they made the conscious decision not to be killers. The RAF's brutality, most pronounced in the mid-1970s and early 1980s, has been the object of intensive, if often highly speculative, analyses. Explanations range from the psychopathologies of the individual members to the internal dynamics of the group, to the specter of Hitler returned in the RAF as his depraved children. The most promising interpretive framework highlights the influence of the fascist past on the political conflict of the West German 1960s and 1970s. The RAF sought to punish Germany both for the sins of that past and for what it saw as their repetition in the present through such things as police repression and German support for American genocide in Vietnam. Here the RAF practiced a logic of vilification, in which it equated the political and judicial custodians of the Federal Republic with Nazi perpetrators. It thus felt an imperative to use any means available, including the murder of state agents, to bury finally the archenemy of political modernity. The RAF also employed, however unselfconsciously, a logic of vindication, in which armed rebellion now would compensate for the virtual absence of violent resistance in Germany to the Nazi regime. In this capacity, lethal violence promised to liberate RAF members from the psychological and political burdens of the past and break the chain of German guilt. By practicing terror themselves, RAF members compounded their political failure with moral failure, while deepening their connection to the damage of the past from which they sought an escape. The RAF's extreme violence also crystallizes the differences between the American and West German armed struggles. Weatherman's violence was equally ineffective in bringing about the kind of social change it imagined. But by observing limits, Weatherman contained the cost of its choices. In one of the few statements of comparison between the two movements, Hans Joachim Klein of Germany's Red Cells lamented in 1978 that the members of the guerrilla are no longer capable of acting like the Weathermen in the States. Of saying now we stop. The American and West German armed struggles differed, finally, in the reactions they elicited from their governments and societies. In the 1960s and early 1970s, U.S. security agencies employed invasive, illegal, and violent means in combating domestic dissidents, particularly the Black Panthers. The FBI aggressively pursued the Weathermen and other New Left fugitives. Yet its campaign against them was nothing in scale and intensity like the West German state's assault on left-wing violence. Partially, this was a consequence of Weatherman's restraint. Avoiding injury to persons, weathermen never inspired the diffuse public fear that would doubtless have prompted even greater governmental wrath. In part, the weathermen were granted a kind of preferential treatment relative to black radicals, who remained objects of fierce pursuit. But the weathermen also benefited from a broad shift in the national climate in the mid-1970s. In the wake of the strife of the late 1960s, the Vietnam War and Watergate, attention turned to the reestablishment of public trust in government and to reconciliation. Congress exposed abuses of power by the FBI in its pursuit of dissidents and acted to constrain its activities. Under this scrutiny, security agencies curtailed their campaign against the Weather Underground and generally let the group, now considered more a nuisance than a threat, fade into obscurity. Only a few underground weathermen were ever captured, and those who surfaced voluntarily in the late 1970s and early 1980s served little or no time in prison. The RAF and other violent German groups were objects of relentless vilification and police action. As in the RAF successes, the fascist past figured heavily in the state's response. The government and its supporters insisted that the terrorists were the authentic heirs of fascism, who, like the Nazi SA during the Weimar Republic, threatened a fragile democracy. Fear of communist subversion enhanced the imperative the state felt to use extreme measures to preserve what it saw as the integrity of Germany's post-war democratic experiment. The means the state chose had mixed results. Though effective in capturing the RAF's early leaders, anti-terrorist measures only deepened the RAF's view of the West German state as fascist and its determination to attack it by violent means. Students, intellectuals, and others extended sympathy to the RAF as victims of repression, fearing that anti-terrorism threatened to turn West Germany into a police state, where the mantle of constitutionalism was used to mask an unreconstructed authoritarianism. In short, West German terrorism was a tortured form of Vergangenheitsbewältigung, a symptom of Germany's difficulty in confronting and working through its Nazi past. Rather than shedding light on the conflict, the anti-fascist rhetoric of the RAF and the government contributed to excesses on both sides, demanding a new process of reconciliation. A final index of the different impacts of weatherman and the RAF on their respective societies is the degree and kind of commentary devoted to each group. Neither weatherman nor the violence of the American New Left more broadly has generated a distinct historiography. Scholars most often discuss such violence as a small part of larger contexts and movements, anti-war protest SDS and the New Left as a whole. The dominant attitude toward weatherman has been a highly critical or even dismissive one, reflecting both widespread antipathy to the group, then and now, and its limited resonance in American politics and culture. Many Americans who lived through the 1960s have few particular memories of the weathermen, whose actions can easily fade into general recollections of turmoil. For small groups of mostly young rebels, the weathermen have exerted an enduring fascination over the past 2 decades, though the group's activities have typically been appreciated more as lore than as political history. Only with the recent release of the documentary The Weather Underground has the group emerged from the shadows of history into the light of public memory and popular culture. The RAF, in contrast, has been the object of persistent reflection in Germany. Works on German violence include a 1985 bestseller, several biographies and other popular histories, memoirs by former members, voluminous studies by government agencies and security experts, and all manner of scholarly treatments from the disciplines of political science, history, sociology, and psychology. The RAF has also made a strong mark on popular culture, inspiring movies, plays, paintings, museum exhibits, musical compositions, photo essays, and countless TV and print retrospectives on the anniversaries of key events in its history. For much of the RAF's early existence, the group's leaders were household names in West Germany, where their fate approached a national obsession. Every West German who lived through the peak years of the terrorist drama seems to have some vivid RAF memory. Whether seeing a wanted poster in a public place, hearing rumors that a fugitive was nearby, being stopped at a security checkpoint, or following harrowing moments in the conflict in the media. The very different standing of weatherman and the RAF in their nation's consciousnesses demands different approaches to their presentation. I provide separate sections on them that complement, rather than mirror each other. In the case of the weathermen, I furnish a textured account of the group's experience, drawing extensively on interviews with former members. In these, I have sought less a record of the facts of weatherman's history than the reflections of former members on the political meaning of their experiences, as well as what they thought and how they felt when they entered, engaged in, and withdrew from the armed struggle. I appeal to oral history, then, for representations of the past generated through the subjective work of memory, with its exclusions, contingent connections, and spontaneous eloquence, and not for the objective reconstruction of the past. Given Weatherman's efforts to define itself through action, my analysis consists mostly of the close reading of events, of actions themselves as complex texts. I concentrate on the late 1960s and early 1970s, when Weatherman's importance was at its peak. In the case of the RAF, I provide condensed narratives of key episodes in the group's existence until 1977, when the first era in its history came to an end. I am unable to use the methods of oral history with the RAF, many of whose members died in the 1970s. Nonetheless, they achieved great notoriety, and ample material exists for conveying their experiences. I favor juxtaposition over direct comparison of the two groups. Chapter 1, which explores the similarities in their origins, moves between discussions of the American and German settings. Thereafter, I treat Weatherman and the RAF more or less separately. This permits flexibility in stressing those issues and experiences most important to each group. All historical comparisons seek to have each case illuminate the other, and I hope to guide, but not rigidly control, that process of mutual illumination. Some continuities of approach exist throughout. One is my effort to present both Weatherman and the RAF in competing and even contradictory ways. Analysts have commonly portrayed the groups in essentially pathological terms by describing their members as zealots, whose activism, beyond a certain point, had little to do with politics as such. The group's ideology, within this framework, amounted to a delusional belief system built on an irrational contempt for their societies and the sense of themselves as a revolutionary elect, chosen to fulfill a world historical mission. An observer of the American New Left who saw Weatherman as a passionate aberration concluded, in a burst of almost religious enthusiasm, the Weatherman plunged beyond politics, which measures things in the here and now, to a higher realm where the student movement could not survive. German analysts have similarly charged that the RAF suffered from an acute realitätsverlust or loss of reality, that doomed it to its destructive illusions. Understanding political violence then becomes largely an exercise in deconstructing superstitions and interpreting the behavior of what amount to cults. A more layered perspective, developed largely by social scientists, sees violence like that of Weatherman and the RAF as an exotic form of political action that emerges at the far margins of legitimate politics and at very specific moments in the evolution of social movements. The agents of violence, in this view, retain a limited rationality, but their behavior remains on the whole pathological, driven by such structural factors as their isolation and the policing strategies deployed by the state. Issues of politics and morality generally recede in the effort to understand their actions. I seek to restore a stronger measure of rationality and moral purpose to Weatherman and the RAF in order better to understand both their political histories and the complex nature of political violence more generally. Far from being simple zealots with more or less totally warped worldviews, members of both groups were driven by political conviction and a commitment to serve their ideals with radical action. In reconstructing their beliefs and the political cultures of which they were a part, I therefore do not confine myself to pointing out their flawed premises. I also stress the coherence of their beliefs within the context of their times, as well as the pathos of their core longing for a radically different and better world. At the same time, both Weatherman and the RAF did have a driven and even crazed quality, which makes their histories at once so fascinating, disturbing, and difficult to fully comprehend. At times, the views of both groups seem to have been far removed from political realities, and their behavior to have exceeded the rational pursuit of distinctly political goals. Their members strayed far beyond the realm of normal politics into the rarefied world of the underground, a world of extraordinary danger, determination, fear, arrogance, trust, triumph, togetherness, suspicion, exhilaration, and despair. At their worst, both groups violated their stated morality and, whether in word or deed, showed streaks of cruelty. Doing justice to their histories, as well to the experiences of those whom they offended, attacked, injured, and killed, means also understanding the radical nature of their practice and their many errors in political and moral judgment. Gaining this understanding is not primarily a matter of deciding where politics ends and religion begins, where the rational and irrational or good and evil separate, or how conviction can be clouded by delusion. Rather, it requires appreciating how seemingly religious longings, for a transcendent future, for societal perfection, and for a sense of ultimate purpose, may infuse politics and culture. How the rational and the irrational may coexist with political conflicts, and how desires, dreams, and delusions may feed and confound one another. With both Weatherman and the RAF, my strongest accent is on the mutually informative relationship between research and theory. Though I draw on the insights of social movement theory, which provides elaborate models of how social movements and certain forms of protest emerge, evolve, and decline, I do not speak its distinctly sociological causal language. I work instead with other forms of theory, principally varieties of critical theory, ethics, and psychoanalysis. With these, I develop political, psychological, moral, and existential perspectives on forms of political behavior that may ultimately resist even the most carefully wrought explanations. Psychoanalysis is commonly used to interpret the psychology and behavior of individuals, and it could be fruitfully applied in this way to Weatherman and the RAF. I use it, in a somewhat different fashion, to explore the often hidden logic of collective political and cultural processes. The German-born Jewish Marxist philosopher Herbert Marcuse, who fled to America during the years of Nazi rule, holds special value for my study. In the 1960s, Marcuse became the great intellectual patron of New Left movements the world over. Addressing audiences in the United States and West Germany, he embodied the New Left's internationalism and serves as a bridge between the two national experiences I consider. Marcuse, in addition, provided powerful insights into the structure of post-war societies, the promise and failings of the New Left, and ethical questions raised by its militancy, always informed by his analytical rigor and uncommon commitment to hope. I therefore both treat Marcuse as a historical actor and draw on his ideas to think through the tensions and conflicts of the era. The fiercely controversial nature of New Left violence introduces a final challenge, one enhanced by the shocks of our own era. Political violence, especially when committed by agents other than established states, summons strong passions and invites blunt assessments. Much of the commentary on Weatherman and the RAF has been organized around extreme binaries that suggest that the groups were necessarily one thing or the other, with the negative view clearly dominating most historical commentary. This divide is evident in basic choices of terminology and possibilities of judgment. Were the Weathermen and RAF members terrorists or urban guerrillas? Villains or heroes? Crazed or courageous? Was their violence, in the last instance, wholly unjust or in any sense justified? Yet these stark polarities, rather than providing sound options for judgment, obscure the complex and even paradoxical nature of the meaning and legacy of both groups. The events of September 11, 2001, by deepening the antipathy of Americans to all violence labeled terroristic, have likely made the impulse to categorically condemn the anti-government violence of the 1960s and 1970s swifter and more severe. But all forms of violence are not equal in their origins, intent, and effects, and labels, whatever their promise of moral clarity, can distort what they seek to describe. Going beneath surface passions, while retaining a connection to the deep passion for justice animating the movements of the 1960s, yields a different set of questions and answers. Chapter 1. Agents of Necessity, Weatherman, the Red Army faction, and the turn to violence. To describe how one became a weatherman, Bernardine Dorn is reported to have said, "One day you'll wake up and look out your window, and there, on your front lawn will be a great flaming W, and you will know the time has come for you to be a weatherman." The initiation, in this account, was a moment of near-holy illumination. One did not so much choose to be a weatherman as one was chosen by weatherman. In May 1970, Ulrike Meinhof helped free Andreas Bader, imprisoned for an act of political arson, from a research institute in West Berlin. Following a firefight, Bader and Meinhof jumped from the second story of the building and fled. Within days, Meinhof, Bader, and their accomplices announced the formation of the Rote Army fraction. The leap was patently metaphorical. Bader plunged into a precarious freedom. Meinhof, a gifted journalist and outspoken critic of West German society, leapt into an entirely new life of danger and notoriety. in which bombs replaced words as her main weapons. More than anything else, they both took a leap of faith. Trusting in their cause, each other, and their comrades forming the RAF, they somehow imagined victory in a literal war against the government of the Federal Republic. But if those forming weathermen and the RAF had the sensation of being seized in an instant by a calling, the roads that brought them to that point were long and winding ones, through the passionate beginnings of the student movement in each country, through years of questioning, organizing, demonstrating, and, as the 1960s ground on, angrily confronting the authorities, and through the urgent discussions toward the end of the decade about the possibility of making revolution by means of violence. The early path of the members of Weatherman and the RAF was, then, little different than that traveled by tens of thousands of young Americans and West Germans in the 1960s. To understand the choice for armed struggle is therefore to understand something of the New Left's origins and evolution, and how the idea of violence became so captivating by the decade's end. If many were called to serious, sustained violent insurrection, few were ultimately chosen. Shortly after forming, Weatherman declared the need to be a movement that fights, not just talks about fighting. The RAF, in its first manifesto, announced, "We will not talk about armed propaganda, we will do it." In making good on their pledge to match action to words, the Weathermen and members of the RAF distinguished themselves within their movements, where talk of violence always greatly exceeded violence itself. To understand the two groups is also to understand the extraordinary nature of the leap they took. Trails of trouble, roads of battles, paths of victory, we shall walk. Bob Dylan, Paths of Victory. In the United States in the early 1960s, young, gifted thinkers, confessing a profound unease with the world they had inherited and calling themselves a new left, judged their society by measuring it against its promise. America, in their view, had failed to live up to its democratic and egalitarian ideals. As the Southern Civil Rights Movement brought to national attention, racism barred a segment of the population from participating fully in American civic life, while poverty riddled the affluent society with pockets of misery. Hatred of a foreign, communist enemy provided a rationale for a policy of nuclear brinkmanship that threatened the globe with annihilation. Mainstream politics, in the eyes of new leftists, were dominated by elites who preferred a docile public to an engaged one. And the middle-class culture in which young dissidents were socialized appeared politically and spiritually debilitating, because it encouraged unquestioning obedience to authority, the narrow pursuit of self-interest, and superficial comfort through ever-expanding consumption. The New Left set out to change all that. Drawing on a blend of American pragmatism, existential humanism, and ideas about participatory democracy derived largely from the civil rights movement, young leftists combated the widely pronounced end of ideology, as itself an ideology that denied disturbing realities in declaring liberal, capitalist democracy the unequivocal moral victor in the global clash of political systems. At the same time, they rejected as inflexible the strong ideologies of the socialist groups that made up the old left of the 1930s and 1940s. They especially criticized the labor metaphysic that dogmatically considered the working class to be the necessary agent of radical change. Wary of ideology in general, new leftists held that knowledge derived primarily from hands-on experience and favored practical efforts to change society over abstract theorizing. In the early 1960s, Northern students returned from trips to the South filled with a passion for organizing. SDS, as it rapidly spread across campuses, bristled with optimism born of a belief in the transformative possibilities of civic initiative, critical thought, and the democratic process that it vigilantly practiced. In governing itself by immersion in activist culture offered individuals a potent sense of identity. For the future weatherman Jeff Jones, who first encountered SDS at Ohio's Antioch College in 1965, the attraction was immediate. To him, the SDSers seemed very smart, sophisticated, courageous. People I wanted to be with and work with and be like. SDS soon became the only thing that was really important to him, as it did for the burgeoning ranks of the SDS faithful. The New Left's initial radicalization, its belief in its capacity to dramatically change American society, reflected enthusiasm over its accumulating size and strength. Heightened expectations also led activists to see the limitations of their efforts. The civil rights movement met barriers even as its success peaked. The eradication of legal segregation did not, in itself, address the relationship between racism and poverty, as the 1965 riots in Los Angeles's What's Neighborhood painfully dramatized. Nor did the movement's nonviolence speak to the experience and anger of many urban blacks. In 1966, the Black Panther Party formed in Oakland, California, to provide a militant response to poverty and police brutality. Panther chapters, which asserted the right of armed self-defense against the white power structure, quickly spread throughout America. Some black activists, challenging the integrationist dream, questioned the motives and doubted the contribution of whites working in alliance with them. The New Left experienced frustrations in its own organizing. New leftists recognized that activism on campuses, where they were most successful, had only limited impact and appeal beyond the university, but the Education and Research Action Project (ERAP), in which SDSers lived and worked in poor urban communities to combat economic inequality, largely failed to generate concrete, lasting results. They discovered that little progress could be made without a large, well-organized movement of the poor, and they had difficulty transcending the class barriers separating them from those they sought to help. Finally, the New Left faced a new challenge in the mid-1960s. Thousands of miles away, U.S. military involvement in Vietnam was escalating into a full-blown war. From their experiences, New Leftists developed a sense that all the injustices they protested were connected and could not be eliminated if fought in isolation. Analyzing their connection, activists sought to correct for what now appeared to some to be an ideological deficit, whereby broad commitments to equality and democracy substituted for an integrated critique of power and a broad-based strategy for social change. It is time to stop fearing ideology and lay the basis for a new one, more suitable to the times, one SDSer insisted in the mid-1960s. In April 1965, SDS's president, Paul Potter, addressed the first national demonstration, organized by SDS in Washington, D.C., against the Vietnam War. Potter's speech, widely recorded as a threshold in the history of the New Left, provided the broad outlines of such an ideology, as well as the ingredients that some would soon weave into a revolutionary consciousness. After intimating the existence of a system of oppression, Potter proclaimed, "We must name it, describe it, analyze it, understand it, and change it. For it is only when that system is changed that there can be any hope for stopping the forces that create a war in Vietnam today or a murder in the South tomorrow or all the incalculable, innumerable more subtle atrocities that are worked on people all over. People in Vietnam and the people in this demonstration are united in much more than a common concern that the war be ended. In both countries there are people struggling to build a movement that has the power to change their condition. The system that frustrates these movements is the same. All our lives, our destinies, our very hopes to live, depend on our ability to overcome that system." Potter posited a unified structure of domination responsible for discrete forms of oppression, whose elimination required changing the whole. Consistent with this premise, New Leftists increasingly used the system as a label for the complex entity they opposed and focused their protest on the structures that elites served. Potter's successor as SDS president, Carl Oglesby, explained that the Vietnam War was perpetrated not by evil men but by decent, even honorable men serving an evil corporate system. Though Potter did not himself name the system, capitalism was clearly the object of his polemic. To describe the system, New Leftists first used the language of corporate liberalism, which stressed the alliance between business and governmental elites, but they soon graduated to a more overtly Marxist vocabulary. To the system, they counterposed the movement, a capacious term that referred to everyone from student and anti-war activists to black militants and politically engaged hippies. It captured, in a word, activists' sense of us, of being an extended community distinct from a common adversary. With these contrasting terms, New Leftists cast political conflict as a battle of two fundamentally incompatible forces that could be resolved in their favor only through some radical, even revolutionary transformation. By linking American activists and Vietnamese rebels, Potter spoke to the New Left's internationalism. The system, conceived most expansively, was a global capitalist order that above all served U.S. interests. Fighting their country's power, American activists assumed a place in an international movement. Likening domestic racism to U.S. aggression in Vietnam, Potter also conveyed the centrality of race in the New Left's worldview. Through the Black struggle, whites learned about the worst abuses of American society and the connection between racism domestically and abroad. Some blacks described Black America as an internal colony, rendering the Black movement one of national liberation, akin to struggles in the Third World. Finally, Potter spoke with a sense of romantic desperation. He declared a condition of moral emergency whose ultimate stakes were life and death, and that demanded that leftists actively fight the system in order to overcome it. Echoing Potter's spirit, the future weatherman Scott Braley described how the frustration of making modest demands in the mid-1960s fed the more ambitious rebellion of the late 1960s. There were very few wins in the sense that you got anything you wanted. We might have fixed some smaller issues, but we didn't want to fix smaller issues. We wanted to fix issues that would change the world. It was clear to many people that something much more radical was needed. But what? How did one go about fighting the system once one had begun to name and analyze it? One approach was to block the system's destructive operations. Another was to attack the centers of its power. October 1967 featured both. As part of Stop the Draft Week, thousands of demonstrators in Oakland tussled with police and temporarily shut down a military induction center. A few days later, protesters laid siege to the Pentagon, condemning the five-sided building as a demonic symbol of American militarism. Above all, the demonstrators brought a new energy. Deep into the night, they fought with police, argued with soldiers with fixed bayonets about war and duty, and danced around bonfires in scenes of almost pagan abandon. A final way to challenge the system was to attack the bigger issues by attacking the smaller ones, to address the whole by first confronting its parts. This is what the students did at Columbia University in 1968 and what made their rebellion so significant. The Columbia protests, as they escalated into the takeover of the university, also became the primal scenes of New Left radicalism, from which the idea and then the reality of armed struggle emerged. A striking number of weathermen participated in the rebellion, whether as students or as agitators from the outside. Columbia had a strong SDS chapter, which in 1966-67 protested the presence of CIA and military recruiters on campus. The SDSers initially pursued institutional channels for changing university policies, but soon came under the leadership of an action faction that favored polarizing confrontations. In 1968, two issues dominated SDS's attention: the proposed building of a university gym in Harlem and Columbia's involvement with the Institute for Defense Analysis, IDA, which coordinated academic research used by the military in Vietnam. Critics charged that the proposed gym, which would encroach on neighboring Harlem but bring no benefit to its largely poor, Black population, epitomized Columbia's racism, and that the relationship with IDA revealed Columbia's complicity with U.S. militarism. As the university ignored student demands and punished student leaders, student power became another potent issue. After Black students occupied a campus building in late April, whites seized 4 others. Together, they shut down the university, forming a makeshift government that ruled by means of participatory democracy. National activists, including Tom Hayden, a co-founder of SDS, rushed to the campus to join the rebels. Radicals, in a conscious play on Che Guevara's call to create 2, 3, many Vietnams, proliferated the slogan "Create 2, 3, many Columbias." The slogan seemed to have real agency when, in May, French students, conscious of events at Columbia, occupied universities and then other institutions, precipitating a crisis that almost toppled the French state. As national and international media descended upon the campus, student protest in the United States achieved unprecedented visibility. The initial uprising ended after a week when university officials called in over 1,000 police to clear the students from the buildings. Police made over 700 arrests, injuring dozens of students in the process. The Columbia protest was significant for the links the students made among the issues of racism, militarism, economic injustice, and student power. One protester explained that the uprising was begun not to achieve student power alone, but to advance the struggle for liberation outside the university itself. The protest was also important for its militancy, which enhanced the students' sense of connection to that larger struggle. Shutting down a major university in America's premier city, the students felt a taste of power that encouraged them to think in the exalted language of revolution. They called the occupied buildings liberated zones and experienced the exhilaration of participating in what Jeff Jones described as a culture of total resistance. The use of police violence against the students was another hallmark of Columbia. It fed an uncompromising rhetoric of condemnation and compelled the protesters to see political conflict in overtly confrontational terms. In variously heartfelt and grandiose language, a flyer asserted that the students now know personally the brutality and inhumanity of a system which kills its young men without remorse and allows the poor to starve. We will free Columbia of the company men and profiteers and cake-eaters who control its future and direct its participation in the death industries. Our weapon is our solidarity. Another flyer encouraged new battles to be fought with more than the figurative arms of the spirit. We must prepare ourselves to deal with the enemy. Our weapons. Political education and tactical organization for students and workers. Rocks, clubs, fire bombs, plastique, guns, but most of all, commitment and courage. The new left would soon cross another threshold in its evolving politics of confrontation. In response to a call from the Yippies, a flamboyant, largely mythical group headed by New York's Abby Hoffman and Berkeley's Jerry Rubin, 5,000 young radicals massed in Chicago to protest the convention of the Democratic Party in August of 1968. The Democrats were set to nominate Lyndon Johnson's vice president, Hubert Humphrey, who had pledged to continue Johnson's Vietnam policy. With the assassination of the progressive Democrat Robert Kennedy and the certain defeat of the anti-war candidate Eugene McCarthy, radicals lost any hope of working within the electoral system. Partly as a show of force and partly as a playful provocation, the Yippies warned that Chicago would be a scene of fantastic disruptions. Rubin even seemed to welcome a violent police response, urging the group to force a confrontation in which the establishment hits hard, thereby placing large numbers of people in a state of crisis and tension. Though the Yippies rejected this suggestion, their sense of looming danger proved prophetic. When protesters failed to leave a park near the convention hall, police attacked them with brutal force. The bloody melee, shown live on national TV, provided spectacular images of a city, a political system, and a society out of control. How and why young activists would turn so aggressively on liberal institutions like Columbia University and the Democratic Party may now seem hard to fathom. Yet liberalism was the target of relentless attacks by the left from the mid-1960s on. Partly, enmity toward liberalism grew out of activists' sense that so much of what was wrong with America had been perpetrated or was presided over by liberals. The Vietnam War, its critics repeatedly said, was a liberals' war, insofar as it had been conceived and then expanded by the democratic administrations of Kennedy and Johnson. More broadly, the Pax Americana of the post-war years, with its assertion of American military supremacy, vigorous anti-communism, and aggressive promotion of U.S. interests, was fully as much a part of the foreign policy agenda of liberals as it was of conservatives, though some liberals were outspoken in opposition to U.S. involvement in Vietnam. For leftists, President Johnson, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, and Secretary of State Dean Rusk, liberals all became the archvillains of the era. Liberals were less vulnerable on issues of race and poverty, but there, too, they attracted the suspicion and eventual condemnation of young rebels. The federal government had supported the effort to end legal segregation with legislation and even troops, and Johnson's Great Society programs addressed poverty with an intensity not seen since the New Deal. Yet the extension of formal political rights addressed neither the connection between racial and economic oppression nor, as blacks argued with growing insistence, the institutional foundations of racism. Federal anti-poverty programs went only so far in expanding the opportunities for the poorest Americans. As white activists became alert to the message of figures like Malcolm X and groups like the Black Panthers, who harangued the liberal establishment for its alleged condescension and half-measures, their criticisms of liberal attitudes grew more probing. The essential charge was that white liberals supported the equality of people of color only up to a point. By the mid-1960s, liberal had become a dirty word among young activists, used to denounce a worldview that subscribed to tepid versions of all the right things, while recoiling from the kinds of change that would fundamentally challenge the supremacy of whites. Disenchantment with liberalism was a virtual rite of passage for those becoming weathermen. In the Columbia experience, the process by which some became radicalized and peeled themselves away from the preordained script of their lives comes into focus. Robert Roth, the gifted and studious son of a middle-class family in Queens, entered Columbia in 1966 at the age of 16. By 1969, he had left and joined Weatherman. Roth credits his early interest in social justice to the progressive Jewish tradition, of which his parents were a part. Growing up, he compulsively followed the civil rights movement in the South, which offered images of the brutality of American racism but also of the courage and spirit of those resisting it. Participating in civil rights rallies in New York, he came to see racism as a northern problem as well. Columbia represented, in his words, the chosen path for someone of his background. Its message, as he encountered it, was "There's room for everyone here. This is the place where you can finally make your contribution. You've reached the pinnacle, so don't blow it." Yet Roth came to feel that the truth of success at Columbia was better expressed in the SDS slogan "Work, Study, Get Ahead, Kill." Insofar as the endpoint was an elite position in a social system predicated on inequality and violence. Roth discerned in his fellow activists, beyond the competitiveness nurtured by an all-male institution, an admirable willingness to take a risk in life and blow it by rejecting the rewards of Columbia. For Roth, the issues of the gym and IDA did not contradict but rather exemplified Columbia's liberalism. David Gilbert, also a future weatherman, had graduated from Columbia in 1966 but, still living in New York, joined the 1968 rebellion. Raised like Roth in a liberal Jewish household, he recalls first being sensitized to injustice through education about the Holocaust. He locates the roots of his eventual radicalism in his sincere wish as a teenager that America live up to the rhetoric of democracy. The politically precocious Gilbert became active in his Boston area high school in protests against racism and U.S. foreign policy, which often seemed to violate his country's freedom-loving creed. Columbia, with its highly traditional curriculum and imposing neoclassical architecture, represented to him the pretense of humanism. Despite its great wealth, the university paid its largely black and Hispanic workforce poorly. At orientation, the deans had warned the students not to stray into Harlem, and certainly not wearing Columbia sweatshirts. Curious and defiant, Gilbert promptly toured Harlem, and he later tutored a child there. He described his experiences in Harlem and working with the campus chapter of CORE, the Congress on Racial Equality, as far more educational than what he felt was the mindless regurgitation practiced at Columbia. When student protest heated up in the spring of 1968, Gilbert eagerly immersed himself in the activism on the campus. Columbia was hardly unique among American universities for its involvement with the military-industrial complex, its questionable practices as a landlord and employer, or its exclusion of students from university governance. What was striking was the students' response. Not to see these qualities as mere taints that compromised an otherwise sound institution, but to declare them morally unacceptable expressions of Columbia's true identity. As the inadequacy of the official channels for redressing their grievances was quickly exposed, the rebels adopted the uncompromising stance of no business as usual. Since the university also proved unyielding, a complex conflict became for some on each side an all-or-nothing struggle to be settled, at last, by force. A journalist who covered the events at Columbia and then the rise of Weatherman reflected, "The more I witnessed, the more I felt that what was happening in the country had been prefigured at Columbia. SDS politics centered on collision. When all the arguments about issues had been made, the only certain thing was violence. Columbia stood out, finally, in how the protests pushed the protesters, in ways both political and deeply personal, beyond the confines of the university." In the spring of 1968, Gilbert was called before the faculty to discuss a possible student strike. He recalls the faculty asking, "Do you say you stand for democracy?" We said, "Yes, we do." They said, "Would you stand by a referendum of the students and faculty, everybody at the university?" And I was really torn between what I considered fundamental issues and the commitment to democracy, participatory democracy, and I sort of hesitated and said, Well, we would stand by a referendum as long as the people in Harlem and people in Vietnam, who are the ones most affected by this, can vote, because that's really participatory democracy. According to Roth, it was Columbia's black students who, above all, honored this robust sense of democracy in choosing to side with their community on the issue of the gym by initiating the building takeovers. Columbia soon became less and less relevant to its radical students. Roth, who was elected a leader of Columbia SDS for the new academic year, recalls that by 1969, the powerful stuff was happening at other places, led largely by people of color fighting for basic access to life opportunities. At the City University of New York, the battle over open admissions erupted into a major class and race conflict, in which Roth and other Columbia activists participated. Even so, Roth helped lead more building occupations at his own university, for which he was arrested and served a 30-day prison sentence. The experience proved a stepping stone to withdrawing. To see my life differently, no, I wasn't going to finish Columbia. He was going to join the revolution instead. This dynamic of a local protest escalating into a major confrontation was repeated in countless settings, if most often beyond the glare of instant celebrity shown on Columbia's comparatively privileged radicals in America's leading city. At San Francisco State College, the movement for Black and ethnic studies programs was part of a larger struggle against racism. The combination of the university's intransigence and the students' militancy led to the continuous occupation of the campus in the fall and winter of 1968 to 69 by police and soldiers. By the year's end, there had been more than 700 arrests, 80 injuries to students and 32 to police, and several attempted bombings. At Cornell University in the same year, students used the demand for a Black Studies program as a vehicle for advocating Black power more generally. The photograph of Black students brandishing rifles outside a campus building is an enduring symbol of the profound racial and social divisions of the era. In each case, radicals confronted a local injustice as an instance of a much broader system of oppression, which served as the ultimate target of their protest. Protest is when I say this or that doesn't suit me. Resistance is when I ensure that what doesn't suit me no longer occurs. Ulrike Meinhof, Vom Protest zum Widerstand. From protest to resistance. The West German New Left, like its American counterpart, initially sought to unsettle the politics of consensus that prevailed in the 1950s and early 1960s. Emerging from the ruins of war and the American-Soviet conflict, the Federal Republic of Germany, FRG, based its identity on three main foundations: its striking prosperity, achieved through its Wirtschaftswunder, economic miracle, its staunch opposition to communism, and its adoption of Western-style democracy, typified by the drafting of a constitution and creation of parliamentary institutions. Much of the public seemed content to have the new nation pursue an agenda restricted to promoting economic growth and political stability. Keen experiment, the great slogan of the Republic's first chancellor, Konrad Adenauer, served as the motto for this cautious course. The left, meanwhile, was weak. With little public reaction, the Constitutional Court banned the Communist Party, Kommunistischen Partei Deutschlands, or KPD, in 1956 for allegedly threatening the principles of the Constitution. In its 1959 Godesberger program, the Social Democratic Party, Sozialdemokratische Partei Deutschland, or SPD, essentially renounced its founding commitment to socialism and assumed a voice of only mild and occasional dissent. When, in 1966, the SPD joined the Christian Democrats, Christliche Demokratische Union, or CDU, and the Christian Socialist Union, Christliche Sozialen Union, or CSU, in forming the Great Coalition government. The SPD's abandonment of its radical roots was total. In the early 1960s, perceiving a lack of meaningful alternatives within the political establishment, leftists formed an extra-parliamentary opposition, Außerparlamentarische Opposition, or APO, which operated outside of party politics and the electoral process. Student organizations played an important role in the coalition of groups comprising APO. Chief among the student groups was the Sozialistischer Deutscher Studentenbund, SDS. The youth wing of the SPD, which had been expelled in 1959 for remaining too strongly committed to socialism. Early on, APO opposed West German rearmament, the basing of nuclear weapons in West Germany, and the proposed emergency laws, Notstandsgesetz. which would permit the curtailment of democratic rights in times of crisis. To their supporters, these measures were vital to both West Germany's security and the establishment of its full sovereignty. To APO, they violated the Constitution's stated commitments to peace and democracy. The dissenters additionally questioned whether, in light of the Nazi past, the Federal Republic deserved or could be trusted with greater power. Germany's fascist legacy affected the New Left in profound ways. Young leftists condemned their parents' generation both for its complicity with Nazism and its conspicuous silence about the Nazi period. The accusation of the near-total suppression or evasion of the past, common in the recollections of the post-war generation, likely represents in many cases the selective application of memory. The post-war society had in fact periodically confronted the Nazi past through high-level discussions of reparations for the Nazis' victims. Various war crimes trials, which received extensive media coverage in West Germany, the most notorious were those of Adolf Eichmann in 1961 and the Auschwitz trials of 1963–65. The development of educational materials detailing German crimes during the Nazi period, and the introduction of books, plays, and television programs about the war and the Holocaust, and Frank's Diary was a bestseller in Germany in the late 1950s, and millions saw theatrical versions of it either live or on television. Yet, however intense and seemingly pervasive, such encounters were only intermittent, and the reaction of officialdom and the public alike was often self-justificatory and tinged with resentment at the extraordinary burden of guilt that focus on the past entailed. Crucially, such moments of public reflection did not necessarily translate into sustained, private discussions in German households about the Nazi era, in which parents shared with their children the truth about their connection to the Nazi movement. As a result, members of the New Left generation felt uninformed or even lied to about events of the past that defined their parents' generation and, ultimately, the identity of all Germans. The recollections of Margaret Schiller, who grew up in the new capital of Bonn and later joined the RAF, powerfully convey the reign of silence that many among her generation endured. Schiller's education about German history ended with World War I. Her father, though not a member of the Nazi Party, had fought in World War II. When she asked her parents about the Nazi period, the constant refrain was, "We could not possibly have supported what Hitler did." About the worst of Germany's crimes, they knew nothing. Yet when Margaret was 14, her father confessed in a moment of drunken candor that he had tortured a captured Russian soldier to death. An additional trauma came when she discovered that songs she was learning on the piano had been written or adapted by the Nazis to promote their cause. Thereafter, she disdained all German songs. For young West Germans, the Nazi past was not only a source of confusion and anger but an impetus to activism. Determined not to repeat their elders' failings, they reacted strongly to contemporary forms of injustice. In the late 1950s, left-wing journals such as Das Argument developed an understanding of fascism as an extreme response of capitalism to economic crises. The transition in the post-war years to democratic capitalism, by extension, did not in itself represent a decisive break with fascism. More than that, young intellectuals saw fascism, following the lead of the Frankfurt School and the iconoclastic psychologist Wilhelm Reich, as a cognitive structure and a cultural condition, manifest in subjects who were at once extraordinarily pliant and dictatorial, submissive and aggressive. In keeping with this view, West German New Leftists condemned the attitudes and behavior of the adult generation, from the defense of order to disdain for nonconformity, as signs of the persistence of the authoritarian personality integral to fascism. More tangibly, students and youth pointed to the considerable linkages in personnel between the Nazi regime and the new German state as evidence of fascist continuity. As of 1965, fully 60% of West German military officers had fought for the Nazis, and at least two-thirds of judges had served the Third Reich. Students clamored to know the pasts of their professors and conducted research revealing that many of them had been affiliated with the Nazis. Initially, their findings were presented in more or less civil ways, often with the cooperation of the institutions whose faculty they investigated. By 1967, however, students began angrily confronting their professors during lectures. In addition, some high-ranking officials in the Federal Republic had been Nazis. Most notorious was the CDU's Kurt Kiesinger, who years before becoming federal chancellor in 1966 had held an important position in the Nazi propaganda ministry. At a public gathering in 1968, the 29-year-old beat Klarsfeld slapped Kiesinger. Klarsfeld, who then made it her life's work to hunt down Nazi war criminals, described her audacious act as the children of the Nazi generation slapping the Nazi face. As for American New Leftists, the war was the primary issue around which West German students mobilized. German activists, relative to their American counterparts, were generally well-versed in Marxist principles. The SDS and the Republican clubs found in major German cities generated a dizzying array of working groups that meticulously applied Marxism in analyzing contemporary political phenomena. Far from being a conceptual revelation, then, the view of capitalism as an international system of oppression was something many German leftists took as axiomatic. Early on, they saw the Vietnam War in anti-imperialist terms and adopted the militant position of support for the Viet Cong. In 1965, German activists organized a Vietnam Summer, during which they both learned and educated the broader populace about the conflict in Southeast Asia. American activists would do the same only 2 summers later, at a May 1966 anti-war conference in Frankfurt, fully a year before American activists expressed such views in great numbers. More than 2,000 participants ratified a statement describing the armed, national and social liberation struggle of the South Vietnamese people as an act of political necessity, as well as a model for other anti-capitalist movements in the Third World. Some activists even claimed a direct affinity with the South Vietnamese rebels, the Viet Cong, based on what they saw as the close parallels between West Germany and South Vietnam. Both countries had occupying U.S. armies and puppet governments whose true purpose, behind the rhetoric of defending democracy against foreign communists, was to contain indigenous revolts. The poet Eric Fried starkly asserted this connection. Vietnam is Germany / its fate is our fate / the bombs for its freedom / our bombs for our freedom / our Chancellor Erhard / is Marshal Kai / General Nguyen Van Thieu / is President Lubka / the Americans / are also there the Americans. For its less radical critics, the Vietnam War called into question West Germany's identity. Seeing the United States engage in mass violence against a poor country struggling for self-determination, as leftists commonly saw the conflict, potentially undermined Germans' already fragile sense of their own society's legitimacy, which was derived in part from its effort to emulate the Americans. The United States, one commentator concluded, forfeited its status as a role model as the result of the Vietnam War. West German anger at the Vietnam War was also stoked by the Nazi past. With deliberate provocativeness, young activists denounced the war as an act of genocide, Völkermord, which they, as Germans, had a special duty to oppose. The German-born Daniel Cohn-Bendit, who became a leader of the French student movement, explained, "Our parents' generation had supported the Nazis, whether actively or passively. We did not want to be complicit in the genocide in Indochina." By extension, German leftists regarded the support for the war by the government and much of the public as evidence of how little German values had changed since the Nazi era. The Vietnam War, then, was subject to the double coding that defined young Germans' perceptions. The violence in Vietnam was repellent to them both in its own right and insofar as it recalled Nazi violence. The apparent indifference of Germans to the suffering in Vietnam was infuriating in its own right and as it recalled the public's tacit support for the Nazis' terror. Opposition to the war, in short, did not depend upon the drawing of historic parallels. Consciousness of the German past, however, made the war all the more disturbing. New left references to fascism entailed a thicket of often contradictory judgments and associations. At times, leftists drew comparisons between the past and present with blunt and even reckless force. In 1966, banners were secretly placed on the memorial site entrance at the Dachau concentration camp proclaiming, "Vietnam is the Auschwitz of America," and "American leathernecks are inhuman murderers like the SS." By virtue of this elision, to oppose the war was to implicitly denounce the horrors of the German past, if not also to diminish German guilt by relativizing its crimes. Whatever the implications of these comparisons, German leftists' relationship to their country's past and present, their stance toward the United States, and their understanding of their protest were mediated through one another. In this complex way, national memory and notions of collective identity played themselves out on a global stage. If you plant ice, you're gonna harvest wind. The Grateful Dead, Franklin's Tower. Lyrics by Robert Hunter. As the protests in New York City, Chicago, San Francisco, and elsewhere erupted in violence. Establishment voices increasingly denounced students and youths as hooligans and malcontents with no respect for law and order. Yet such violence and the anxiety it elicited were only a small part of a larger climate of crisis driven by violence in various forms. For new leftists to gravitate toward violence, whether as a means of self-defense, an expression of outrage, or a broad assault on their society, was to cross a threshold commonly transgressed. Above all, there was the violence in Vietnam. By the end of 1968, over 30,000 American servicemen had died there, with the television news reporting the daily losses. In this manner, violence entered American families and communities, steeping everyday life in bitter and often confusing loss. Through the draft, millions of American men confronted the possibility of killing or being killed in a war whose purpose many questioned. There were also the assassinations of Martin Luther King Jr. in April 1968 and Robert Kennedy in early June, which produced a widespread sense of devastation and foreboding. To many blacks, King's assassination was the ultimate affirmation of the virulence of American racism, which claimed the life even of a man of peace. For some, it was an incitement to violence. On the night of King's murder, the Black Panther leader Eldridge Cleaver insisted in a radio broadcast that by 1968, King was hated both by racist whites and by black people who wanted to be rid of the self-deceiving doctrine of nonviolence. Declaring a requiem for nonviolence, he warned that the death of Dr. King signals the end of an era and the beginning of a bloody chapter that may remain unwritten, because there may be no scribe left to capture on paper the Holocaust to come. Blacks responded to King's death by rioting in cities throughout America. These riots repeated the massive civil disorders in Detroit, Newark, and elsewhere of a year earlier, when police violence triggered the eruption of poor black neighborhoods. The Kerner Commission, appointed by President Lyndon B. Johnson to investigate the causes of the 1967 riots, declared in its 1968 report that two societies, one black, one white, separate and unequal, had emerged in the United States, cautioning that disruption and disorder nourish repression, not justice. The report warned of more unrest if racial and economic inequality were not addressed by all levels of government. What the commission intimated by calling for an end to violence in the streets of the ghetto and in the lives of people, radicals boldly asserted that poverty, lack of opportunity, and racism were themselves forms of violence whose consequences were despair and, inevitably, violent rage. The police themselves, as they dealt with demonstrators, set a course of collision. The future weatherman Jim Mellon vividly described another event from 1968 that provided a chilling sense of things to come. Born in the mid-1930s, Mellon was older than the others who would make up weatherman. After earning his Ph.D. at the University of Iowa and being forced out of a teaching job in New Jersey for his opposition to the Vietnam War, he went in the spring of 1966 to teach in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. He returned in April 1969, 2 days after Dr. King had been shot, to what seemed a different student movement in a different America. A week or so later, he attended a demonstration near New York City's Rockefeller Center protesting the role of a conservative West German newspaper chain, which had offices there, in fomenting violence against Germany's young rebels. At the protest, which took place before a throng of tourists, a brash anarchist collective from New York's Lower East Side called the Up Against the Wall Motherfuckers burned a German flag, after which Mellon observed, immediately, from out of the crowd, came these thugs. Great big guys with work clothes on, and they began beating the people, not arresting them, but beating the people who had burned the flag. And it turned out that they were policemen. There I was, pushed up against this granite wall, with all these people in their pastel, nylon Easter outfits, screaming and running in all directions. I was petrified. I had no idea that anything like this was going to happen. And then my friend told me, this is the way it's going now, and you are going to have to learn that any time we step into the street now, they beat the shit out of us. We are either going to get off the street or learn how to withstand. Within this climate of crisis and violence, the idea of revolution came to define activists' sense of themselves. Assessing what made the Panthers so challenging to the white power structure, the Chicago Black Panther leader Fred Hampton explained, "I am a revolutionary." One chronicler of the student movement remarked, "In 1964 or 1965 someone in SDS declared himself a revolutionary. By 1969, it was impossible for any SDS member to admit that he was not a revolutionary. Such self-descriptions were hardly confined to radical blacks or to militants at select campuses. A 1970 poll estimated that more than 1 million young Americans considered themselves revolutionaries. In 1971, fully 25% of students polled at the University of California at Santa Barbara, hardly thought of as a bastion of radicalism, believed that change would take place by means of revolution. A student there, describing the calling she and her radical cohort felt, declared, "For us there was no future. Revolution was the future." The historian Kirkpatrick Sale concluded that revolution was the pattern woven by all the threads of the 60s. A description of the New Left as revolutionary may well seem an exaggeration or idealization. Historians have recently argued that methodological biases and unchecked instincts have contributed to the overestimation of the revolutionary nature of the New Left. These include the narrow study of movement elites in major cities, focus on leaders who were often more radical than rank-and-file activists, and susceptibility to the seductive power of violence to dominate attention. As a result, historians have called for greater study of the New Left's grassroots, where one presumably finds the more sober and, so the prevailing view goes, more inspiring reality of sustained commitment to nonviolent protest and to institutional reform. But these correctives yield their own distortion, one that conceals the extent to which a diverse and overtly revolutionary culture, at least in aspiration and self-perception, had taken shape by the end of the 1960s. That culture had its theorists, chiefly Marx and Marcuse. The Black Panthers were the vanguard, with the Panther leader Huey Newton and Che Guevara heading the pantheon of New Left heroes. Eldridge Cleaver, who blasted American racism and foretold doom for its defenders, served as its prophetic voice. The Yippies played the part of tricksters. San Francisco's diggers, who blended art, life, and service to their community, were among the visionaries. The Jefferson Airplane, Country Joe and the Fish, and other political musicians were the minstrels. The San Francisco mime troupe served as bards. The revolution had also its cinema, such as Gillo Pontecorvo's 1965 film The Battle of Algiers, which offered a rousing portrait of anti-colonial rebellion. Young rebels had their own storied battles like the Pentagon, Columbia, and Chicago, as well as their strongholds Berkeley, Madison, and New York's East Village, certainly, but also the countless enclaves where young people pursued alternative lifestyles and, by means both political and cultural, struck out at the system. The New Left even had its own media, the underground press. Most American cities boasted at least one grassroots newspaper in which young leftists debated ideology, announced demonstrations, denounced the police, reviewed albums, concerts, books, and plays, and most broadly, shared their vision of themselves in the world. Combining all of these was a mythology in which the New Left imagined itself a liberating agent of history. The Weathermen, as they emerged from this culture, declared themselves the revolution's warrior leaders and shock troops. So long as capitalism exists, violence will not disappear. Rudi Dutschke et al. Gewalt, violence. Even more so than their American counterparts, West German New Leftists were radicalized by specific moments of conflict with their state and society. Anti-communism, historically strong in Germany, was intensified by Germany's partition. It was especially virulent in West Berlin, where Cold War tensions were the highest and the student movement was the strongest. Much of the West German public and the media viewed the New Left as a red menace that did the bidding of the Eastern Bloc. This was especially true of Axel Springer's conservative tabloids, among them Bild, BZ, and Berliner Morgenpost. All told, Springer publications accounted for more than 70% of the West Berlin press and more than 30% of the national daily newspaper market. As the press fed a climate of anti-student hysteria, the reaction of the media to the New Left itself became a major object of protest. Tensions exploded on June 2, 1967, when an undercover policeman shot and killed a 26-year-old protester, Benno Ohnsorg, at a demonstration against a visit to West Berlin by the Shah of Iran. Ohnsorg had been attending his first major demonstration and was survived by his pregnant wife. West German students, and those sympathetic to their plight as the scapegoats of the Springer media, found the shooting traumatic. The novelist Gunter Grass described it as the first political murder in the Federal Republic. At an emotional meeting on the night of June 2nd of the German SDS, Sozialistische Deutsche Studentenbund, the future RAF founder Gudrun Ensslin exclaimed ominously, "This fascist state means to kill us all. Violence is the only way to answer violence. This is the Auschwitz generation, and there's no arguing with them." Following the killing of Ohnsorg, which the police falsely claimed was an act of self-defense, denunciations of the students as threats to law, order, and democracy, themselves reminiscent of the fascists of the past, only intensified. The CDU's chief Berlin official commented on June 3rd, "It is high time to remove from the universities the student ringleaders, who study at the cost of the public." The Springer papers falsely reported that Ohnsorg had been shot to ward off a mob of rioters wielding knives. Springer's Berliner Zeitung remarked, "What happened yesterday in Berlin had nothing to do with politics. It was criminal in the most sickening way." Bild announced, "Up until now there has been terror only east of the wall. Yesterday, malicious and misguided people tried for the first time to bring terror into the free part of the city. Creating a racket no longer suffices. They must see blood. They wave the red flag and believe the red flag. Here the fun ends. And democratic tolerance. We have something against SA methods." By February of the following year, students had organized a Springer Tribunal at the Technische Universität Berlin, in which intellectuals and activists analyzed Springer's monopoly, documented the defamation of protesters, and issued a verdict condemning the Springer press as dangerously reactionary and itself a purveyor of violence. During the presentation, a short film entitled Herstellung eines Molotov Cocktails, The Making of a Molotov Cocktail, was screened, which plainly showed how to fashion petrol bombs. Its closing imagery suggested that buildings of the Springer press would be ideal targets. That evening, demonstrators smashed the windows of Springer offices. The film's author was Holger Mainz, a 27-year-old film student and future RAF member. The near-fatal wounding of the New Left leader Rudi Dutschke on April 4, 1968, by a mentally disturbed right-wing fanatic and avid Bild reader was a second tragedy that instantaneously escalated the conflict between the New Left and West German society. As with Ohnsorg's shooting, students attributed the attack to the pogrom journalism of the Springer press. "Springer shot too" became a common slogan among enraged protesters. Here again, new leftists saw a connection to the fascist past. The Berlin Evangelical Student Union warned, "Since the Third Reich, the object of attack has been switched. The hooked Jewish nose in Der Stürmer has been replaced in the cartoons in Bild and BZ by the beard of the student, considered subhuman like a gorilla. The demand 'Jews out' prepared the way for the gas chamber." The student movement, in this questionable comparison, was Germany's new victim. The students were not alone in blaming the media for Dutschke's shooting. Important intellectuals, among them Heinrich Boll, Theodor Adorno, and Alexander Mitscherlich, drafted a statement asserting, "Fear and an inability to engage the arguments of the student opposition seriously have created a climate in which the intentional defamation of a minority provokes acts of violence against it. This climate has been systematically created by a press that presents itself as a guardian of the Constitution and claims to speak in the name of the majority and of order, but that means by order nothing more than its domination of an immature populace and the way to a new, authoritarian nationalism." Students reacted to the shooting of Dutschke, a beloved figure on the left, prized for both his staggering intellect and personal humility, with large, aggressive demonstrations over the Easter weekend. The working-class anarchist Michael Baume Baumann, who revered Dutschke, recalls sensing after the attack that the bullet was just as much against you. For the first time they were really shooting at you. Baumann responded by throwing Molotov cocktails at Springer trucks. In some of the demonstrations, the students were joined by workers protesting the imminent passage of the emergency laws. With the battle cry, "Expropriate Springer," they physically attacked Springer facilities, halted the distribution of newspapers, and destroyed Springer publications. 2 people died in the Easter turmoil. The shooting of Dutschke was also the cause of outrage worldwide, spawning protests at Springer offices or West German embassies in Washington, New York, London, Amsterdam, Paris, Milan, Tel Aviv, Vienna, and Prague. The Easter demonstrations represented a qualitative shift in the goals, tactics, and sensibility of the New Left, captured by the journalist Ulrike Meinhof. Born in 1934, Meinhof was older than most new leftists. Her father had died when she was just 6, and her mother when she was 15, leaving her in the care of Renate Remek, who had survived the war, with Ulrike's mother, as a silent critic of Hitler. After the war, Remek became a well-respected scholar, and she exposed Ulrike to philosophy, literature, and the progressive causes of the German 1950s, such as disarmament. Intelligent and free-thinking, Ulrike quickly found a place in the budding circle of young left-wing intellectuals who would help to shape the values and politics of the student movement of the 1960s. In 1960, she began writing for the Hamburg-based magazine Konkret, which blended left-wing political commentary with provocative, if often shallow and brazenly sexist, celebrations of the libertine attitudes sweeping Germany. Part pundit, part polemicist, and part moralist, Meinhof addressed everything from relations with the Communist East to the arms race, the West's support for dictators like Iran's Shah, and U.S. aggression in Vietnam. By 1967, her columns were eagerly read by young radicals seeking inspiration, insight, and a language in which to frame their rebellion. To Meinhof, the Easter protests marked the passage of the German movement from protest to resistance. Paraphrasing an unnamed African-American radical, she explained, "Protest is when I say this or that doesn't suit me. Resistance is when I ensure that what doesn't suit me no longer occurs." Meinhof conceded that the demonstrators fell far short of eliminating the injustices they had targeted. But she lauded the new militancy as an expression of the new left's refusal to be any longer a powerless opposition that disturbs nothing and no one. Another act drew Meinhof's praise. On April 2nd, just days before the shooting of Dutschke, Gudrun Ensslin, the charismatic ruffian Andreas Bader, and 2 others started small fires in Frankfurt department stores as an act of protest. The fires were quickly put out, causing no injuries and minimal property damage. The arsonists were captured a few days later. Meinhof, though judging the action politically misguided, asserted, "The progressive moment in the burning of a department store doesn't lie in the destruction of commodities, but in the criminality of the act, its breaking of the law." The arson was significant in other senses. At their high-profile trial in October 1968, the defendants described it as an effort to light a torch for Vietnam in protest against indifference toward the war and monopoly capitalism. Conceived in these terms, it sought to illuminate the connection between first-world consumption and the exploitation of the Third World. As a political act, the arson was also fantastically reductive, at once pathetic and quixotic. Critics of advanced industrial society, such as the theorists of the Frankfurt School, argued with great sophistication that consumer capitalism was responsible, not only for economic exploitation, but also for the near-total degradation of subjectivity, culture, and critical reason. Young leftists, in keeping with this view, saw the system as a repressive totality, rooted in a commodity fetishism that exerted a pervasive, consumptor terror of consumption. But how, some puzzled, did one strike out at this totality, whose power was at once overwhelming and diffuse? The arsonists appeared to answer this question with stunning literal-mindedness. Destroy goods in a department store. The arson also signaled a new level of militancy, whose justification demanded a new vocabulary. At the trial, Bader defended the act by invoking the natural right of resistance, described by Marcuse in his 1965 essay Repressive Tolerance, which argued that the ideal of tolerance had been perverted in advanced industrial societies such as the United States and West Germany. Its original purpose had been to enable the discovery of ethical truths by promoting open discussion and the expression of dissident views. However, in societies predicated on the institutionalization of inequality, tolerance is extended overwhelmingly to policies, conditions, and modes of behavior which should not be tolerated because they are impeding, if not destroying, the chances of creating an existence without fear and misery. This tolerance towards that which is radically evil reflected, according to Marcuse, the stranglehold on public consciousness by political and corporate forces intent on preserving their domination. As a remedy, Marcuse advocated active intolerance, including censorship, toward views and behavior that serve the oppressive status quo. In addition, Marcuse identified a natural right of resistance for repressed and overpowered minorities to use extralegal means if the legal ones prove to be inadequate to compel social change. Such resistance could even legitimately take a violent form. Lamenting that nonviolence is normally not only preached to, but extracted from the weak. He insisted that to refrain from violence in the face of vastly superior force is one thing, to renounce a priori violence against violence, on ethical or psychological grounds, because it may antagonize sympathizers, is another. By the late 1960s, student movements throughout the developed world claimed the right of extreme resistance, evident in Batter's appeal. Marcuse's ideas had special resonance among Germans. Not only was he a German Jew, an impassioned opponent of Nazism, and, after the war, an ardent critic of both Western capitalism and Soviet-style communism, but his sketch of contemporary repression, which he elaborated in celebrated lectures in Frankfurt and West Berlin in 1967, closely matched the perceptions of young Germans. Toward the decade's end, the West German New Left saw itself precisely as a repressed and overpowered minority, fighting a system of absolute evil within an impoverished public sphere. The protests against the Springer Papers tapped powerfully into Marcusian themes. In their defamations and willful misrepresentation of events, the papers were a clear barrier to rational debate and a source of physical danger to the student movement. The destruction of actual newspapers as an act of protest, something virtually unthinkable in the United States, however great the anger of radicals, by virtue of the near-sacred status of free speech in America, seemed an expression of the kind of intolerance Marcuse sanctioned. The spring of 1968 represented, in sum, a decisive transformation in the West German New Left's relationship to violence, one that closely paralleled the evolution of the American New Left. In a June 1968 essay in Concret titled simply Gewalt, Violence, a group of intellectuals that included Dutschke and his closest collaborators spelled out that relationship. Reflecting on the Easter demonstrations, they insisted, "Only since we have begun, however cautiously, to speak the language of the system have we made ourselves understandable to workers and a danger to Springer. That language is violence. The system speaks it because the system is constituted by violence." It is not accidental that the attack on Rudi Dutschke was the spark. Dutschke is distinguished among us for maintaining from the outset that it is not a purely moral intellectual choice that compels us to fight our system. Rather, our physical and spiritual existence is threatened by this system, which we cannot reform but must destroy. Between mediated, latent, and unmediated, manifest violence. The idiotic sentence that suppresses this difference runs, "We are against all forms of violence in political life." But our oft-praised free and democratic system is itself a gigantic act of violence, manifests itself only reluctantly and in exceptional situations with batons and guns. In its daily and normal occurrence, it flourishes in independent newspapers, in value-free science, in humane culture, in friendly workplace environments, in church, fashion, and sports. Violence is integral to capitalism, just as the police are integral to private property, and so long as capitalism exists, violence will not disappear. The statement is striking for how thoroughly violence dominates the author's understanding of their society and the task of changing it. The goal, unequivocally, is revolution, waged against a system itself grounded in violence. The latent violence that shapes consciousness is no less real or important than forms of manifest violence, though the authors concede that they suffer primarily from alienation, not exploitation or deprivation, rendering their oppression far less severe than that experienced by the poor and by racial minorities like American blacks. The system, they explain, chooses between the two forms of violence based on how severely its power is threatened. The purpose of protest violence, then, is to make the latent violence of the system apparent either by provoking state repression or, at least, by inspiring public reflection on the complex nature of violence. Protest violence therefore aims to enlighten, aufklären. A dimension of that enlightenment is internal. When we employ violence, we change not only our objective world, but also our subjective world. We break the stranglehold of the norms we have internalized. The line it is drawn, the curse it is cast. Bob Dylan, The Times. They are a changein'. Conscious of the barriers they faced, activists serious about revolution turned with great urgency in the late 1960s to the questions of what constituted revolutionary agency, what class or other group might be the revolutionary subject. and how it could best be activated or supported. It is from this field of questions that Weatherman and the RAF emerged. Each group offered what it felt was a way for the New Left to transcend its limits and build, in Weatherman's phrase, a strategy to win in the face of imposing odds. However confidently American and German activists may have identified themselves as revolutionaries, they made up only small segments of their societies and had little apparent means of actually threatening state or corporate power. More fundamentally, societies like the United States and West Germany seemed to preclude in their very structures the possibility of revolution, a condition Marcuse spelled out in his 1964 book One-Dimensional Man. Marcuse observed that gross exploitation no longer defined advanced industrial societies, and that they therefore lacked the foundational contradiction between capital and wage labor that had served as the objective basis for revolutionary socialist politics. On the contrary, the relatively low levels of social antagonism the two countries experienced in the 1950s and early 1960s reflected in part their objective achievements, chiefly their increased standard of living and overwhelming efficiency from a technological and organizational standpoint. In the face of these achievements, Marcuse lamented, the very idea of qualitative change recedes. With few exceptions, citizens extended their loyalty to the whole, to the entire system they credited for their prosperity, security, and comfort. Given the affluence of post-war society, any widespread revolt would have to be largely a moral and aesthetic response to the various conditions that served the interests of domination. Chief among them were the perpetuation of unnecessary forms of alienated labor, the persistence of poverty amid immense wealth, racial inequality in the United States, the maintenance of peace with the Soviet Union by constant preparation for war, the degradation of the environment, and the restriction of autonomy by administration and one-dimensional forms of thought and culture. To the extent that he had hope, Marcuse vested it in the possibility that some would engage in a great refusal of the entire system. Such a refusal, as the source of hope for those without hope, was most likely to come from the outcasts and outsiders, the exploited and persecuted of other races and colors, who were largely excluded from the benefits of advanced industrial society. The rebellion of blacks and other people of color in the mid-1960s showed Marcuse's prescience and affirmed his hope. By the late 1960s, Marcuse also saw a hint of genuine revolutionary promise in the New Left, whose activism derived largely from ethical and existential bases. Yet student and youth activism had failed to break the identification of millions with capitalist systems that, despite growing tensions, continued to deliver very real rewards. Unable to win the allegiance of the masses, the New Left appeared to have reached the structural limit of its revolt. For the New Left to transcend this limit, new approaches were required. In America, ideological and strategic debates were carried out most strenuously within SDS, where Marxism had become the common coin of political discussion. Some SDSers took to Marxism with striking zeal, as if they had discovered a previously hidden language that promised to make transparent the deep structure of their society. Yet in the rush to tap its analytical power, activists often applied Marxism with little sophistication or willingness to revise assumptions that squared poorly with contemporary realities. This was conspicuously true of those who, like the Progressive Labor Party, commonly called PL, clung to the idea that the industrial working class was the exclusive agent of revolutionary change. PL, which had started as a small Maoist group in the mid-1960s, vied by the end of the decade for control over national SDS. With its members' tactical skill and talent for Marxist exegesis, PL gained a foothold in important campus chapters, among them Harvard SDS, and considerable influence in the organization as a whole. PL argued that the duty of students was to enhance workers' struggles. As its main initiative, it tried to build worker-student alliances on campuses, while condemning militancy and violence especially, as dangerous expressions of left-wing adventurism divorced from mass struggle. Yet PL largely failed to create lasting alliances between students and workers, underscoring both the weaknesses of its political vision and the New Left's isolation. In its dogmatism and dour effect, PL elicited considerable criticism and even ridicule within the New Left. The future weatherman Russell Neufeld had graduated in 1968 from Vermont's Goddard College and then entered graduate school at Harvard. He recalls the Harvard PL chapter arguing that, There's no such thing as black culture and white culture, only working class culture and bourgeois culture. It occurred to me, he joked years later, that you could only say that in Harvard Yard. The radical journalist Andrew Kopkind was unsparing in his derision, concluding in 1969, PL peoples a Tolkien Middle-earth of Marxist-Leninist hobbits and orcs, and speaks in a runic tongue intelligible only to such creatures. It is all consistent and utterly logical within its own confines. But that land at last is fantasy. The real world begins where PL ends. PL's chief national rival in SDS, the Revolutionary Youth Movement, RYM, pronounced RIM, emerged in late 1968, beginning less as a formal faction than as a group of activists and friends with a similar political outlook and a shared dislike of PL. Those forming RYM coalesced in the Michigan-Ohio region of SDS, home to a new breed of SDS militant. Jim Mellon, immersing himself in the student organization upon his return from Africa, joined ranks with Bill Ayers, Diana Oughton, and Terry Robbins. Ayers, the son of a Chicago energy executive, had graduated from East Lansing's Michigan State, where he engaged in early anti-draft activities. He then used his enthusiasm, initiative, and famous charm to become a leader in the Ann Arbor chapter of SDS at the University of Michigan. Oughton, the daughter of a wealthy Illinois businessman, had become radicalized while working in Guatemala and now ran, with Ayers, an experimental school for young children. Robbins, from Ohio's Kent State University, rounded out the inseparable foursome. Excited by the militancy at August's Democratic Convention and the recent spike in interest in SDS everywhere, they set out to transform SDS's identity in their region. As part of the so-called Jesse James Gang, they took over the leadership of the Ann Arbor SDS, foreshadowing the conflict between PL and the Weathermen. Equally important, they used confrontational action and in-your-face politics, and their boisterous, even anarchic spirit to help build large SDS chapters at colleges and universities in such places as Ypsilanti and Kalamazoo, Michigan, never before strongholds of student activism. Mellon, contrasting their appeal with the failure of their rivals, explained, "We wanted all kinds of people to rebel. Also, our dynamism, our ability to manipulate symbols, our charismatic leadership and ability to move crowds proved frightening to some of these staid Stalinist intellectuals, who were frightened by crowds, frightened by new ideas, frightened by the massive, impetuous, spontaneous development of people's feelings. Hence, they hated us with a passion." At a national level, their activities culminated in the presentation of a proposal, called Toward a Revolutionary Youth Movement, and conceived chiefly by Mellon, at a National Council meeting of SDS in December 1968, asserting that SDS's most crucial ideological decision was to determine its direction with regards to the working class. The proposal urged that SDS organize white working-class youths as a way of reaching workers as a whole. Working-class youths, RYM reasoned, were open to a radical message by virtue of their limited stake in a system that subjected them to the draft, few economic opportunities, and harassment by authorities. The new left, to play a revolutionary role, would have to transform itself from a middle-class student movement, hamstrung by its commitment to student power, this, RYM explained, was a form of economism rooted in students' petite bourgeois class interest, and strongest still at elite campuses, into a trans-class youth movement that penetrated into the junior colleges, the high schools, and even the military. Militancy, RYM conceded, might alienate older workers, but would be impressive to youth and was therefore an important tool in their radicalization. RYM also insisted on the vanguard status of black radicals, and the Black Panthers especially, in the movement as a whole. Radicalizing working-class white youth therefore meant educating them about racism and the need to accept black leadership. The infusion of revolutionary ideology into SDS caused a dramatic shift in the organization's discourse and culture. Marxist theory, though giving the new left a language with which to talk about class and to understand global struggles, largely served to tangle SDS in factional, jargon-laden debates reminiscent of the sectarianism of the old left. The RYM proposal had been followed by a torrent of critiques and rebuttals, each of which invoked the letter of Marx, Lenin, and Mao to accuse the other of deviation from the correct analysis paving the proper revolutionary path. This new climate disillusioned many SDS veterans and repelled newcomers, many of whom had little comprehension of the often esoteric arguments between the organized factions. Bernardine Dorn was one of SDS's later adherents. She had grown up in a Republican family in Wisconsin, attended law school at the University of Chicago, and then, after Martin Luther King Jr. brought his Poor People's Campaign north, immersed herself in the contentious politics of race and class of Chicago. Schooled in organizing by activists from the Southern Civil Rights Movement, her main work was assisting tenants' associations as they battled Chicago's slumlords. Dorn became active in SDS in 1968, rising within a year to a position of national leadership within the male-dominated organization. SDS, when she joined, was famous for being anti-leadership and decentralized and grassroots and anarchistic. By 1969, however, the ideological debates, in which Dorn reluctantly, if skillfully participated, had reduced everybody to nitwits and left SDS talking in slogans. As an expression of SDS's emerging class politics, some sharply repudiated their identity as students. A column in the SDS newspaper in the fall of 1968, co-authored by the future weatherwoman Kathy Wilkerson, had stated bluntly, "The university is a place dedicated to the perpetuation of class exploitation," and urged SDSers to destudentize their lives. RYM insisted that activists' acceptance of their student classification had been responsible for the reactionary tendencies in SDS. Others denigrated the cultural expressions of New Left rebellion. At one extreme, PL members rejected long hair and drug use as signs of bourgeois self-absorption and styled themselves as disciplined, short-haired proletarians, clad in work shirts. To have a place in the revolution, many seemed to believe one had to renounce one's prior socialization and affiliate strongly with some properly revolutionary group. In the spring and early summer of 1969, 11 SDS members affiliated with RYM drafted a 15,000-word statement titled, "You Don't Need a Weatherman to Know Which Way the Wind Blows," after a lyric from Bob Dylan's Subterranean Homesick Blues. The title, Mellon recalls, was slapped on at the last minute with little deliberation. The tract was nearly named The Vandal Statement, both to quote the line, "The pump don't work 'cause the Vandals took the handles" from the same Dylan song, and to capture the group's ambition to disarm the United States. The statement's principal author was J. John Jacobs, a charismatic but notoriously domineering Columbia graduate who had defected from PL and now used his considerable knowledge of Marxist theory on behalf of a new revolutionary model. With the statement, the RYM members sought to limit PL's power in SDS by responding to what they felt were PL's heresies. Its single-minded focus on the industrial working class, its refusal to fully support the Black Panthers and Vietnam's National Liberation Front. PL opposed all nationalisms as antithetical to proletarian internationalism, and its opposition to SDS's youth politics. The statement appeared in a special issue of New Left Notes printed for SDS's National Convention in Chicago in late June, where PL and RYM were primed for a showdown. True to predictions, the convention was notable for vitriol among the dominant factions. One reporter describing the mood in the vast, dank auditorium observed, "SDS isn't the free and open, free-form group it once was. Increasingly, it is bedeviled by the incomprehensible Marxist sectarianism which wrecked the old left, as people calling themselves Maoist and Leninist tussle over abstruse, revolutionary metaphysics in a social atmosphere that is depressingly Stalinoid and paranoid." In the proceedings, RYM adherents and others rallying around the Weatherman statement successfully portrayed PL as anathema to SDS. With shrewd determination and great drama, they expelled PL by means of plebiscite. Duplicity may have been involved as well. The weatherman Johnny Lerner recently alleged that he and 2 other SDSers threw out pro-PL ballots. If true, the group, with Democratic in its name, rigged perhaps its most pivotal election. From the rubble of the convention, in which SDS crumbled into several warring parts, Weatherman was born. The meeting concluded with the election of a number of Weatherman advocates as SDS's national officers. Among these were Bernardine Dorn, Mark Rudd, the former head of Columbia SDS, who became a nationally known figure during the 1968 protests, and the veteran organizers Bill Ayers and Jeff Jones. This group and their supporters, known collectively as the Weathermen, now controlled SDS's national office in Chicago and the SDS newspaper New Left Notes. Though PL, based in Boston, insisted that it was the true SDS, Most new leftists recognized the Weathermen as the organization's leadership. But many rank-and-file SDSers did not identify with either Weatherman, PL, or any of the smaller factions. As they withheld their support, SDS functionally dissolved as a national organization. Weathermen represented much more than an answer to PL. The statement offered what the Weathermen felt was a bold new direction for SDS, or what was left of it, and a way for the new left to make itself into a genuinely revolutionary movement. Though not all Weatherman followers were necessarily versed in the detail of the cumbersome statement, it nonetheless articulated the key components of the group's politics to which all Weathermen at least implicitly adhered. The essence of Weatherman's ideology was contained in the statement's opening declaration that the main struggle going on in the world today is between U.S. imperialism and the national liberation struggles against it. Weatherman gave this conflict the status of the world's principal contradiction, and announced that the task of the revolutionary was to solve this principal contradiction on the side of the oppressed. The goal was a classless world. Targeting imperialism, the Weathermen took aim at their society's apparent crowning achievement: its vast wealth. "We are within the heartland of a worldwide monster," they proclaimed. "The U.S. empire channels wealth based upon the labor and resources of the rest of the world into the United States. LL of the Holiday Inns, all of Hertz's automobiles, your television set, car and wardrobe already belong, to a large degree, to the people of the rest of the world." Weathermen also rejected the approach to socialism of much of the American left. To Weatherman, the comparative privilege of the American working class made any effort to organize domestic workers without addressing the exploitation of foreign labor an expression of national chauvinism. Furthermore, the white skin privilege of white workers virtually precluded the possibility of their alliance with blacks, who had a lesser stake in supporting a system in which they would always be subordinate to whites, irrespective of their economic status. Weatherman concluded that the impulse to revolution in the United States, at least initially, could not possibly come from the adult white working class. Instead, it would come from three main sources: liberation movements in the Third World, the struggle of American blacks, and the activism of white working-class youths supporting the first two. To the Weathermen, Third World movements were chiefly responsible for the current crisis of American imperialism, manifest not only in America's futile intervention in Vietnam but also in conflicts at home spawned or exacerbated by the war, from widespread protest to rampant anti-authoritarianism and even, Weatherman insisted, the breakdown of the family. Beyond declaring the Black Panthers to be the leaders of the American movement, Weatherman held that blacks could overthrow imperialism alone if necessary. Weatherman hoped, however, that blacks would be joined in doing so by white working-class youths. The immediate task of SDS was therefore to take the message of militant anti-imperialism to working-class youths in their own communities and build a mass revolutionary movement that, like the Chinese Red Guards, would participate in violent and illegal struggle. Though late 1960s radicals often invoked the notion of imperialism, they rarely defined it with any specificity and thereby avoided confronting its problems as an analytical frame. Principally, they were hard-pressed to demonstrate a strongly economic, and hence narrowly imperialist, motive for American intervention in Vietnam and other parts of the Third World. Neither the natural resources, nor labor, nor markets of poor countries like Vietnam were vital to the U.S. economy, in which exports and foreign investments played only secondary roles. In this light, the charge that the Vietnam War was fought essentially for the sake of corporate profits appears grossly exaggerated. Less credible still was Weatherman's claim that every commodity in the United States was somehow the result of imperialist plunder. The notion of imperialism fared far better, however, as a general description of U.S. power internationally. The United States, according to both the proponents and critics of its policies, sought to retain or expand its spheres of influence. Though individual countries like Cuba or Vietnam might fall to communism without any great impact on the domestic economy, the United States could scarcely afford to lose whole regions like Latin America or Southeast Asia. The economist Harry Magdoff defended the use of the term imperialism along precisely these lines. Attempts to explain isolated actions in bookkeeping terms make no sense. Small Latin American countries that produce relatively little profit are important in United States policymaking because control over all of Latin America is important. Killing and destruction in Vietnam and the expenditure of vast sums of money are not balanced in the eyes of U.S. policymakers against profitable business opportunities in Vietnam. Rather, they are weighed according to the judgment of military and political leaders on what is necessary to control and influence Asia. The other side of this image of American power was the sense that many third world populations rising in concert could effectively erode the American empire. Russell Neufeld, reflecting on the optimism he felt in the late 1960s, pointed to just this sense. Raised in a progressive Jewish household in Long Island, he became an activist at a very early age. He was 12 at the time of his first march. A regional director of Vietnam Summer in 1967, Neufeld found himself attracted by 1969 to Weatherman's internationalism and militant approach to protesting the war. As the American war effort faltered and left-wing movements worldwide gained strength, he came to think that the Vietnamese Revolution would be decisive in a process of global revolution, a position akin to believing in the domino theory but thinking it was good. Weatherman's task was to help topple the last and first great domino, the United States itself. Fighting imperialism, American activists were able to transcend their national identities and affiliate with a movement of world historical importance and great moral force. In implying the possibility of global emancipation, anti-imperialism spoke powerfully to the utopian longings at the heart of the New Left. Believing that the world's liberation required not only revolt in the Third World but also militant and even violent rebellion in the centers of imperialist power, the Weathermen made themselves bearers of the possibility of perfect, global justice. Jim Mellon, speaking in the radical parlance of the times, explained, "We figured ourselves a small leadership group of a mass movement which could have a critical role in the development of the history of imperialism. That is very heavy stuff." American activists' connection to anti-imperialism was often rooted in experience. Neufeld had visited Cuba in December 1968 on the 10th anniversary of the Cuban Revolution and marveled at the unbelievable gains Cuban society had made with America sitting on top of it. Other American activists, among them a great many Weathermen, had similar experiences traveling with the Venceremos brigades. The teams of young people who, starting in 1969, made trips to Cuba to cut sugarcane and learn about Cuba and the world. Face-to-face encounters with Vietnamese proved equally inspiring. In 1967, Dorn had traveled with an SDS delegation to Bratislava, Yugoslavia, where she met North Vietnamese and NLF representatives. The Vietnamese utterly captivated, dazzled, and, ultimately, sobered the Americans. Many of the Vietnamese had traveled for weeks on foot through jungles and battle zones just to attend the meeting. Their pathos made an overwhelming impression on Dorn, who described the American delegation as serious, but also exuberant and into having fun. The Vietnamese urged the young activists to adopt a big-picture strategy in their opposition to the war and kept asking, to their great annoyance, what their parents thought about the conflict. The Vietnamese also patiently explained why, given their resolve and military approach, an American victory was impossible. As a result, Dorn boasted, "We were able to predict the subsequent failure of every U.S. military and political strategy." Dorn then went to Prague and Frankfurt, where she met activists from across the world. The whole experience was a big dose of internationalism that gave her and the other Americans a mission, a purpose, and a sense of what our role was in the global movement. Anti-imperialism, finally, offered an antidote to a central frustration of new left radicals, namely, the indifference or hostility of workers to the message of revolution. To some avowed anti-imperialists, the problem remained one of false consciousness, wherein the meager privileges and ideological conditioning of American workers blinded them to their exploitation. To Weatherman, which insisted that the benefit of imperialism to American workers was great, the problem was largely one of true consciousness. Weatherman tried to confront a possibility it felt the New Left was unwilling to face: that a more equal distribution of global wealth required that citizens of the First World, workers included, give something up materially. To preach otherwise, Weatherman believed, was to sell out the Third World and mislead Americans. To Scott Braley, who didn't know a political tendency from a fog, when he joined the group, this aspect of Weatherman's message made intuitive sense. "We were up front about that," he explained. "A lot of left groups at that point said, 'Oh no, we just want to end the war and it's not going to mean anything to you.' Well, it is going to mean something to you, You're not going to have 2 cars gasoline that costs a quarter of what it does for everybody else in the world. Sorry, but you're not. More and more, Braley found discussions about the war that did not mention the I word, tortured. However much rooted in experience or the desire for a better world, Weatherman's statement was plagued with profound difficulties that haunted the group throughout its life. One was Weatherman's basic mode of conceptualization. The group transposed onto a global stage obsolete Marxist understandings of class struggle within a single capitalist economy. Instead of the explosive contradiction between capitalists and proletariat, Weatherman posited a near-mythic conflict between imperialist oppressors and Third World oppressed. It thus substituted a new reductive dualism for an older one and collapsed the complexities of radical politics into a single choice for or against the world's would-be liberators. In truth, neither the imperialist powers nor those resisting them were as unified as their vision implied. Failing to see this, Weatherman fell prey to the seductive optimism of global voices like Che Guevara and Mao Zedong, who insisted, in ways both romantic and severe, that revolution was the direction of world history, making victory near certain. The group also risked idealizing movements whose actions often belied their emancipatory rhetoric. Years later, Neufeld conceded that he and other American radicals had greatly underestimated the difficulty of Third World countries in building genuinely democratic revolutions. When discussing the means of revolution in the United States, and especially the role of blacks in it, the Weatherman again translated potentially constructive judgments into contradictory and untenable theses. Roth, like others in the group, had grown up with an abiding interest in race. From an early age, he recalls, "My sense of justice and the person I wanted to be were inextricably linked to what happened with African Americans." As he became involved in anti-racist struggles, a consistent message to white activists emerged from blacks, whether students at Columbia or national figures like Malcolm X. It held, in essence, there are all these racists out there, they're white. We're not going to organize them. You have to organize them. Don't worry about organizing black people and being our saviors in that way, we can lead our own movement. For Roth, part of the attraction of Weatherman was precisely its understanding of how deeply this kind of condescension ran. But it was one thing, as Roth urged, to respect the autonomy of blacks and work to overcome racism in one's community. It was another to assert on the basis of a false assumption about blacks' centrality to the economy, as the Weatherman statement had done, that blacks could somehow defeat American imperialism by themselves. With this position, the Weathermen plainly idealized blacks, imputing to them capacities they could not possibly possess. This view of revolution forced Weatherman into wild reversals on the crucial question of agency. In one voice, Weatherman suggested that whites could at best play only an auxiliary role in a struggle in which they were ultimately unnecessary. In another, it anointed young working-class whites and their militant leaders, the Weathermen themselves, important players in the Revolutionary Crusade. In a similar vein, Weatherman suggested that white American workers were irreversibly on the side of imperialism, only to stipulate that once imperialism was on the verge of toppling, they would discover that their long-term interests had actually favored its defeat. Finally, Weatherman's belief that in a just world, working-class whites would have to cede some measure of their wealth may have had a certain logic, but it was a poor basis for actually organizing them. Weatherman's cynicism about the working class drew sharp attacks from the left. One indignant critic concluded that Weatherman's message is not that workers are robbed by the capitalist class of the surplus value they create, that the workers themselves are robbers. Some of Weatherman's initial allies objected so strongly to this position that immediately following SDS's June convention, they formed the Revolutionary Youth Movement II, RYM2, holding that the leading force of the revolution must eventually be the proletariat. RYM2 called for the creation of a Leninist vanguard party. Less dogmatic critics speculated that Weatherman had abandoned the hope of organizing a mass movement and, hence, the democratic values of the New Left. Still others accused Weatherman of being unable to rationally assess the movement's actual capabilities. "We are not now free to fight the revolution except in fantasy," Carl Oglesby, a former president of SDS, declared. The problems with Weatherman's statement went beyond its assumptions and conclusions. It was so steeped in sectarian concerns that it largely failed to resonate within the movement, let alone outside. The New Left appears to have utterly and decisively freaked out. The new leftist Paul Brains lamented. Normal and intense factional debate has been replaced by a blaring carnival of fetishized and mind-clogging rhetoric. It is as if there were a self-propelling mechanism which brings everyone into the general reduction of the entire terrain of debate and consciousness to the level of retail sanity within wholesale madness. A combination of insecurity and exaggerated self-importance, Brains thought, had led to the New Left's self-alienation and self-mystification. Yet the precarious position of the New Left at the end of the 1960s was itself a potent source of its destructive infighting. Marxism, as a science of social change, has always been reluctant to view historical processes as subjective or contingent, positing instead structural laws and the clash of objective class interests as the primary motors of social transformation. The challenge of the revolutionary, then, is to seize destiny and help realize historical possibilities that have a momentum not reducible to human will. The New Left had good reason to adopt this perspective. If revolution were only the function of moral choice or political will, then the New Left's revolutionary endeavor would be disconcertingly subjective. Given the massive imbalance of power between the movement and the system, that prospect could be frightening. We went from being young kids with a moral vision to realizing we were up against the heaviest power structure in the world, David Gilbert recalled. There was sense. Either we get a power base or retreat. And so people looked for almost what I considered magical solutions, because it was scary. New leftists generated a number of such solutions, from the Vietnamese to American blacks, industrial workers, and working-class youths, over which they sharply divided. They imputed to each not only implausible powers but also objective reasons as to why its revolutionary potential was so great. In this way, new leftists tried to compensate for their political weakness. At times, Weatherman presented revolution as a process that already had inexorable momentum. In late September 1969, a reporter asked Mark Rudd, who had just declared that the primary purpose of the Weathermen was to fight, how exactly the tiny group planned to defeat capitalism. "It doesn't make any difference what you or I say or what I want to see," Rudd replied. "The only significant thing that bears on this question of revolution is that it has already started. The Vietnamese have made the revolution against the U.S. You and I don't have a choice." Weatherman's statement paved the way for the group's next task, molding itself into a white fighting force that would open up the United States as a second front in the worldwide struggle against imperialism. What was needed was militant leadership that would demonstrate to American youth the need for violent insurrection. Weatherman was to provide that leadership. Drawing on the theory of Regis Debray, a young, well-educated member of the French elite who had become deeply involved through journalism in revolutionary movements in Latin America, the Weathermen held that the experiences of Third World guerrillas had special relevance for the United States. In the mid-1960s, in consultation with Fidel Castro, Debray wrote Revolution in the Revolution to communicate the lessons of the Cuban Revolution. Though addressed specifically to Latin Americans, the book was read by leftists all over the world. Debray stressed that the Cuban Revolution had not been made by a mass movement led by a communist party, but by a small band of guerrillas using light weapons to attack military and political targets. Rooted in the aspirations of the Cuban people, the guerrillas' violence soon instigated a mass revolt. Cuba had thus skipped the protracted phase of mass mobilization that many Latin American revolutionaries had thought necessary. In Debrayism, Weatherman found an alternative to the base-building approach of much of the American left, as well as a rationale for engaging immediately in violence. According to Jeff Jones, the Weathermen concluded from Debray that a small group of very politically advanced, ideologically committed militant people can carry out revolutionary actions that will serve as an inspiration for other people. Debrayist violence, in short, was exemplary violence and did not have to produce tactical victories to be successful. The Weathermen need not, therefore, be deterred by their tiny numbers and military inexperience. The Weathermen spent the summer of 1969 preparing to turn their Debrayist vision into reality. Here Weatherman drew on Che Guevara's FOCO theory, which called for the building of small, semi-autonomous cells guided by a central leadership. Weatherman set up collectives of 1 to several dozen members in a number of cities, among them New York, Philadelphia, Buffalo, Boston, Seattle, Cincinnati, Detroit, and Chicago. Some of these had been established by RYM at the beginning of the summer, prior to the formal creation of Weatherman in June. Weatherman's leadership, calling itself the Weather Bureau, and based at the SDS National Office in Chicago, guided the 500 or so people belonging to the group. Weatherman sought, above all, to destroy any vestiges of bourgeois individualism that would dilute members' commitment to the group and its goal of revolution. To this end, the collectives instituted a strict set of rules, rights, and rituals. All personal property was either shared or renounced outright. To sustain themselves and fund their political activities, the members stole food from grocery stores and begged or borrowed money from friends and family, though some held jobs, turning their income over to the group. Even so, the Weathermen were nearly broke and lived in Spartan dwellings on a diet of noodles and other simple foods. Nise Rowlett had entered the University of Michigan in 1968 at 17 and within a year plunged into the world of Weatherman. While in a Detroit collective, she worked full-time, donating her modest income to the collective, which was already purchasing firearms. Guns, she lamented, took priority over food. In the collective's conventional comforts, from conversations with old friends to afternoons devoted to idle pleasures, were forbidden as well. Entranced by the Leninist notion of democratic centralism, Weatherman exalted their leaders, granting them immense power to control, and, as former cadre members would later charge, to manipulate those below them. In some collectives, nearly all personal decisions in the collectives, as basic as where one went at any given time, were subject to the approval of the leadership. As part of its infamous smash monogamy campaign, Weatherman mandated the splitting apart of couples whose affection was deemed impermissibly possessive or even selfish. The forced rotation of sex partners, determined largely by the leadership for reasons both political and, it is alleged, crudely personal. The charge is that some male leaders essentially shuttled particular women between collectives in order to sleep with them, and even eruptions of group sex in which taboos broke down in variously uncomfortable and exhilarating scenes of libidinal confusion. On occasion, collectives deemed the most advanced in smashing monogamy were called in to discipline others, savaging their members for their counter-revolutionary attachments and purging those deemed incorrigible. To sharpen their skills at fighting, the collectives held karate practice. To spread their message, they spray-painted revolutionary slogans in subway stations and on building walls. All this was done on virtually no sleep and frequently on drugs, large amounts of speed initially, but also pot and LSD. Phoebe Hirsch, a weatherwoman based in Chicago, confessed to having become hooked on speed just to keep up with the group's frantic pace. Fearful of a breakdown, she left the collective and went to New York, where she collapsed on Sister's doorstep, before being drawn back to the group by a friend. Finally, Weatherman used self-criticism sessions to keep members unflinchingly wed to the correct line. By all accounts, the self-criticism sessions, also called CSC or weather fries, were the most harrowing aspect of life in the collectives. Loosely derived from techniques used by Maoist revolutionaries in China, CSC ostensibly sought to encourage political and emotional honesty and group bonding. Criticism came first so as to prevent members from using self-criticism to preempt the scrutiny of others. More deeply, the Weathermen used the practice to confront and root out their racist, individualist, and chauvinist tendencies. In tone and substance, the sessions were part political trial, part hazing, part shock therapy, part exorcism, and, in a word used by more than one former member, part brainwashing. At their most intense, collectives singled out individuals for criticism and then berated them 5, 7, a dozen hours or more without break about their flaws. Though they were designed to break down barriers among members, the effect of the sessions was to enhance suspicions and rivalries within the group and to suppress fears and doubts. Ayres recalls being denounced as a liberal creep after confessing to a friend his affection for the poem To Posterity by Bertolt Brecht, which pleaded that future generations judge not too harshly the necessarily harsh actions of revolutionaries. Hirsch explained that the group would batter you until you admitted, in a moment of exhausted catharsis, to being deep down a white supremacist. Wilkerson complained that the weathermen set the stakes unbearably high as they judged one another, such that some error of political understanding was declared a mortal sin that will stain history forever. Rollitt described CSC as a vicious tool to disgrace people into accepting collective discipline. Dorn wondered years later, I don't know if there's a good Maoism somewhere, but the Maoism that we adopted was stupid and lethal. Life in the collectives could be especially difficult for the women, who made up nearly half of Weatherman. On the one hand, their strong presence in the group was evidence of how deeply outrage at the Vietnam War and racism cut across gender lines. Women and men joined Weatherman for essentially the same reasons. On the other hand, the Weatherwomen had significantly different experiences from their male counterparts, as a growing awareness of sexism was part of their political awakening. Hirsch, in a scene familiar to women activists, recalled her aggravation sitting silent in the mid-1960s in the University of Wisconsin's Socialist Club, while the men, wrapped in theoretical discussion, were being profound. Later, while in an apartment of the up-against-the-wall motherfuckers, she observed the men debating and the women, cooking, cleaning, and changing diapers, leading her to ask, "So what's different here?" Future Weatherwomen, similarly frustrated, at times openly challenged the male domination of new left organizations, worked to have them address issues of gender oppression, and participated in all-women organizations and initiatives. Yet in Weatherman, the women were confined mostly to the second-tier leadership, had to mute or disavow certain of their feminist beliefs, and, no matter their activist credentials, had to prove their commitment once again by showing their ability to engage in independent actions as part of women's cadres. Rollitt explained, "The male weather line was, our women can fight as well as anyone. Our women can kick ass. Our women are tough. We all spat nails and wore combat boots." Yet for Rollitt, the actions of the women's cadres were driven by a coerced machismo and encouraged neither true autonomy nor solidarity among the women. Finally, while the group's sexual politics provided a space for women to assert desire and explore relationships with one another, they also invited the sexual exploitation of female members. As word of the group's behavior seeped out, the weather myth steadily grew, and rumors quickly spread. One collective, it was alleged, had skinned and eaten an alley cat. The weathermen themselves, while acknowledging excesses, remember the collectives as being far more serious and purposeful than such sensational and surely apocryphal stories suggested. Part of their energy was devoted to the sober study of revolutionary texts. Deep friendships did develop within the group, beyond the contrivances of the revolutionary bond. In moments declared off the record, members could speak more frankly about their anxieties, and some of the collectives were certainly more restrictive than others. The collectives nonetheless remained chaotic and often dismal places, driven by a strange combination of excess and asceticism, self-indulgence and self-renunciation. Psychologically harsh environments, they rewarded assertive and even aggressive personalities, while chewing up those less confident or able to defend themselves. Reflecting on what he described as the group's cultish qualities, Neufeld confessed, "I think all that stuff was really horrible and caused real harm to a lot of people." One weatherwoman in the Cleveland collective, where 10 people slept in 2 bedrooms on 2 ratty mattresses, recalled, "Our lifestyle was in so many ways so hideous back then." Observing the depressing scene, she doubted whether the group represented a path that we should go in. "Before I joined Weatherman, I had a sense of the counterculture and radical political movements leading to something positive, but I think once I was in Weatherman, I knew there was something fundamentally wrong." Rollitt had similar reservations, which drove her from the group within a matter of months. Weatherman, she recalled, felt that because we were in army, we, ourselves, were not going to be able to live in any way suitable for human beings. We were well aware we weren't living like human beings. We weren't even acting like human beings. We would have been unfit for any society we wanted to see by the time was over. The main work of the Weatherman collectives in the summer of 1969 was to build enthusiasm for demonstrations in Chicago on October 8th to 11th, in which the group would showcase its strategy of leading working-class youths in revolt. The June SDS meeting had ratified a call for a national action, conceived of as a series of conventional protests against the war, racism, and domestic repression. Weatherman, now the leadership of SDS, rebaptized the demonstrations the Days of Rage and gave them a new purpose: to establish another front against imperialism right here in America, to bring the war home. The choice of Chicago was significant. National SDS, put off by the Yippies and fearful of police violence, had not supported the demonstrations at the Democratic Convention in 1968, although individual SDSers, including several future weathermen, participated in the demonstrations. The weathermen would redeem SDS's failure. They left the scenario for Chicago vague but spoke of their intention to tear up Pig City and kick ass when fighting the police. Violence was the incessant theme of weathermen promoting the action to student activists around the country, and rumors quickly spread that they intended to bring guns to Chicago. RYM, too, fearful of the weathermen, planned to hold its own nonviolent demonstrations in Chicago the same weekend. To attract working-class youths to the demonstration, the weathermen leafleted at high schools, talked to teenagers at popular hangouts, and engaged in calculated displays of toughness. These included skirmishes with police and jailbreaks, in which weathermen invaded high school classrooms to deliver lectures about the evils of imperialism, talk up the Days of Rage, and invite the students to escape. Student reactions ranged from shock to anger to delight, at least at the prospect of fleeing class. In one jailbreak at a community college in suburban Detroit, 9 weatherwomen barricaded the doors of the classroom they entered, briefly held the class hostage, and allegedly assaulted a professor, for which they were arrested and served time in jail. Though they had worn conventional clothes during the action, weathermen later dressed them in its unofficial uniform of boots, jeans, and jean jackets, put a photo of them in a mock bust in the SDS newspaper, and dubbed the group the Motor City 9, a reference to the revolutionary rock band MC5 from a working-class Detroit neighborhood. In another action, weathermen ran with Viet Cong flags on a Detroit lakeside beach where working-class kids gathered. The latter apparently took offense at the flags and promptly got into fistfights with the weathermen, their would-be allies. Unfazed by the chilly response, the weathermen confidently predicted that tens of thousands of youths would flock to Chicago and give birth to a white army. More dramatically, the weathermen engaged prior to the Days of Rage in what Hirsch called, half-seriously, low-level molestation of the police. The purpose seemed, more than anything else, to break down internal barriers by shattering the aura of the police. Hirsch explained that at one point she had socked cop to prove to myself that I wasn't intimidated. Her audacious act, as a small-framed woman, left her feeling, if I can do that, I can do anything, because that uniform is so scary. The organization of armed resistance groups in West Germany and West Berlin is correct, possible, and justified. RAF, Das Konzept Stadt Guerilla, the concept of the urban guerrilla. The birth of the Red Army faction in May 1970 was both slow and sudden. In October 1968, Andreas Bader, Gudrun Ensslin, Horst Sonlein, and Thorwald Prohl had been convicted of the Frankfurt arsons and sentenced to 3 years in prison. In June 1969, the 4 were released while their conviction was being appealed. Bader and Prohl began working with troubled teens in 2 youth centers in Frankfurt. With the backing of the center's administrators and money from SDS and private donors, they established an apprenticeship program with the youths. Bader and Prohl led them mostly in rebellion, against the regulations of their residence halls, against the maze of institutions, from courts to social agencies to churches, that had tried to reform them, and against the system as a whole, presented as a main source of their difficulties with authority and troubles in life. Ensslin soon took similar initiative with young women in Frankfurt halfway houses. Without quite trying to build a revolutionary youth movement, as Weatherman had explicitly done, Bader, Prohl, and Ensslin seemed intent on shaping the disaffection of those young and disadvantaged into a source of sustained political rebellion. In November 1969, the appeal was rejected and Bader, Ensslin, Prohl, and Sonlein were ordered to return to prison. Sonlein did so, but the others chose to flee. With the help of Prohl's sister Astrid and a loose network of sympathizers, they made their way to Paris, where they stayed in the vacant apartment of Regis Debray, imprisoned at the time in Bolivia for political activities. Lacking focus and direction in France, Ensslin, Bader, and Astrid Prohl soon re-entered the Federal Republic, leaving behind Thorwald, whose commitment to the fugitive life they questioned. Buoyed by their success in hiding, Bader and Ensslin went to West Berlin in search of comrades willing to join them in some form of clandestine struggle. Among those they sought out was Horst Mahler, a radical attorney who represented young protesters and had served as Bader's lawyer in the arson trial. Ulrike Meinhof was another. Meinhof had come to know Bader and Ensslin while they worked with the Frankfurt teenagers, and she herself studied the world of Frankfurt's troubled youth. She wrote a screenplay dramatizing the struggles of the young people she met, and in December, production began on the made-for-television movie. Bader had been just the kind of adolescent in whom Meinhof now took interest. Born in Munich in 1943, he was an incorrigibly rebellious youth with a seemingly innate contempt for authority. As a teenager, he stole cars, got into fights, and created trouble in school. As a young adult living in Frankfurt and West Berlin, he shunned bourgeois manners, work habits, and sexual norms. With his Brando-esque swagger, streetwise demeanor, and lack of inhibitions, he became a charismatic figure among some German leftists, who were drawn to his anti-authoritarian persona, though others thought him rather ridiculous. Bader also had dark good looks, quite unlike the archetypal blonde German. His appearance, it would seem, enhanced his appeal as a quasi-outsider among Germans who represented an uncommon form of non-Aryan physical vitality. In political circles and later in the RAF, Bader had little patience with theory. He preferred instead to act, providing a counterforce to what RAF members feared was their own potentially debilitating intellectualism. Gudrun Ensslin, born in 1940 in southern Germany, embodied another kind of passion. During the early years of Nazi rule, her father, Helmut Ensslin, had been a member of the Wandervogeln, a nature-oriented youth group that offered an alternative to the highly nationalist forms of youth culture the Nazis sponsored. After the war, he became a pastor in a successor organization of the Confessional Church, which had formed in the mid-1930s to resist Nazi control of German Protestantism. Its legacy was one of conscientious opposition to authoritarian conformity. Helmut, true to tradition, became a critic of the Federal Republic, especially its plans to rearm. Gudrun aspired to an even purer form of her family's principles. Attending university in Tübingen and then West Berlin, she became active in the student movement, where she emerged as a voice of great moral intensity. Gunter Grass, who came to know her in Berlin, recalled that she was idealistic, with an inborn loathing of any compromise. She had a yearning for the absolute, the perfect solution. That yearning soon provided the ethical impetus that led the RAF to take a position of no compromise with the powers it opposed. A couple since 1967, Bader and Ensslin adopted Hans and Greta as nicknames during their underground travels in Europe. The names, drawn from the brother and sister in the famous Grimm fairy tale, conveyed an innocence that belied their lives together as fugitives. Yet reference to the fairy tale was also eerily fitting, because it evoked the vulnerability, fatalism, and anxiety, approaching narcissistic paranoia, felt by some among Germany's post-war generation. In the macabre tale, Hans and Greta are left to die in the forest by their hateful stepmother and pliant father. Later, they are lured into a gingerbread house by a wicked old woman who intends to eat them. In a scenario plainly summoning up, to the post-war ear, the imagery of the Holocaust, the old woman plans to force Greta to assist in her brother's murder, and she is to be roasted alive in an oven. Identifying with Hans and Greta, who are saved in the story by their cunning, Bader and Ensslin seem to fear their society as willing to abandon and devour its young. When back in West Germany, Bader and Ensslin sought weapons, whether simply to engage in robberies to fund their lives on the run or to begin some form of armed struggle. Meinhof helped house the fugitives. Mahler, part of a circle of Berlin radicals poised for clandestine action, promised the guns. In the early morning hours of April 3, 1970, Peter Erbach, a factory worker and friend of Mahler's, led Bader, Mahler, and several others to a cemetery near the Berlin Wall, where he insisted weapons were buried. Hours of digging proved fruitless, so they returned the next night, again coming up empty. While driving away from the cemetery, Bader and the passengers in his car were pulled over by police and arrested. A second car carrying Mahler and Erbach, in fact a police informant, drove away. No sooner was Bader back in jail than his comrades conspired to get him out. In the weeks following, Meinhof visited Bader in prison, as did Enslin, who wore a disguise to conceal her identity. Mahler worked successfully this time to obtain firearms. Swayed by Enslin's pleading, Meinhof agreed to be the linchpin of the plot to free Bader. She arranged to meet him on May 14th at the Institute for Social Issues in a Berlin suburb, allegedly to discuss writing a book about German youth. While Bader and Meinhof were in the library watched by a guard, two female accomplices wearing wigs helped Enslin, masked and armed, and an armed male enter the building. They quickly freed Bader, in the process shooting the security guard and an institute staff member, George Link, who almost died from his wounds. The conspirators immediately went underground, and in late May, they published a communiqué in the Berlin anarchist weekly 833 announcing the formation of the Rote Army Fraction, Red Army Faction, or RAF. The name itself was doubly provocative. RAF was, of course, the acronym for Britain's Royal Air Force, which had bombed Germany during World War II, and the Red Army was the Soviet military Germany's great nemesis. Wanted posters went up throughout West Germany for Bader and Meinhof, now sought for attempted murder. Meinhof's movie was promptly withdrawn from state-run TV, and the media quickly dubbed the group the Bader-Meinhof Gang, Bader-Meinhof Band. The RAF did not issue its first ideological statement until 11 months later. By that point, RAF members had traveled to Jordan to train in a Palestine Liberation Organization (PLO) guerrilla camp, established safe houses throughout West Germany, built a stockpile of arms, robbed banks of tens of thousands of marks, and had several of its 24 or so members arrested, among them Mahler. Thereafter, the RAF rarely attempted systematically to articulate its ideology. From the start, its writings were fragmentary, sloganistic, and, on important points, contradictory. Analysts have concluded from the jumble of the RAF's theoretical statements that its ideology amounted to little more than ex post facto justifications for actions not guided by a properly political agenda. Some have even doubted whether Meinhof, Enslin, and Mahler had intended to form a clandestine fighting force when they conspired to free Bader. The shootings added greatly to their criminal status, virtually requiring that they become an underground army. Others have concluded that action as such was the core of the RAF's ideology, resulting in its pronounced Theorie-Feindlichkeit antipathy to theory, despite the many pages it wrote in defense of guerrilla war. Yet the RAF, as much as Weatherman, grew out of a political context and sought to legitimate its violence in political terms. The fate of the West German New Left mirrored that of its American counterpart. As its revolutionary ambition increased and its conflict with the state intensified, unity broke down. Reeling from the passage of the emergency laws in late 1968, APO dissolved in the months following. Germany's SDS splintered into numerous factions and formally disbanded in March 1970, hopelessly divided over how to become a properly revolutionary group. A period of dogmatization and resignation set in among the stalwarts of the student movement, while new forms of political expression and experimentation, from alternative schools to communal homes to feminist collectives, gained momentum. The shift in climate had been severe. For several years, anti-imperialism was the dominant ideological current of the West German New Left, providing young radicals with a robust sense of mission. Rudi Dutschke, the New Left's leading theorist, promoted this new global vision. SDS's Jürgen Horelman summarized Dutschke's position. Imperialism, not the proletariat, constitutes the totality of the world. The counter-revolution, not the side of revolution, currently dictates the unity of world history. How can revolutionary forces assert themselves in this totality? The answer was, the subject of the worldwide revolutionary process is the poor, the oppressed, rendering the world's principal contradiction that between imperialism and the Third World. In the metropoles, enlightened persons, and that meant above all the intelligentsia, must unite with the suffering masses of the Third World, support Third World liberation struggles, and themselves employ illegal, direct action against the state apparatus to weaken the imperialist powers. This worldview drove the 1968 International Vietnam Congress, held in Berlin. Hosted by the German SDS and led by Dutschke just prior to his being shot, it was the high point of the West German anti-war movement. Conference participants from throughout Europe and North America expressed their sense of the strength of anti-imperialist movements worldwide and the urgent need for militant protest. Peter Weiss proclaimed, "When we begin to destabilize the established political oligarchy, We are no longer spectators, but participants in the liberation struggle. The NLF has given us the task to organize resistance in the metropoles. Our actions must include sabotage wherever this is possible. This demands personal decisions. This demands changes in our private, individual lives. Dutschke framed the challenge facing young activists with even greater drama. Warning that a U.S. victory in Vietnam might usher in a new period of authoritarian world domination from Washington to Vladivostok, he implored, "Comrades, we don't have much time. How this period of history ends depends primarily on our will." The conference concluded with a march through West Berlin, during which international solidarity seemed at last a reality. The reign of Dutschke's brand of anti-imperialism proved short-lived. Perhaps its mandate was too broad, perhaps it lacked a strategy for appealing to the masses. Perhaps it paid insufficient attention to the concerns of emerging social movements like feminism and environmentalism. Perhaps it presented history as too dependent on political will. Whatever the objections, Marxism-Leninism returned with a vengeance. Distressed by their isolation and increasingly convinced that real revolutionary politics were necessarily class politics, young leftists flocked in droves between 1969 and 1973 into the rapidly proliferating Marxist-Leninist groups. Several were founded by students and encouraged their members to become proletarians by going to work in factories, where they organized cells to educate workers about class struggle. Meanwhile, on the streets, they relentlessly distributed party propaganda in fierce struggles for workers' allegiances. Building on Germany's tradition of militant socialist organizations, repressed since the early 1930s, the so-called K-groups, Kommunistische Gruppen, had reasonably large memberships and some influence in local and regional politics, including at the electoral level. There were in 1971 some 130 Orthodox communist organizations, 20 Maoist groups, and 5 Trotskyist parties, with a combined membership of 80,000. By contrast, America's student-led sectarian groups, such as the PLP, had tiny memberships and negligible influence outside the universities. Yet the K-group's impact was conspicuously weak where it mattered most: among West German workers who took little interest in their radical message. Frustrated in their organizing, the groups devoted much of their energy to arguing with one another over such issues as the role of the vanguard party in class struggle and the relative merits of the Chinese, Soviet, and East German models. Their popularity among young radicals in the early 1970s represented the retreat of the new left into history, or its construction of history, where it hoped to find answers to contemporary challenges. Although also convinced of the limits of the student movement, the RAF advanced a very different understanding of revolution from that of the K-groups, one that reached back to the anti-imperialism of the Vietnam Congress, while transforming the imperative of militancy into a call to arms. As with Weatherman's, the RAF's ideology can be discerned both negatively, in the ways it criticized the mainstream Marxists of its day, and positively as it articulated its own vision of revolution. The RAF had no single position on class struggle. In one guise, it described itself as a communist organization and declared the working class to be a vital part of its revolutionary program. More often, however, it doubted the potential for revolutionary initiative among West German workers. In The Concept of the Urban Guerrilla, Meinhof wrote cynically that the system has pushed the masses so deeply into its dreck that they seem to have lost a sense of being exploited and oppressed. In exchange for cars and houses, she said, they gladly excuse the crimes of the system. Attempts to organize workers based on material interests amounted, in the RAF's view, to trade union economism, which strengthened workers' loyalty to the system. Against the emphasis of the K-groups on building socialism in West Germany, the RAF advocated proletarian internationalism and struggle in the metropoles, whose main task was to challenge the imperial power of the United States. The RAF charged that the fact that the working class in West Germany and West Berlin can only think and act on a national level does not remove the fact that capital thinks and acts on an international level. The RAF denounced imperialism with unalloyed contempt, proclaiming, "Vietnam is the horrifying message to the people of the Third World that imperialism is determined to wage genocide against them when there is nothing more to extract from them as markets, military bases, natural resources, and cheap labor." Though the United States was the focal point of its outrage, The RAF also targeted West Germany by virtue of its alliance with America. By participating in development and military aid for the wars of aggression of the USA, West Germany profits from the exploitation of the Third World, but without having to take responsibility for these wars, it insisted. No less aggressive than the USA, West Germany is less vulnerable to attack. Striking in such rhetoric is the RAF's hyperbole and seeming inability to make qualitative distinctions. As if describing the Nazis' nihilistic murders, which ultimately defied any instrumental purpose, the RAF asserted that modern imperialism systematically sought to kill those it could no longer exploit. The RAF thus translated its anger at U.S. conduct in Vietnam and elsewhere in the Third World into an untenable thesis about the nature of American power. Furthermore, the RAF extrapolated bizarrely that the West German state was as dangerous as the United States because its imperial designs and destructive powers were. The new fascism, consumerism, and media domination were most developed in the two countries, the RAF explained. Enslin apparently wanted to visit the United States to meet with the weathermen, whose outlook and praxis she felt were identical to those of the RAF. The RAF's militant support of the Palestinian cause was another expression of its anti-imperialism. The student left in Germany, like the Federal Republic as a whole, had for much of the 1960s consistently supported Israel, reflecting both its view of Middle Eastern politics and the sense that Germans had a moral obligation to support Israel's Jews. The left's attitude changed dramatically with the Six-Day War of 1967, during which Israel defeated Arab armies and occupied additional Palestinian territory. Exposed to media images of the Palestinians as underdogs and the Israelis as the chief aggressors, young German leftists became increasingly sympathetic to the Palestinian struggle. The PLO, founded in 1964, soon emerged as the leading force for the national liberation of Palestinians. Like the Viet Cong, it fought what it described as an imperialist oppressor and had as its official goal the creation of a secular, socialist state. For leftists worldwide, Arab nationalism was a vanguard force in the global anti-imperialist struggle. This was certainly true of the German left. According to one historian, by 1968, radical anti-Zionism and solidarity with the Palestinian liberation struggle became in the eyes of SDS a revolutionary duty, equally as much as support for the Viet Cong. Even so, the affinity of young German leftists for the Palestinian cause was conspicuously strong. Geography in part explains the bond. The United States, not the nations of Europe, fought the Vietnam War, and Latin America, another great arena of anti-imperialist rebellion, was an ocean away. The Middle East was comparatively close to Europe, where the PLO had established a strong political presence and worked to build an active following. There was another, largely existential source of affinity between young Germans and the Palestinian cause. West German New Leftists, one may speculate, felt politically and spiritually homeless in their own country, causing them to empathize with the Palestinians' literal homelessness. The stateless Palestinian, in short, emerged as an icon through which Germans expressed their alienation. The Nazi past finally drove the more extreme and often disturbing attitudes of German radicals toward the conflict in the Middle East. At times, their rhetoric seemed an echo of the anti-Semitism of the past. In 1970, the Frankfurt SDS chapter protested the visit to Germany of Israel's foreign minister, declaring its opposition in a flyer to the Zionist, economically and politically parasitic state of Israel. Interpreting such virulence, commentators have pointed to a range of possible impulses in the New Left. A thinly veiled anti-Semitism, essentially inherited from the Nazi generation. A largely unconscious desire to paint Israel as an arch-oppressor, and thus diminish the guilt of Germany for its historic mistreatment of Jews, and the self-serving sense that they, as the post-Nazi generation, were utterly free of anti-Semitism and therefore had license to condemn Israel without qualification or apology. German support for the Palestinians did not immediately spawn a working alliance between German and Palestinian militants. RAF members who went to Jordan were promptly kicked out of the guerrilla camp. Their hosts found their commitment to armed struggle superficial, and their libertine ways were anathema to Arab mores. Yet within a few years, by which time the RAF had demonstrated its skill and staying power, German and Palestinian guerrillas collaborated in building their networks and engaging in joint actions. When addressing the question of just who would make the revolution in West Germany, the RAF again provided shifting answers. In one view, the revolutionary subject was decidedly not the proletariat, but rather anyone who locates his political identity in the liberation struggles of the peoples of the Third World. Mahler, in another of the RAF's manifestos, asserted that the revolutionary portion of the student movement is today the bearer of revolutionary consciousness. Elsewhere, the RAF claimed that anyone who starts to fight was by definition a revolutionary. The RAF condemned the K-groups most strongly for their indulgent theorizing and caution in warning against adventurist violence. If you want to know what communists think, look at their hands and not at their mouths, it chided. Believing that, when the conditions are right for armed struggle, it will be too late to prepare for it, the RAF insisted, it is correct, possible, and justified to wage urban guerrilla warfare here and now. If it is correct that American imperialism is a paper tiger, which means it can be defeated, because struggles against it have risen up all over the world. There is no reason to exclude any country or any region from the anti-imperialist struggle on the grounds that either the forces are too weak or the forces of reaction are too strong. Consistent with this assessment, the RAF declared decisiveness and the will to act to be the essential qualities of the guerrilla. Like Weatherman, the RAF upset conventional Marxist assumptions by asserting that one's social class no longer dictated one's political role. In light of the RAF's priorities and ethos, it is fitting that Bader was considered both within and outside the group to be its natural leader, even though he was no great student of the ideas from which the RAF drew inspiration. Bader assumed chief responsibility for the practical and highly risky aspects of clandestine struggle, such as stealing cars and procuring weapons. He also seemed something of a roguish dandy, preferring to steal BMWs, which some in the press dubbed Bader-Meinhof wagons. Within the broader culture, as the RAF's exploits multiplied, Bader and the others attained a kind of celebrity as renegade antiheroes, dangerous and likely doomed, but determined. Rounding out the RAF's early leadership was Mahler, who vied with Meinhof for the role of ideological leader in the early 1970s. Bald, bespectacled, and over 30, Mahler was the quintessential egghead radical. Having defended young militants in court, his great challenge now was to convert his dissident beliefs into militant action. With the coaxing of Bader, he made that transition. In the RAF, he fancied himself something of a modern-day Lenin, authoring punishingly long treatises on the task for the left as he saw it. His key text was Über den bewaffneten Kampf in Westeuropa, on armed struggle in Western Europe, an openly seditious 70-page tract that he drafted in prison in 1971 on behalf of the RAF, which originally appeared under the deceptive title The Old Traffic Regulations, promised to determine correctly whether a peaceful transition to socialism is possible under current concrete social conditions. It was not, Mahler answered confidently, declaring that the notion that violence had to be deferred until the capitalist state was weakened by political means was the perspective of endless errors and bloody defeats. T is not the certain expectation of failure, but rather the vision of victory, such as the RAF offered, he said, that stirs the masses to revolutionary consciousness. Mahler concluded by calling for the building of commando groups to broaden the insurrection that the RAF had begun. As a model for its armed struggle, the RAF adopted the strategy spelled out by Brazil's Carlos Marighella in his mini-manual do Guerrilheiro Urbano, mini-manual of the urban guerrilla, which was meant to instruct Latin American guerrillas like Uruguay's Tupamaros in methods of clandestine warfare. Avidly read in translation by the RAF, the Weathermen, and other First World radicals, the mini-manual recommended assaults on military, police, and corporate targets as a way to undermine confidence in the state's authority. It also offered a romantic conception of the urban guerrilla as a master of alertness and self-discipline. True to Marighella's prescriptions, the RAF established small cells in cities throughout West Germany and even performed the rituals of conditioning the mini-manual recommended. Early on, part of the RAF's regimen consisted of swimming together every week in reservoirs. Beat Sturm, a founding member who soon left, described the tight-knit group as so spontaneous and naive and romantic, unbelievably romantic. For some joining the RAF, the group's illegal status and conspiratorial air were part of the attraction. Margaret Schiller attended the University of Heidelberg, where she became increasingly drawn to the Socialist Patients Collective, Sozialistisches Patientenkollektiv, or SPK. A group of psychiatric patients whose charismatic leader, Dr. Wolfgang Huber, had encouraged them to see society as the source of their illness and to turn their illness into a weapon by building armed cells. In February 1971, with the police hunt for the RAF raging, a friend of Schiller's asked her if she would take in some people experiencing trouble with the law. Schiller quickly became aware of her guest's true identity but confessed, "My fear was far smaller than my interest in getting to know these people, who had lived their lives far differently than anyone I had known, and learn about their fight." In the weeks following, she joined the group, and she describes a typical RAF safe house circa 1971 as a scene of alluring danger. All of the RAF's principals, Meinhof, Ensslin, Bader, Holger Mainz, Irmgard Mahler, gathered there arguing about politics, laughing and resting, surrounded by the tools of their hazardous trade. One radio for listening to the news, another for listening to police frequencies, pistols, which they put down beside them for everyone to see after they came in, and explosives. Under the banner of revolutionary anti-imperialism, Weatherman and the RAF assumed militant roles in an international movement opposing U.S. power and capitalism generally. Ironically, the very strength and reach of capitalism was the condition of possibility for the emergence of this international protest culture. New communications technologies and patterns of economic interdependence and domination served to link the globe, allowing for the rapid circulation of books, films, music, ideas, images, and icons urging resistance to the newly emerging world order. With these, leftists everywhere developed a shared vocabulary and a sense of being involved in a single struggle, whose paramount value was solidarity. Armed struggle was an idea and a tactic that circulated freely, taking hold in unlikely places. But if anti-imperialism sent the hearts and hopes of radicals soaring, it could also be dizzying and even distorting, especially as it blurred distinctions between disparate contexts and challenges. Jürgen Habermas, the leading voice of the Frankfurt School's new generation, had warned the West German New Left in 1967 of the possible emergence of a left fascism. In a conference the day of Benno Ohnesorg's burial, Habermas declared the apparent efforts of demonstrators to elicit state violence to be masochistic and criticized Dutschke for espousing a voluntarist ideology reminiscent of the utopian socialists of 1848 and the German reactionaries of the 1930s. The following year, Habermas issued an equally urgent, if less hyperbolic and vituperative, warning: to be sure, moral outrage at the barbarity in the name of freedom of the Americans in Vietnam is warranted, but the emotional identification with the role of the Viet Cong, the blacks in urban slums, the Brazilian guerrillas, the Chinese cultural revolutionaries, or the heroes of the Cuban Revolution has no political basis. The situations here and there are as incomparable as the problems that each poses and the tactics each demands. Heedless of such pleas, the RAF and Weatherman insisted that the ethic of solidarity demanded sacrifice equal to that of the Vietnamese and the need for a single struggle, to be fought everywhere by the same means. Chapter 2. The Importance of Being Militant. The Days of Rage and Their Critics. Until the days of rage, Weatherman existed primarily as an analysis, an impulse, a promise, and a threat. The group proclaimed action to be the great catalyst, the agony of the new left and the riddle of imperialism solved. Violent confrontation in Chicago would overcome demoralization within the movement, greatly expand its base of support, and, most ambitiously, spark a second American Revolution. With this exhortation to militancy, conveyed with a mix of heartfelt conviction and thuggish righteousness, Weatherman had aroused the curiosity, suspicion, and fear of the left and of those few within the mainstream conscious of its voice. The group had provided little basis, though, for judging the substance of its gospel of action. The prediction of movement skeptics that the Weathermen would lead vulnerable youths into massacre did not come to pass. Nor did the days of rage remotely satisfy Weatherman's hope of devastating a major American city. Only a few hundred demonstrators, nearly all of them Weathermen, came to Chicago. They used chains and pipes to destroy property and battle police. Denounced by much of the left, ignored by working-class youths, and opposed by thousands of police and soldiers, the Weathermen were routed in Chicago. Weatherman had nonetheless honored its commitment. It had acted, Yet during and after the days of rage, there was little understanding of what the action meant, either for Weatherman, the movement, or the nation as a whole. In their lack of precedent and with their crazed energy, the days of rage challenged basic efforts to render the protest comprehensible, raising a problem of reading or representation. However enigmatic, the days of rage revealed the importance of militancy for the New Left. Much more than a tactical orientation or style of protest, militancy was a defining ethos of the movement. Young radicals invested militant action with special power to enlighten, inspire, and mobilize. It provided a way for them to establish the authenticity of their commitments, to assert their dissident or revolutionary identities, and to live what they considered meaningful and engaged lives. The Weathermen drew on each of these attributes in promoting violence as the highest expression of militancy. The days of rage also exemplified the hazards of this action ethos. Militancy, as the Weathermen both illustrated and discovered, could encourage fatally reductive analyses, alienate potential supporters, and turn activism into a contest of personal dedication tending towards self-destruction. In extreme form, it violated outright the ends it meant to serve. Militancy was also intimately bound up with the efforts of new leftists to define and connect with reality. Their concern with reality stemmed from two main desires: to understand the true nature of the forces that shaped their existence, and to separate themselves from an inauthentic or unreal world that discouraged political and moral engagement. The New Left's politics of reality had its own ironies, however, in that it distanced militants like the Weathermen from credible apprehension of a reality they so desperately sought to change, even as it drove them to confront realities America tried so hard to deny. Hope you have got your things together. Hope you are quite prepared to die. Looks like we're in for nasty weather. One eye is taken for an eye. Creedence Clearwater Revival. Bad Moon Rising. The Weather Bureau, Weatherman's leaders, anticipated arrests and injuries at the days of rage. A leaflet it issued from the SDS National Office in Chicago urged that cadres bring bail money and be familiar with basic first aid. The leadership felt, however, that a wholesale massacre was highly unlikely, reasoning that from the standpoint of the ruling class, the killing of large numbers of white demonstrators would be impermissible. Not wanting to instigate lethal violence, it ordered that firearms, which some collectives had already begun stockpiling, not be brought to the protest. Even so, the Weathermen conceded the possibility of serious injuries and even deaths in Chicago. The prospect seemed both to terrify and to intrigue them. Shinya Ono, a New York Weatherman, admitted to being afraid but explained that the killing of whites would have a devastating impact on Weatherman's opponents. In addition, by suffering what were by Third World standards relatively light casualties, when the probable political gains were so clear, the Weathermen would decisively renounce their white skin privilege and demonstrate their solidarity with other revolutionaries. In her richly descriptive memoir, the Seattle weatherwoman Susan Stern evokes the desperate pride and almost manic determination she felt as the days of rage approached. We weren't just a bunch of super-violent kids out to destroy Chicago because we enjoyed vandalism. We were serious revolutionaries who felt the necessity of doing something so earth-shattering in America that the American masses would finally take notice. Mr. and Mrs. America would see our bodies being blasted by shotguns, our terrified faces as we marched trembling but proud to attack the armed might of the Nazi state of ours. Running blood, young, white human blood spilling and splattering all over the streets of Chicago for NBC and CBS to pick up in gory Technicolor. But in order to make America really look and see, we had to do something so unholy, so strong, and so deadly that they would have no other recourse. And that is what we're about. For Stern, the prospect of martyrdom, in all its spectacular gruesomeness, defined the days of rage and the very spirit of Weatherman. As the Weathermen made their way from cities across America to Chicago on October 6, 1969, they had good reason to be afraid. The spirits of the travelers were temporarily raised by news that Chicago Weathermen, in fact, Bill Ayers and Terry Robbins, had blown up the landmark statue commemorating the deaths of policemen in the 1886 Haymarket riots, after which labor leaders clearly innocent of any crimes had been cruelly executed. But this small triumph did little to assuage the creeping sense of the catastrophe to come. The promised flood of SDS militants and working-class youths into Chicago turned out to be a trickle. The New York collective, which had anticipated bringing 1,000 people, managed to attract only 30 recruits. At the bus station, police had taunted the departing weathermen about their meager numbers. By weatherman's estimation, only 1 out of every 7 people who had pledged to come to the Days of Rage actually made the trip. Hundreds of police would be waiting for them. Developments behind the scenes were scarcely more encouraging. The night before the action, the Illinois Black Panther leader Fred Hampton met with several weather leaders, with Dave Dellinger, one of the defendants in the trial of the so-called Chicago 8 for conspiring to cause the 1968 Democratic National Convention riots, and with the attorney William Kunstler mediating between the two sides. Earlier in the day, when Mark Rudd had answered Hampton's criticisms of the protest by questioning Hampton's political dedication, Hampton knocked Rudd flat with a punch. In the evening session, Hampton reiterated his view that the Days of Rage would likely result in useless arrests and injuries and invite greater repression of both white and black activists. After assurances by the weathermen that they would show restraint, Hampton agreed not to denounce the group publicly but stopped short of pledging the Panthers' support for the action. Despite weeks of intense organizing, speeches at campuses, outreach to other movement groups, daily trips to high schools, and exemplary acts of militancy, the weathermen brought almost no one new to Chicago. There was some sense to Weatherman's goal of organizing a revolutionary youth movement. White working-class youths seemed to have much to gain and, relative to middle and upper-class youths, little to lose in opposing a system that held few economic opportunities for them and shipped them off to war by the hundreds of thousands. But Weatherman's belief that its anti-imperialist raps and scattered displays of toughness could transform the youth's anxiety about the future and dislike of authority into enthusiasm for combat proved entirely misguided. One weatherwoman said of her attempts to recruit high school students, Hay agreed that there were a lot of things wrong, but the plans for them was to get them to fight the police and get them to attack the schools and whatever, go to Chicago. These kids weren't going to do it. I mean, they lived in the neighborhood, they wanted to stay out of trouble, and they wanted to make a living. Telling them to throw away any chance they got and fight even though they were going to lose. Maybe you'll get killed, but the movement will grow. That's a hell of a thing to go and tell a kid. I mean, a kid who grows up on the street, he's going to say you're crazy. As if in search of Weatherman's mythical youth army, Jeff Shiro, the editor of New York's Rat Subterranean News, toured working-class towns in Arizona and talked to teenagers there just before the Days of Rage. He concluded that their basic aspirations for romance, stable jobs, and perhaps a taste of the adventure the counterculture offered hardly squared with Weatherman's designs for them. Assessing the Days of Rage years later, Phoebe Hirsch bluntly described the group's failure. The goal was to bring a lot of people, but we were creating the kind of action that was designed to not have anybody come. Russell Neufeld lamented that Weatherman's message boiled down to, the streets belong to the people, off the pig, dig it, do it, and it left out why we're doing these things. Weatherman's insistence that teenagers were ready to fight sprang in part from the group's sense of how the political climate had changed since even the early and mid-1960s, when most of the weathermen became politicized. Widespread opposition to the war, the growing generation gap, and the crisis atmosphere that characterized the late 1960s, they erroneously reasoned, made becoming a revolutionary and near-instantaneous process. The weathermen thus imposed expectations on others that greatly diverged from their own experiences. Their radicalization had typically entailed years of political education, membership in left-wing organizations, interaction with black activists, participation in demonstrations, and skirmishes with police. Working-class youths were somehow to skip this process and discover revolutionary identities virtually ex nihilo. At root, Weathermen held a romanticized view of the working classes, believing that their beleaguered social position and presumed familiarity with violence at the level of everyday life gave them an instinctive rebelliousness and disposition to revolution. Years later, Kathy Wilkerson described the Weathermen's militant posturing as intellectuals playing at being toughs. Even worse, by celebrating the anti-intellectualism, sexism, and violence of working-class culture as political virtues, the Weathermen appealed to the most reactionary macho instinct of the youths they tried to recruit. Tellingly, the FBI informant who most successfully penetrated the group, Larry Grathwohl, was a working-class Vietnam veteran from the Midwest. The weathermen seemed so enamored with his authenticity that they looked past clues to his actual identity. On the night of the October 7th, the weathermen checked into designated movement centers at area churches and seminaries, where they would stay during the demonstrations. The following evening, a small crowd officially began the Days of Rage with a commemoration in Lincoln Park of Che Guevara's death 1 year earlier. Describing the scene, Kirkpatrick Sale voiced what any observer would wonder. What must it have felt like? Standing in the darkness on a light rise at the south end of Lincoln Park, gathered around a small bonfire to ward off the chill of a Chicago fall, waiting for the thousands of revolutionaries to appear, and finding yourself in the midst of a tatterdemalion band of no more than 200 people. Ono gave a glimpse of the sensation. He reported being so numb with dread and disbelief that he could hardly concentrate on the speeches. A Chicago area teenage girl suffering from epilepsy had a grand mal seizure on the spot. Stern thought to herself, "This is all there is. There are no more coming, no train from Michigan, no band of 10,000 whooping Indians from everywhere, just us only." Tears formed in my eyes and slid down my cheeks. Beverly muttered, in a voice choked from between clenched teeth, "All that work, and our lives almost destroyed and nothing. I really didn't mind dying, but only if I had to. But this really was suicide." Stern did not ultimately know why she stayed to do battle and what her possible martyrdom might be worth. She speculated, "Maybe I actually believed that I was part of the real revolutionary vanguard. I don't really think so, but I have no other answer." According to Larry Weiss, doubts and fears by that point didn't make a difference. We were revolutionary. You had to do it. Naomi Jaffe seems the exception in confessing no great fear. The daughter of communist farmers in upstate New York, she had been born with the sense that mainstream American culture did not work for a lot of people. Her father had taught her that a key lesson of the Cuban Revolution was that the oppressed had a right to seize their rights by armed struggle. At her high school valedictory address in 1961, she had denounced the House Committee on Un-American Activities. As protest grew in the 1960s, her feeling was that something really important was happening, that I had longed for all my life and I didn't want to miss. In order to be part of what she saw as a growing revolution, she joined Weatherman and took a hard-nosed approach to being a revolutionary. As for the Days of Rage, she explained, a willingness to take risks didn't come hard for me. People said they were terrified. I wasn't. Thought they were going to die in October. I just didn't. Members of the Weather Bureau arrived at Lincoln Park an hour late. They alone knew the destination of the march. Undeterred by the small numbers, they made speeches praising Guevara and the courage of the weathermen prepared to follow his example. SDS co-founder and Chicago 8 defendant Tom Hayden briefly addressed the crowd. The weathermen, in their battle dress of football and motorcycle helmets, heavy jackets and clubs, looked to him like a primitive neophyte army. Despite his misgivings about the weathermen, Hayden told them not to believe media reports that the Chicago 8 defendants disapproved of the action. Co-defendants Abby Hoffman and John Froines had also come to the park, but they chose not to make speeches and quickly left. The weather leader Jeff Jones, announcing himself with the code phrase, "I am Marion Delgado," then revealed the target of the action. Marion Delgado was a Chicano boy who had derailed a train by placing a concrete block on the tracks in 1947. The weathermen and other radicals took him up as a rebel folk hero and, on occasion, used his name as an alias. The group, by now 350 or so strong, was to tear through Chicago's fashionable Gold Coast and pounce on the home at the Drake Hotel of Judge Julius Hoffman, who was presiding over the Chicago 8 conspiracy trial. Jones shouted, "Marion Delgado don't like, and the weathermen don't like him. So, let's go get him." The weathermen then trotted in orderly columns to the Gold Coast while, in a surreal scene, hundreds of plainclothes police kept pace alongside them. On cue, the weathermen erupted. With bricks and pipes, they smashed the windows of automobiles, restaurants, stores, and hotels. The destruction appeared to be both targeted and indiscriminate. They attacked not only a Rolls-Royce, police cars, and the facades of upper-class establishments, but also ordinary cars, a barber shop, and, on side streets, the windows of lower middle-class homes. Twice the weathermen charged police blockades. The police opened fire, wounding and attacking weatherman in the neck and another, who posed no immediate threat, in the shoulder. Those captured were pummeled by the police. The Chicago photographer Dwayne Hall reported, "Had a couple of guys in the street and they were beating them real bad. And there were in this too. They were bleeding all over. And one guy was laying there knocked out and I was shooting a picture of 3 policemen beating the guy. They were just beating and kicking him." The fighting subsided after an hour. Hobbled weathermen returned to the movement centers, while activists sympathetic to the group made sweeps in vans to pull the wounded off the streets and take them to hospitals far from the center of Chicago, where they might avoid the police. 68 had been arrested, 28 police had been injured, though none seriously, and at least 6 weathermen had been shot. Early the following morning, Phoebe Hirsch vividly recalled, the weathermen were paid an unexpected visit by members of the mafia, who candidly introduced themselves, pointed out that mafia-owned property in downtown Chicago had been damaged during the march, and warned that the weathermen would hear from them if it happened again. The morning's main activity was to be a raid on a draft board office by the women's militia. Some 70 weatherwomen gathered at Grant Park, where Bernardine Dorn gave a speech praising their valor. As they attempted to leave the park, however, they were easily overpowered by the police, who were clearly livid from the day before. Hirsch says that a policeman tried to break her arm as added punishment for the mayhem. The police were not the only ones upset at the weathermen. Hirsch's uncle, in order that she learn a lesson, refused to bail her out of Cook County Jail, where she remained for a week. Dorn later confessed to the contradictory feelings she had during the days of rage. "This can't be done. I'm doing it." Elaborating on her resolve, she joked that the protest was like showing up at the wedding knowing this is a terrible mistake, but going through with it anyhow. Later in the day, Illinois Governor Richard Ogilvie announced that more than 2,500 National Guardsmen had been called in to protect the city. The weathermen wisely canceled scheduled jailbreaks at area high schools and an evening rally, advertised as a wargasm. Instead, they would join the demonstration organized by RYM2 to protest the Chicago 8 conspiracy trial at the federal building, claiming that they were attending under the leadership of the Black Panthers. But at the rally, Fred Hampton denounced the weathermen, who had broken their promise of restraint. "We do not support people who are anarchistic, opportunistic, adventuristic, and custoristic," he said. The last of the days of rage featured the most intense fighting. The night before, there had been a chilling prelude when the group discovered a police informant in its midst, a young Hispanic man whom a weatherman had recently seen in a police station while being processed for an arrest. A weatherman severely beat the informant before releasing him. Wanted posters immediately went up, accusing the assailant of felony assault. The weatherman in question soon fled Chicago and changed his identity, making him the first among the group officially to go underground. The day's violence began when police charged a noon rally at Haymarket Square, picking 5 weather leaders out of the crowd and beating them with clubs. Later, at Chicago's downtown loop, the weathermen and police again engaged in combat. During the battle, Assistant Corporation Counsel Richard Elrod, the mastermind of the Chicago 8 conspiracy indictments and a close friend of Mayor Richard Daley, tried to tackle weatherman Brian Flanagan. In the process, Elrod hit his neck against a concrete wall and became paralyzed. Insisting spuriously that Flanagan had beaten Elrod, the police charged the young weatherman with attempted murder. Dwayne Hall observed with stunned awe the scene of near-mortal carnage. You'd see the police chasing into alleys. You'd hear them screaming, and then you'd see them laying on the ground, and you knew they'd be dead. By some miracle, they just weren't dead. By mid-afternoon, the fighting had ceased, 100 more weathermen had been arrested, and the days of rage were finally over. Perhaps 600 people altogether participated in the 4-day action. A total of 287 were arrested, some more than once, mostly on charges of disorderly conduct and mob action. At least 12 demonstrators were charged with assault or aggravated battery. Of those arrested, roughly 2/3 were male. Most were between the ages of 19 and 22, but one was only 11, and 2 were as old as 51. Their combined bail exceeded $2 million. More than 800 automobile and 600 residential or store windows had been smashed. As prosecutors prepared their cases, the FBI Chicago office drafted a lengthy report, sent to all FBI field offices with significant SDS activity, that chronicled Weatherman's activities in the early fall and, as best it could, described the tumultuous protest. Because something is happening here, but you don't know what it is. Do you, Mr. Jones? Bob Dylan, Ballad of a Thin Man. The city of Chicago, although conditioned by the 1968 Democratic Convention to being in the eye of a political storm, reacted to the days of rage with bewilderment and disgust. Mayor Daley denounced the riots as an outrage. Clergy who had let the Weathermen use their churches also condemned the violence, claiming that they had been misled by the group about the nature of the protest. The Weathermen had even taken wooden poles from coat racks in one of the churches to use as clubs, naively planning to put them back once the protests were over. Using headlines like, "Radicals Go on Rampage" and "Cops, Troops Guard City," the Chicago Tribune portrayed a community under siege. Following the last of the days of rage, the paper triumphantly declared 105 seized in loop battle and lavished praise on law enforcement. By adopting a kind of battle reportage, the Tribune oddly affirmed Weatherman's intention to bring the war home. But if the city was certain it was locked in battle, it strained to understand just what and whom it was fighting. Daley set the tone for expressions of confoundment by announcing, "This senseless and vicious behavior is not dissent. We witnessed planned attacks on persons and violent destruction of property with no provocation or justification." Even sharper condemnation came from the mother of Brian Flanagan, whose son was held responsible for the paralyzing injury to Elrod. She declared, "I don't blame the Chicago police. They should have knocked the heads off every one of them. I don't understand these kids at all. The world I knew is much different from the one they inhabit now. I just don't understand." Describing the Weathermen's actions as a carnival of mindless terror and insane efforts to organize a putsch, the Tribune called for an uncompromising crackdown against the new barbarians. Denunciations of new leftists for pushing beyond the limits of responsible dissent had been a stock reaction of the media and public officials for years. Shocked parents incredulous at the behavior of their activist children were virtually a cliché in the strained relations between the generations, but Weatherman's leap from self-defensive violence and petty trashing of property to planned offensive assaults caused a total breakdown in the dialogue between the establishment and the radical left. Weatherman's aggression could neither be sanctioned by any civic principle nor even explained within any familiar political frame of reference. Neither could it be easily forgiven, in light of the admonitions of the clergy and Mrs. Flanagan, by Christian or parental love. While the demonstrations at the Democratic Convention had been repellent and confusing to many Americans, they were the object of a widely publicized trial in which the politics of the anti-war movement and the counterculture could to some degree be displayed and debated. The days of rage would be subject to no such public evaluation. Many of the Weathermen would go underground before the most serious indictments arising out of the days of rage were handed down. In a pretrial hearing shortly after the action, a group of Weathermen marched into the courthouse wearing street-fighting clothes and chanting revolutionary slogans, to which a stunned judge declared, "I feel like I'm in a mob action right now." In the days of rage, Weatherman revealed itself to the mainstream as monstrous. Incapable of being comprehended, the monster had only to be stopped. Much of the left nearly concurred. Movement critics found the days of rage not so much inscrutable. They were familiar with Weatherman's rationale for the action, as politically senseless. Hampton complained to reporters that the days of rage were not revolutionary even. Owing out on the streets and getting people shot, killed and maimed is insanity. Others saw the action as evidence of Weatherman's adventurism, which made a fetish of violence and turned against, rather than to, the people in its efforts to build a socialist future. New York's Guardian, an independent socialist weekly widely read on the left, commented derisively that the most significant aspect of the surrealistic contretemps created by the Weatherman microfaction of SDS last week was that the rest of the movement had the revolutionary sense to stay away. To the claim of the Weathermen that their willingness to die in street battles signified their singular commitment, the Guardian answered, "If American radicals must die, it shall be in genuine struggle for the people, not for a bit part in a penny dreadful Keystone Cops melodrama. The Liberation News Service, whose syndicated stories appeared in dozens of underground papers, complained that Weatherman had failed to define and isolate the enemy or educate the masses on how capitalism oppressed them. It noted that Weatherman clubs had hit both Volkswagens and Cadillacs, barbershops as well as banks. RYM2 supporters contrasted glowing accounts of solidarity among students, blacks, Hispanics, and workers at their events with the familiar criticism that the Weathermen pursued revolutionary struggle without popular support. The Progressive Labor Party, with characteristic vindictiveness, described the Days of Rage as the work of police agents and hate-the-people lunatics, whose true goal was to discredit the real SDS, namely itself. Chicago's main underground newspaper, The Seed, feared that the Days of Rage would legitimize the repression of activists of every sort in the eyes of an anxious public. According to much of the left, in its first great moment of truth, Weatherman had demonstrated only the futility of middle-class radicals using anti-imperialist diatribe and acts of machismo to organize white working-class youths into a suicidal Red Army. The monstrous Weatherman, judging by the Days of Rage, would soon stop itself. A minority of commentators who were witness to the protests offered something other than unalloyed contempt. The Berkeley Tribe reporter Steve Haynes was a veteran of the tumultuous struggles in 1969 over Berkeley's People's Park. After activists seized an empty plot of land owned by the University of California and turned it into a community garden, a battle ensued for control of the park. In one confrontation, police opened fire, wounding more than 50 of the park's unsuccessful defenders and killing an unarmed protester, James Rector. Haynes, seeing the Weathermen march in tight formations, erupt in a torrent of destruction, fight police in hand-to-hand combat, and then disappear into the night, described the first evening of the Days of Rage as the most incredible thing had ever experienced. The Weathermen, he concluded, confronted the gut issue of personal courage in a way few of us who consider ourselves revolutionary ever have. They confronted it and they won. David Scanos of the Ann Arbor Argus saw the Days of Rage as evidence of Weatherman's complete detachment from the working class and poor. In his telling, a member of the Young Lords, a radical Puerto Rican group based in Chicago's poor neighborhoods, provided the most coherent criticism of the action with the comment, "Who ever heard of breaking windows and not taking anything?" Scanos nonetheless praised Dorn for saying in a speech to the battle-ready group, "We are not going to be good Germans in a fascist state. That's it on the line, and forget the rest," he exclaimed. Right on Bernardine. The radical journalist Andrew Kopkind wound up in jail with the Weathermen and reported, "We all thought in the cell block that night that simply not to fear fighting is a kind of winning. Almost everyone now thinks the spirit of the 60s has found its end. But at night in the cell block, we believed that it had found a new beginning." In the immediate wake of the protests, journalists from several underground papers held a roundtable discussion about the Days of Rage, titled with honest wonder, "What was Chicago?" Their conversation was a mosaic of ambivalence, in which optimism and skepticism, excitement and dread combined in efforts to solve Weatherman's enigma without resort to dogmatic dismissal. One sympathetic reporter gave an achingly conflicted appraisal of the action. "It was a tremendous loss, but it was a victory because we've been talking for years about armed struggle, in a context that has always been completely abstract. Nobody ever knew what it meant. Still isn't what we mean. But the thing is that much less abstract." The Yippie Stu Albert used a dramatic, if questionable, analogy in defending the moral impulse of the protest, regardless of its political consequences. What if you picked up a history book and read that in 1938 1,000 University of Berlin students ran through the streets on behalf of the Jews in the concentration camps, breaking car windows, knocking over fat, old German ladies, and beating up members of the Gestapo? These guys, no matter what came out of their actions in a tactical sense, they might have even speeded up repression. Nixon may have become even more paranoid. You might have speeded up the flow of Jews into the concentration camps, and some of the Jews might have hated the Weathermen. But they would still be the moral heroes of the 20th century. The Pope would bless them, Mao would write an essay on them, Nehru probably would have liked them, trees would be planted in Israel for them, even Nixon would have dug them. On a moral level, they're perfect. Finally, The roundtable participants granted a certain credibility to Weatherman's contention that behind the reluctance of whites to risk injury or death lay the assumption that their lives were somehow worth more than those of Vietnamese and blacks, although one objected, "You can't organize whites around dying. Paradise, sacrifice, mortality, reality. But the magician is quicker and his game is much thicker than blood and blacker than ink. And there's no time to think." Bob Dylan, "No Time to Think." The days of rage and the debates surrounding them reveal the importance of militancy not only for Weatherman, but for the New Left as a whole. By giving substance to the notion of a white army, Weatherman represented a transition from abstraction to reality for a movement feverishly trying to develop a strategy to win. But Weatherman's combat was impressive to some observers for having accessed reality in deeper senses. Stressing the existential roots of 1960s protest, Doug Rossinow asserts that the search for authenticity lay at the heart of the New Left. In that search, young people reacted against what they saw as a dominant culture of death and artificiality, fronts and disguises, and sought through the politics and culture of protest experiences defined by conviction, cooperation, and a sense of vital life. In touch with the really real, the desire for authenticity was pervasive, informing the activism of everyone from SDSers to left-wing Christian students and politically inclined hippies. It certainly was a driving force behind the militancy of the 1960s. Activists increasingly embraced militant action partly as an answer to the perceived limitations or even debilitating effects of language. Phoebe Hirsch, who attended the University of Wisconsin, recalls a professor challenging her during a semester in Paris in 1965 to take a stand on the budding conflict in Vietnam. Back at Wisconsin, she found herself put off by the ceaseless debating of the male-dominated campus left, deciding that one just couldn't talk any longer. She and several other women activists took the bold step of lying down in front of buses carrying troops eventually bound for Vietnam. However strong her fear, the act felt like totally the right thing to do. Bill Ayers, contrasting the militancy of the New Left with the theoretical wrangling and complacency of the old, juxtaposed words and action, theory and practice in the following way. You had a responsibility to link your conduct to your consciousness. If you believed something, the proof of that belief was to act on it. It wasn't to espouse it with the right treatises or manifestos. We were militants. That's what we were. We were militants before we were thinkers. Militancy is a stance in the world, a way of being in the world that says that I'm going to put my body somehow in the way of the normal functioning of things, and I'm going to take the consequence of having done that. The statement is my body standing in the way, and once that statement is made, you open up a public space where lots of people have to think and act differently. Militancy was the standard by which we measured our aliveness. Ayers first experienced the power of militancy directly while participating in a sit-in at the Ann Arbor Draft Board in 1965. Even the onlookers who wanted to kill us, he recalls, were forced to ask themselves what principle would drive him and other students to risk their educations and futures. Hirsch's experience and Ayers's reflections describe well the ethic of resistance that began in the defiant acts of the civil rights movement and ran through various forms of nonviolent direct action practiced by the New Left and the anti-war movement, such as sit-ins, blocking traffic, and burning draft cards. The rapid mobilization of millions of people into the civil rights, anti-war, and student movements testified to the educational and catalyzing effect of action. In short, 1960s activists practiced a kind of body politics, in which the body functioned both as a potent means of transforming the public sphere and as the ultimate marker of political engagement and individual vitality. The New Left established the connection between militancy and authenticity or realness in its use of language. In their fascinating lexicon of folk etymology, Ralph Larkin and Daniel Foss describe the values and spirit of the New Left by defining its key terms. The entry for real is instructive. To be real for New Leftists meant being what one becomes upon rejection of the conventions learned through one's mainstream socialization. From one's current perspective, these amounted to bullshit, lies, brainwashing, a phony mindfuck, etc. The existentialist premises of this formulation are striking. In his preface to Frantz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth, Jean-Paul Sartre wrote, "We only become what we are by the radical and deep-seated refusal of that which others have made of us." For new leftists, militancy enhanced or expedited that process of becoming. According to Larkin and Foss, to be real also meant in radical parlance to be brave, courageous, or tough. These attributes applied especially to those who embraced confrontations with authorities that held legal or physical risks. Militancy, in short, was an experiential crucible for the forging of one's authentic self. The New Left's skepticism about language intensified toward the end of the 1960s. With whatever irony, young activists responded to the escalation of police violence and the war in Vietnam with a dizzying explosion of discourse, in which they exhorted one another to greater resistance. Guns and bombs entered the imagery of the more radical sectors of the movement and became standard in the graphics of underground newspapers. It was as if the New Left were trying, through the sheer accumulation of subversive words and images, to will a new world into being. But New Leftists also expressed impatience with the perceived limits of their largely verbal protest. A great part of the frustration was practical. The need to fight came out of many demonstrations in which you'd talk and they'd essentially say, "Nice boy, go away," the weatherman Scott Braley explained. Some felt that their discourse amounted to mere verbiage bereft of agency, tokens of an inauthentic and ineffectual politics, removed from edifying danger and of little use to those whose suffering was immediate and severe. In Rossineau's phrasing, merely talking about change was somehow unreal. Marcuse persistently pleaded with the young not to sacrifice critical thought to impulsive action. Yet even he acknowledged that the argument against words could appear overwhelming. He elaborated. Bertolt Brecht noted that we live at a time where it seems a crime to talk about a tree. Since then, things have become much worse. Today, it seems a crime merely to talk about change while one society is transformed into an institution of violence, terminating in Asia the genocide which began with the liquidation of the American Indians. Is not the sheer power of this brutality immune against the spoken and written word which indicts it? And is not the word which is directed against the practitioners of this power the same they use to defend their power? There is a level on which even the unintelligent action against them seems justified. For action smashes, though only for a moment, the closed universe of suppression. Weatherman tried to overcome the limitations of discourse in part by instrumentalizing language. The quasi-scientific analyses in its founding manifesto issued a call to arms. Its crude talk vilifying Pig America, triumphant slogans, and speeches like those made at the Days of Rage all aimed at strengthening the resolve of its members to use militant action to accomplish what words alone could not. Ono practically sneered at the impotence of language. Words, words, words. Mere words, however persuasive, mere ideas, however true, cannot make even a dent in an ingrained psychic structure like racism. To see a group of other whites willing to fight to the very end on the side of blacks will be a shocking experience for most whites. Actually seeing fight will hit hard at the core of their racist being in ways no words or analyses alone can do. Granting violence singular power to transform thought, Ono echoed the revolutionary wisdom of his day. Frantz Fanon, the lodestar of revolutionaries worldwide, had said with respect to anti-colonial rebellion, "Violence alone makes it possible for the people to understand social truths. Violence, in some, realized social theory by consummating the revolutionary word in the radical deed." Weatherman's indictment of the reluctance of whites to assume physical risks points to another important dimension of militancy. Part of the frustration with discourse for New Leftists lay in the perception that they had the luxury of words without accountability, that in light of the violence suffered by the Vietnamese and American blacks, there was something disingenuous about rhetorical and other forms of passive support for the struggles of America's most obvious and abused victims. That sense, as Weatherman converted it into a call to arms, formed the basis of the common accusation that Weatherman's politics were rooted in white guilt. The charge of white guilt held that Weatherman's violence was only secondarily motivated by a desire to help blacks and Third World liberation movements, and that it sprang primarily from the Weathermen's own need, whether conscious or not, to alleviate the psychological burden of their social and economic privilege. Violent action, insofar as it promised absolution, was something the weatherman did, in essence, for themselves. By extension, the critique of white guilt held that violence failed as a form of genuine solidarity or even resistance. Based in self-serving motives, it remained of a piece with the individualism of liberal capitalist culture. In this vein, the former SDS President Greg Calvert criticized the weathermen as exemplars of what he called the politics of proving, whereby new leftists preached or engaged in violence to demonstrate that they were as revolutionary as the blacks, Cubans, or Vietnamese. As part of a politics of proving, violence implied an ultimately false and potentially offensive equivalence between white militants and the various groups they sought to join in combat. But beyond guilt, one can discern in those adopting violence more conscientious efforts to determine the nature of their responsibility to aid the plight of others and to reconcile their actions with their beliefs. David Gilbert recalled that his transition from pacifism to support for violent revolution had been incredibly difficult. I'll use the word traumatic. I don't like psychological terms that much, but it was traumatic for me because being a pacifist gave me a certain moral certitude as an individual. I know that I'll never do anything that's wrong, living my life as an individual purely. That's fine. If the main thing you want to say is, I'm a morally pure person. But what had motivated me was the conditions of life of most people. And not to be willing to fight against the forces who actively use violence to maintain these social conditions was acquiescing to more violence. I identified enough with other people that I said, well, if it's right for them to fight and die and it's my government and the businesses here that are the main source of the problem, I can't just say, well, it's all right for them. If that was my position, it also had implications for how I acted. Reversing the terms of white guilt, Gilbert presents nonviolence as a means of remaining pure and accepts that violence holds the possibility of a fall from grace. To him, the charge of white guilt signaled primarily how far people are from being able to identify with one another. He added, if you live in an empire, I guess to feel guilty about that is a little more progressive than to feel arrogant about it, right? Max Weber's meditation on political morality helps to frame Gilbert's views. Weber describes the ethic of ultimate ends and the ethic of responsibility as the competing moral foundations of politics. The first ethic, which seeks to bring means and ends into harmony, privileges the moral integrity of the act and the actor. But by restricting the available means to morally acceptable ones, it risks forestalling the desired ends. It may therefore be only a poor servant of justice. The ethic of responsibility concerns itself solely with the consequences of action. Sanctioning unsavory means in the service of moral ends, it too may sacrifice justice, this time in the here and now, to its overarching calculus. For Gilbert, the nonviolence practiced by pacifists represented the ethic of ultimate ends. The ethic of responsibility, with its heightened moral risk, was the domain of those who, like the weathermen, chose violence. Robin Palmer began bombing buildings in New York City in 1969 before joining Weatherman in the summer of 1970. When asked years later why he had opted for armed struggle, he recalled the lines of a song of a San Francisco humor troupe that parroted what it saw as the hypocrisy and parasitism of white radicals. Pull the trigger nigger / I'm with you all the way / right across the bay. The Panthers were based in Oakland, on the other side of San Francisco Bay. Speaking more soberly about the pressure exerted by his own rhetoric, Palmer added, I felt the only thing I could do was either shut up or start bombing, so started bombing. For Ono, violence transformed solidarity into a visceral sense of identification. As the weathermen merely contemplated fighting in the days of rage, Ono reports, the abstract phrase international solidarity began to have a real meaning. We began to feel the Vietnamese in ourselves. Fighting, in Ono's fanciful view, made solidarity concrete in the medium of the body. In light of Gilbert's and Palmer's testimony, violence appears less a way of achieving personal purity than of establishing consistency of thought and action, less a way of relieving guilt than of making a real contribution to the struggle of others. Weatherman's opponents, in their own way, credited the group with meeting the demands of revolutionary practice. Describing his shock at the days of rage, a Chicago official confessed, we never expected this kind of violent demonstration. There has always been a big difference between what say and what they do. Gilbert's and Palmer's reflections challenge, in addition, the notion that Weatherman equated the struggle of white radicals with that of blacks or the Vietnamese. On the contrary, Weatherman's sense of unity with other guerrillas was based on the reasoning that because blacks and Vietnamese had little choice but to fight, white radicals should actively choose violence to destroy the system responsible for their oppression. Within this logic, solidarity was driven by the recognition of the differences between the forms of adversity faced by American whites and other racial and national groups. The challenge of proving oneself as a white activist could take on disturbing forms. Among radicals, physical courage served as a crucial measure of one's commitment and capacity for solidarity. The practice of gut check, performed by a host of movement groups, ritualized this connection between risk and personal dedication. Gut check was a way of pressuring members who opposed or hesitated to participate in an action, whether violent in intent or not, that held the prospect of arrest or injury. Palmer, who was arrested no fewer than 17 times for protest activity, recounted the substance and tone of a gut check. If you don't do it, you're a coward. If you don't do it, you're not thinking of the Vietnamese. You're a racist because the blacks have to live like this in the ghetto all the time. You're a racist because the Vietnamese are getting bombed like crazy all the time. Children mangled, women raped. And you're worried about getting arrested. And you're worried about getting hit by a cop over the head with a billy club. In Palmer's account, gut check used the themes of race and privilege to shame and intimidate those experiencing doubt about taking some risk. Heeding that doubt amounted to cowardice, hypocrisy, or even complicity in oppression. Shortly after the Days of Rage, Jeff Jones drove this race-based imperative to be militant to confounding extremes. Because of their oppression, blacks should be free to pursue a variety of political strategies, he said. But for white people, there's only one form, and that's to pick up the gun. Because of their privilege, whites must not merely match but exceed the daring of blacks. Militancy, at its best, served as a way for activists to draw closer to one another, overcome personal barriers, and honor their deepest commitments through acts of self-sacrifice. But for those who succumbed to the pressure of gut check and took risks for which they were not properly prepared, militancy was a cause of self-estrangement. Reflecting years later on Weatherman's politics, Gilbert affirmed many of the charges of the group's early critics. He described gut check as an unfortunate expression of macho culture, which issued the core challenge. Are you man enough to stick your head in the lion's den? Do you have the courage to do this? He also saw in the Days of Rage a strange moralism, in which the Weathermen sought to prove they were better than the rest of the white left. That conviction lay at the heart of Weatherman's arrogance and active contempt for whites who did not join the armed struggle. Criticism of the group only reinforced that contempt. In its most dogmatic phase, Gilbert concedes, Weatherman addressed the movement by saying, "We're ready to fight and die. We're ready to do anything. And you're either on our side or you're on the side of the pigs." In Hirsch's characterization, the message was either you take this stand with us or fuck you. If they didn't, it was their problem, it was never our problem. Militancy, in this unforgiving dichotomy, failed to inspire, enlighten, or produce unity. It functioned instead as the basis for a crude dualism that separated the saved from the damned. The truth was obscure, too profound, and too pure. To live it you have to explode. In that last hour of need we entirely agreed. Sacrifice was the code of the road. Bob Dylan. Where are you tonight? Journey through dark heat. Militancy allowed new leftists to get at what they understood as the real of politics. Many young radicals viewed power and violence as the foundations of capitalism, as both Marxism and experience had taught them to do. These were manifest not only in wars, police brutality, the treatment of prisoners, and the oppression of people of color, but also, if less openly, in market and class relationships, in ideology, and in the modes of authority and discipline in schools, workplaces, and even families. Todd Gitlin, a former SDS president, drew on these premises to convey the role of militancy for the new left. Confrontations were moments of truth, bisecting life into time before and time after. We collected these ritual punctuations as moments when the shroud that normally covers everyday life was torn away, and we stood face to face with the true significance of things. Each round was an approximation of the apocalypse, in the original meaning, the revelation of things the way they actually stand. By making what was latent or obscured apparent, militancy could induce a near-religious revelation of social truth, moments of potentially terrifying clarity in which the real nature of the system and the stakes of political conflict were laid open to be experienced and understood. For Jeff Jones, the protests at Columbia University had precisely this effect by showing that if you could create a confrontation with the university administration, you could expose the interlocking network of imperialism as it was played out on the campuses. You could prove that the university was working hand in hand with the CIA, that ultimately the campuses would resort to the police to resolve their problems. When you really pushed them, they would call upon all the repressive apparatuses to defend their position from their own students. Jones's experience mirrored Louis Althusser's view, one influential among leftist intellectuals in the 1960s and 1970s, of the relationship between capitalism and the state. According to Althusser, capitalism reproduces itself through the combined functioning of ideological state apparatuses, such as schools, the family, and the media, and repressive state apparatuses, such as the police and the court system. The primary role of such presumably benign institutions as universities is actually to maintain established patterns of ideological hegemony and political authority. But when they fail in their mandate or their true function is exposed, the state intervenes with repression. Violence, from Althusser's perspective, thus serves as the ultimate basis of institutional authority. Militant confrontation at Columbia made that truth apparent to Jones. Confrontation could also reveal something fundamental about inner reality and human existence generally. Susan Stern reported having a profound catharsis at the 1968 Democratic Convention, akin to a conversion experience. Observing rows of riot police attacking protesters, bloodied from the previous day's battles, Stern recalled, "I lay down shuddering on a piece of blanket and looked at the clouds gauzy in the blue sky. I thought about bullets ripping through flesh, about napalmed babies. I thought about Malcolm X and lynching and American Indians. Lying there, sweating from doses of speed and terror, I thought about Auschwitz and mountains of corpses piled high in the deep pits dug by German Nazis. A new feeling was struggling to be born in me. It had no name, but it made me want to reach beyond myself to others who were suffering. I felt real, as if suddenly I had found out something true about myself, that I was not helpless, that life meant enough for me to struggle for it. How I would fight." In her trembling mind, a continuum of oppression linked past evils with the aggression in Vietnam. The grim images and the vision of impending battle evoked in her an uncanny sense of compassion, purpose, empowerment, truth, and realness. Fighting, which the hobbling Stern would do during the remainder of the convention, consummated her epiphany. She emerged from her awakening convinced that life became meaningful in struggle, that life itself was struggle. Art Johnson, reflecting on a somber march ringed by armed National Guardsmen following the battle over People's Park, reflected, 50,000 people marched under the guns of death in the streets of Berkeley on Memorial Day, ready to lay down their lives. The scene was a death trip for us all. We had been through death before, sure, on acid in motorcycle wrecks, but here it was, our real blood, baked dry on the white flags of hope. Brother James is dead, the first white youth to die in our fight to defend our own emergent culture. Was the turning point marks for white youth the transition from rebellion to revolution, the emergence of a sense of common destiny, of a common culture, value system, and lifestyle which is dramatically opposed to the materialist, individualist, and corrupt values of this society. Creating a hierarchy of experience, Johnson contrasts the abstract or figurative death of a bad LSD trip with the materiality of real blood. Violence, culminating in literal death, realized the meaning of death and life for the demonstrators. The stains of blood, much like stigmata on their white bodies, marked their resistance as genuine. Marching under the guns of death, they also felt an unprecedented sense of cohesion and purposefulness. Violence, finally, induced in Johnson a Manichaean illumination of two sides in total conflict with each other. Johnson's comments also reveal the hazards of militancy. After recommending armed self-defense of our way of life, He echoes Weatherman's extreme pragmatism, which was suspicious of words and privileged acts. We must trust our real brothers, those we are bound to through real-life activity, working, eating, fucking, doping, brawling, not to those who would involve us in some ego media power theoretical bullshit. We don't need to be organized and radicalized by any theoreticians. We can learn from our brothers who are doing it. The clumsy opposition of real and unreal life virtually annihilates the capacity for critical reflection by declaring it irrelevant or worse. Theory becomes the mortal enemy of practice, conceived as pure vitalistic activity, by destroying the budding revolution. Johnson ultimately provides an impoverished vision of the new left's body politics. In a more or less indiscriminate celebration of the body, he lists a series of activities, each implying a related appetite, that have no intrinsically political substance. They offer, as primitive expressions of eros, only crude compensation for the alienation from the body seen by leftists as defining mainstream culture. Moreover, he ignores the fact that eating, having sex, and fighting were hardly exclusive to the counterculture, making the image of the total opposition of cultures a mirage. Militancy promised to yield true knowledge of society and the nature of political conflict. When promoting reductive analyses, it clouded the new left's understanding of its own rebellion. The themes of courage, danger, violence, realness, and death abounded in the theory and practice of the new left. Focusing on how these terms functioned within the language of the new left helps us understand their connection to one another. Since to be real meant to be brave, courageous, or tough, according to Larkin and Foss's dictionary, showing physical courage was a way of demonstrating one's realness. New left ideology enhanced this linkage between militancy and reality. If, as many young radicals held, power is the foundation of social existence, then courage, which impels face-to-face confrontation with power, allows one to participate in that essential reality. One becomes, in the process, real. But the term real was also used to describe situations that were excessively dangerous, Larkin and Foss's emphasis. In this rendering, realness reflected the more anxious perspective that objective reality in the USA was a mere generalization of South Vietnam and what's, that is, violent and perilous, with the outbreak of civil war imminent. Excess and peril, chaos and conflict constituted reality. To access this volatile and precarious reality required, in turn, embracing extreme danger. The association of reality and peril becomes more vivid still in the idea of the death trip. A death trip, in radical parlance, was a course of action believed to eventuate in catastrophe, and with no counterbalancing gain to show for it. The new left, this definition makes clear, assessed acts of militancy by how well they served their political goals, measured against the sacrifice they demanded. The days of rage were a death trip in that they courted excessive danger for doubtful gain. But Foss and Larkin list excessive danger as one of the definitions of real. In this way, they establish an equivalence between the terms real, objective reality, and death trip. To the extent that radicals conceived of reality in terms of violence and danger, militancy tended toward death. Black Panther leader Huey Newton spoke to this aspect of militancy with his concept of revolutionary suicide. For Newton, in an oppressive society, the purest or most decisive revolutionary act, one that answered the violence of the system with violence of one's own, was necessarily a suicidal act. In existential terms, militancy represented a kind of abiding with death, Martin Heidegger's phrase, as militants tried to live in acceptance of the perilous structure of reality as they saw it. Given these high stakes, being militant was extremely demanding both politically and psychologically. Some activists developed the sense of being on a personal death trip as their protest evolved. Scott Braley had grown up in a small, straight-laced town in rural Michigan dominated by Dow Chemical. Drawn as a teenager to jazz, putting a Diz for Prez bumper sticker on his car was one of his earliest acts of rebellion, marijuana, and other deviant pleasures. He quickly graduated to more robust passions: stronger drugs, hitchhiking west, and, while back in East Lansing, working with Michigan State SDS. From the Vietnam War, he concluded that America was completely corrupt and rapidly destroying the world, demanding militant protest. You might win, you might lose, but you have to fight, he believed, to defend and advance your principles. Where the fight would lead, however, Braley did not know, and he developed early on the grim suspicion that he would likely not survive to find out. Even before joining Weatherman, he recalls, "I had had a pretty deep feeling that 23 was going to be my cutoff. A sense of impending doom, though rarely so overtly expressed, laced the imagery of the New Left." A remarkable aspect of the 1960s was the intensity with which young people communicated with one another and the world. With its articles, poems, cartoons, and other graphics, the underground press proved a potent vehicle, not only for political analysis, but also for the projection of young leftists' fantasies and desires. Overwhelmingly, the message was one of enthusiasm for the cause, contempt for the enemy, and confidence in eventual victory. Yet creeping into this presentation were morbid images, at once frightening and fatalistic, that provided a subterranean commentary on the New Left's increasingly hazardous rebellion. The cover of Rat's January 1969 issue pictures a reaper standing in a barren landscape, while an Asian sun rises, or sets, on the horizon. One hand holds a scythe, stuck in a corpse wearing a sash marked 1968. The other holds a chain encircling the neck of a frightened, vaguely Asian-looking baby labeled 1969. The optimism of 1968, when each month seemed to mark a new victory for the left globally, here vanishes in the projection of the dominance of death and suffering in the year to come. A February 1969 cover of Detroit's Fifth Estate shows a skeleton peering down from the center of a sun, in whose rays appears the text, "A philosophy of life and death. Wars, crimes, divorce, prejudice, and insanity are mirrored on a river of blood, whose trickling is the music of a sculled violinist, and it washes into the sea of fear within your own mind." The synesthetic images describe mainstream American culture as one of violence, hatred, and separation from which there is no psychic escape. Fifth Estate's cover a year later is even bleaker. A grotesque reaper, naked except for a tie in the pattern of an American flag, holds the severed head of a long hair, while dancing over E. Cummings's lines, "I don't want to frighten you, but they mean to kill us all." The overt message is one of fear that the state will increasingly use lethal violence against the movement. Yet the image exceeds this sober prediction, providing instead the fantasy of an encroaching Holocaust. The projection of limitless annihilation also has a self-punishing quality, revealing both narcissistic and masochistic impulses within the New Left. The implication of the graphic, on one level, is that the New Left's rebellion is so threatening that it could elicit a response of mass murder. On another level, the graphic potentially conveyed young radicals' unconscious guilt over their rebellion against the system, the great impersonal societal father, and the attending desire, surely covert, to be punished. Extending the psychoanalytic model closes the circle. The desired punishment is only the introjection of new leftists' original anger at the authorities presiding over a world deemed rotten. The Days of Rage highlight, finally, the relationship between militancy and ethics. Some leftists condemned the protest politically while praising it as an act of principle. Most provocatively, Stu Albert declared the Weathermen morally perfect by comparing the United States to Nazi Germany, the Vietnamese to the Jews, and Nixon to Hitler. He thus cast the Days of Rage as an expression of the Weathermen's desire, voiced by Dorn, not to be the equivalent of good Germans. At the same time, in its evident hyperbole and slippage between historical settings, his analogy illustrates the dubious extremes to which the left went in communicating its sense of moral urgency. Young militants were not the only ones drawing such analogies. John Fernandez, co-director of a prominent religious anti-war organization, commented that Nixon may be worse than Hitler, making Americans worse than the good Germans. Rabbi Heschel, another anti-war leader, confronted Henry Kissinger in 1969 by suggesting that America would look more and more like Nazi Germany if it continued attacking Vietnam. By any measure, the United States of the late 1960s was not the equivalent of Nazi Germany. The left's comparison of the two societies might therefore be dismissed as a specious conflation of contexts, or even political abuse of the memory of the Holocaust. The invocation of the negative icon of the good German did not, however, depend entirely for its validity on a comprehensive similarity between the United States and Nazi Germany. Rather, it could express the conviction that the morality of assassination and atrocity is absolute, not relative. These crimes were persistent features of the war in Vietnam and, to a lesser extent, of the state's campaign against black radicals. The very existence of such crimes, in whatever quantity, issued a categorical imperative, such as the Germans had faced and overwhelmingly failed to honor under Hitler, to take an emphatic stance of opposition. Palmer stressed the role the Vietnam War played in inciting the forceful language and radical acts of the left. It was the Vietnam War that really triggered what happened in the 60s. Without the Vietnam War, I think the civil rights movement would have gone through with its relatively staid and almost monotonous seriousness and would not have involved taking up the gun. The war was so outrageous. There was nothing more hypocritical, there was nothing more devastating to the sense of patriotism, the sense of American consciousness. We compared the United States to Nazi Germany. We compared Lyndon Johnson and Richard Nixon to war criminals. We were behaving as a country the same way as Nazi Germany behaved, a war criminal way. Palmer conceded that the Vietnam War was not necessarily the greatest outrage in U.S. history, let alone world history. Slavery, he stressed, was likely more horrible, but the war was so compelling for the 1960s generation because it was happening now. It instilled in Palmer the sense that this is the testing time for all mankind. This is the testing time for all Americans. The comparison of the United States and Nazi Germany also suggested that one had a duty to engage in resistance to injustice regardless of its ability to alleviate suffering or even move the public. "I don't expect to have an effect," the anti-war leader Bettina Aptheker remarked. "I thought you protested something because it was wrong, even if nobody listened." New leftists reasoned. Were the good Germans not the silent majority in their own country? Conceived in absolute terms, the morality of resistance escapes comparative and utilitarian considerations. As a result, one could speak of the moral statement made by the Days of Rage, despite the action's political failure. The Weathermen themselves were generally loath to stress the ethical current of their politics. They saw moralizing about the war as the domain of pacifists and liberals and promoted militancy primarily on political and strategic grounds. Ethical discourse clashed also with the ultra-militant style Weatherman initially projected. One journalist observed that the Weathermen think that anything on the moral level is sissy talk. Hindsight has shifted their perspective. In the 1980s, Jeff Jones counted the Days of Rage among the group's greatest political failures, joking, "Thank God the Vietnamese weren't counting on us to actually stop the war." Yet he implicitly defended its moral impulse. The point was that if they're going to continue to attack the Vietnamese and to kill the Panthers, then we as young white people are going to attack them behind the lines. That's why we smashed up people's private property, their cars, their windows, and fought the cops. The situation was so grave, what the U.S. was doing, this of course was true, that we had to take extreme measures. Wilkerson used a language of paradox to describe how political senselessness and moral sense combined in the Days of Rage. It was just pure insanity. From the standpoint of rational politics and organization, we were out of our minds. We were as bad as the most psychotic religious sects, some brainwashed bunch of lunatics. On the other hand, as a response to what was going on in Vietnam, it was a response of total outrage. At the time, it didn't seem like we were having any impact at all, and it was a gesture of total frustration which was to go bananas, and as such was a very sane response. And so even though it was totally crazy as a political act, history hasn't condemned it. For her, the Days of Rage were a desperate spasm, at once ludicrous and just in the midst of a moral and political crisis. Her testimony, read against Gilbert's reflections, reverses the application of Weber's terms to new left activism. As an act of moral outrage, violence conforms to the ethic of ultimate ends, whose main obligation Weber describes as seeing to it that the flame of pure intentions, protesting against the injustice of the social order, burns brightly. Whatever the judgment of history, Wilkerson's contradictory verdict illustrates how militancy raised vital questions regarding the ethical and political limits of protest. The Weathermen certainly had no monopoly on moral indignation. Activists whose passion was just as strong could question not only the political sense but also the ultimate morality of righteous acts that hurt the goals of the movement or that increased repression and suffering. Was an ethically courageous act necessarily a good act? Could any act of rebellion, whatever the consequences and whoever its victims, be justified by pointing to the greater violence of the state? Weber's meditation on the morality of politics is once again relevant. In distinguishing the ethic of ultimate ends from the ethic of responsibility, Weber speaks of the abysmal contrast of these irreconcilably opposed orientations. One privileges justice in the present over that in the future. The other privileges justice in the future over that in the present. Each contradicts the other, and neither can bring ends and means into harmony. Violence, which Weber describes as the decisive means of politics, makes the distance between the two ethics infinitely great. In converting their outrage into violence, new left radicals suffered the tragic measure of that irreconcilability. Well, I sure don't know what I'm going for, but I'm gonna go for it. That's for sure. The Grateful Dead, Saint of Circumstance, Lyrics, by John Perry Barlow. Additional insight into the power and seductiveness of militancy for new leftists comes from an unlikely source. During the upheavals in Paris in May 1968, Michel Foucault was in Tunisia on an academic assignment. While there, he witnessed the political struggle of students, for whom physical commitment was implied immediately by the oppressive conditions of neocolonialism. Foucault found himself profoundly struck and amazed that the students, who faced years in prison simply for distributing leaflets, would put their freedom, bodies, and lives at risk in such a radical way. For the students, Marxism was not merely a way of analyzing reality. It was also a kind of moral force, an existential act that left one stupefied. Foucault contrasted their passion with the sterile hyper-Marxistization and indomitable discursivity of French student radicals, trapped in endless debate and essentially free of any consequences for their dissident ideas. The Tunisians ultimately inspired in Foucault the desire to have a total experience and accomplish a series of actions that would imply a personal, physical commitment that was real. These are striking reflections from an intellectual who, in his sweeping criticisms of humanism and modern morality, did so much to retire the vision of existential man that informs his description of the Tunisians. Like American militants, he attributes integrity and realness to risk and physical courage. He indicts abstraction as a sign of inauthenticity and privilege, and he yearns to commit himself politically in a total, physical way that honors the great sacrifice of others. The Weathermen, radicalizing each of these views, made violence the measure of authenticity. Doing so, they appeared to champion Sartre's provocative dictum that revolutionary violence is man recreating himself, with the days of rage serving as a dramatic occasion for that recreation. Following the action, Jones insisted that carrying out acts of armed resistance against the state the highest form of human being. Despite such statements, the Weathermen never saw militancy as an autonomous value, fully divorced from political goals. It remained a means to a revolutionary end, not an end in itself. When later admitting to having glorified violence, they would speak primarily of being caught up in a Debrayist myth that led them to grossly misstate the benefits of actions like the days of rage. Given Weatherman's concern with strategy, the denunciations of the days of rage as a political failure appear fitting responses. Indeed, militancy of Weatherman's sort threatened to shut down political reflection, render the message of the movement incomprehensible to those outside it and many within it, and make protesters even more vulnerable to attacks by the state. Marcuse, though able to sympathize with even unintelligent action, cautioned that escalation is built into the system and accelerates the counter-revolution, which might end up crushing the New Left's rebellion. Some critics went so far as to charge that, in insisting that fighting was the only relevant political act, the only expression of genuine commitment, Weatherman had corrupted the movement's values. The middle-aged pacifist Dave Dellinger was no stranger to militancy. He had been arrested numerous times for protest, and he repeatedly defended young militants against the admonitions of older leftists. Yet he urged the Weathermen to see that militancy did not have to be violent to be effective, as Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. had shown. Greg Calvert, a gay man admirably critical of the sexism suffusing the New Left, insisted, "Socialism isn't about trying to prove one's manhood. Socialism is about the discovery and struggle of a new manhood and a new womanhood in which proving, warriors and domination become irrelevant relics. Revolution is an act and process of love in which people become whole again because passion and gentleness, human need and human possibility become so integrally merged that there is nothing left to prove." Such responses to Weatherman were not, however, the final word on what was best for the movement. With their abundant calls for more political education, organizing, and coalition building, critics seemed to offer few existentially compelling alternatives to the group. As if trying to answer Weatherman's passion, RYM2 spoke of feeling high on the people, a phrase of Hampton's, when rallying with strikers and marching with blacks and Puerto Ricans. In unity, one RYM2 partisan insisted, the left experienced the true meaning of militancy. Praising this kind of militancy for the absence of violence at RYM2 events, he explained, "When we don't have to fight, when the pigs are afraid to attack, it's a victory, not a defeat." Yet the RYM2 demonstrations were noteworthy to many for their blandness, as they featured the standard fare of marching, chanting, and speechmaking. The Guardian seemed to want to put the genie of militancy back in the bottle altogether, as it condemned the Weathermen for doing their best to turn what should have been the year of the heroic organizer into the year of the heroic fool. Its recommendation of more grassroots organizing may have represented a rationally appropriate statement of what was to be done for a movement sorely lacking adherents. But it did not appeal to the militant spirit responsible for much of the New Left's success. And if there was something far-fetched about the notion of Weatherman leading an army of working-class youths, there was an equal measure of implausibility to student radicals, often bred in more than modest comfort, serving as humble champions of the American masses. The debate surrounding the Days of Rage reveals the New Left at a profound impasse. To many, the Weathermen had taken militancy to a point of diminishing and even dangerous returns. Yet New Left 1969 had few resources besides its militant spirit. "We have created the slogan, 'All power to the people,'" Calvert lamented. "We have not organized or catalyzed people's power." After nearly a decade, the New Left had barely begun to build a genuinely popular revolutionary movement. Calvert answered Weatherman's vision of violent insurrection with his own wishful scenario. He advocated the revolution which does not need vanguards because it is so deeply grounded in the lives of the majority of the people that the governing classes will have lost before they know what happened to their power. Concentrating agency in the left's own silent majority, awakened to revolution through diligent organizing, Calvert envisioned a seamless transition of power. For others, lacking confidence in the prospects of a velvet revolution in America, militancy remained the favored way. The debates that raged in the late 1960s reflected not only political divisions within the New Left but also a crisis in its understanding of reality. Weatherman, RYM2, PL, and countless other groups debated, in essence, what the real nature of the system was, what constituted real revolutionary politics, real militancy, real solidarity, and who the real SDS were. Feminists, growing in numbers and momentum, charged that patriarchy was the real source of oppression, rendering irrelevant much of the New Left's analysis. People of color accused all manner of white activists of neither understanding nor adequately confronting the reality of racism, both in society and in their own organizations. As if in an infinite regress, each perspective pushed reality beyond the reaches of its rivals. The instability of the very construct reality was evident in the New Left's language. According to Larkin and Foss, young radicals employed the word really almost compulsively, sometimes in serial repetition or to begin and end a single sentence, i.e., like, "That's really fucked," and "Really, that's bullshit, really." The intended effect of this linguistic intensifier was to add weight to one's views, to drive home where things were really at. Yet, the semantic impact of this redundant usage of really was the communication or intersubcultural fortification of a sense of nebulosity, that is, the uncertainty as to just what really was or wasn't. Larkin and Foss thus disclose an auto-deconstructive quality to the discourse of New Leftists. The more insistently they invoked notions of reality, the more the concept, or its referent, eluded them with debilitating results. Endless political and ideological debates did not yield anything like a consensus analysis of the system or ultimately clarify the movement's task. On the contrary, it went hand in hand with the dizzying multiplication of revolutionary factions, ideologies, manifestos, and strategies, and the breakdown of a sense of common purpose. Others within the protest culture did not try to mask confusion about reality with ideology. Instead, they openly testified to and even celebrated reality's uncertain or illusory quality. Larkin and Foss cite the Beatles' 1968 Strawberry Fields Forever, in which John Lennon professes, "Nothing is real / it's nothing to get hung about," as a prime expression of the deepening ambiguity of reality, reinforced by the song's dissonantly hideous conclusion. The Beatles, one might add, amplified this effect with their entirely dissonant Revolution 9 and chaotic Helter Skelter. Both became anthems for Charles Manson, who felt they foretold an imminent apocalypse, which his family would hasten with its murderous rampage. The songs were recorded in 1968, not long before SDS's collapse. The fraying of the anti-war movement, Altamont, and other events that appeared to turn the dream of the 1960s into a nightmare that refracted reality through the disorienting prisms of disillusionment, cynicism, and hate. Within the psychedelic subculture, which was highly critical of the hyperseriousness of the ideological left, there had for several years been a form of testing that explored the ambiguity of the real. In the mid-1960s, the novelist Ken Kesey and his merry pranksters held bacchanalian LSD parties, called acid tests. The motto of these events, and the explicit challenge they issued to their participants, was, "Can you pass the acid test?" The differences between the acid test and gut check as two kinds of personal trials are striking. The purpose of gut check was for an individual to overcome fear and, through confrontation, embrace the violence at the foundation of capitalist society. The challenge of the acid tests, by contrast, was to withstand the massive disorientation induced by the drug and the chaotic environment, to endure and even revel in the decomposition of the psychic and sensory frames of reference through which one conventionally apprehended reality. As potentially harrowing psychological and quasi-spiritual ordeals, they could induce a death trip all their own, one that demanded its own kind of courage to survive. One possible insight from the experience was that reality, contrary to what the normal mind perceived, was at root chaotic, or one might sense that reality was a matter of perspective and could be creatively refashioned. For some, this revelation had political implications. Abbie Hoffman claimed that he made the decision to become a full-time activist while on an LSD trip, the drug having imbued him with a sense of near-infinite power and possibility. And, in the ultimate experience of danger, one could take the drug in such a way as to combine the spirit of gut check and the acid tests. Hoffman reports that he took several hits of acid on the most violent night of the 1968 Democratic Convention. The drug made the encounter with the raw power of the state all the more terrifying and exhilarating, a sensation that Hoffman, who suffered from mental illness, likened to the rush of manic depression. The New Left's politics of reality, much like militancy, was a source of both strength and weakness. On the one hand, the efforts of young leftists to define and connect with reality reflected their core desire to break out of what seemed an artificial world of superficial comforts and estrangement from their political and moral potential. Trying to discern reality behind the haze of the ideology of the status quo, they sought to find in politics and life something truer and more meaningful than what mainstream society offered them. On the other hand, the very attempt to demarcate reality with dogmatic certainty disempowered the New Left. So many in the movement contrasted to the inauthentic world, they rejected some purportedly definitive understanding of the true nature of the system. This effort, as it tended toward ideological absolutism, militated against an appreciation of the sheer complexity of a society like the United States, as well as of the monumental challenge of changing it. The result was a loss of humility and, with it, of the healthy sense of pluralism that had once been the New Left's hallmark. Such a pluralism, had it survived the late 1960s, might have encouraged New Leftists to see the value of a variety of approaches to political change. The tragic aspect to the dissolution of the New Left, in this light, was not so much the erosion of an always tenuous unity as the loss of its ability to deal constructively with diversity in its ranks. The wheel is turning and you can't slow it down. Can't let go and you can't hold on. Can't go back and you can't stand still. If the thunder don't get you, then the lightning will. The Grateful Dead. The Wheel. Lyrics by Robert Hunter. The challenge of what to make of the days of rage was greatest for the weathermen themselves. They had in advance assigned the action a decisive place within a projective mythology of revolution in America. Yet rather than reassessing their fantastic expectations in light of the disastrous results, the weathermen mostly tried to force perceptions of the days of rage back in line with their expectations. The result was a tortured blend of exuberant claims of victory, frank admissions of failure, and subtle revisions in their self-understanding that made possible Weatherman's entire history as an armed struggle group. Weatherman had come to Chicago hoping that violence would somehow speak for itself, transcend, as a form of pure practice, the realm of language or representation. Weatherman's own conflicted response to the Days of Rage shows, however, that violence was itself an ambiguous text, whose meaning the Weathermen could not fully master. After the Days of Rage, Weatherman collectives held intense self-criticism sessions to analyze the event. The first public pronouncement on the action came on October 21st in the SDS newspaper. Weatherman shortened the title of the last edition, The Fire Next Time, to simply Fire. With this change, the group suggested that the Days of Rage were just the conflagration it had desired. Consistent with its neo-futurist aesthetic of speed and raging chaos, Weatherman favored images over words to tell its exploits. The single-sheet issue was designed as a wall poster that featured pictures from the action, including protesters smashing windows and a weatherman hitting a policeman. A cartoon word bubble had the fighting weatherman saying, "Taste the sweetness of destiny, racist pig," with the words "bloody melee," "rampage in loop," and "violent" dotting the collage. On the reverse side, a National Liberation Front Viet Cong star sat in the middle of more battle pictures, over which Weatherman wrote, "On Monday, October 6th, a pig statue honoring the murderers of Chicago strikers was blown to bits. On Tuesday, October 7th, the head of the Chicago Pig Sergeants Association said that SDS has declared war on the Chicago police, from here on in its kill or be killed. On Wednesday, October 8th, a white fighting force was born in the streets of Pig City. We came to Chicago to join the other side, to stop talking and start fighting. To destroy the motherfucker from the inside. There were only 500 of us, but we forced Pig Daily to call in the guard. We did what we set out to do, and in the process turned a corner. From here on in it's one battle after another, with white youth joining in the fight and taking the necessary risks. Pig America, beware. There's an army growing right in your guts, and it's going to help bring you down. Did that pig say kill or be killed?" Judging from Fire, the weathermen emerged from the Days of Rage jubilant and filled as never before with enthusiasm for combat. Their statement reads like an imitation of the Panthers' defiant street speech combined with a rhetoric of relentless showdown. The group's imagery or imagination of battle soon grew still more fantastic. The front page of a subsequent issue of Fire featured a medieval etching of corpses hanging from trees and littering a battlefield with the legend, "The above photograph was taken at the SDS National Action last month in Chicago. The figure at the left, drinking from the wineskin, is youth culture freak Marian Delgado." The paper also showed an eerie charcoal drawing of a woman, her face blackened with ashes, sitting near a pile of skulls, while a battle rages in the distance. The group stressed the transformation of the weathermen themselves in the crucible of battle. The first issue of Fire shows Brian Flanagan, who faced attempted murder charges, leaving a Chicago courthouse with a clenched fist. Below his picture an explanation ran, "When we used to ask for a war to end wars, there was a kind of protection we got from the man. Nobody in the white movement had to do a lot of jail time. Our people haven't got offed yet. But we've changed. We're not trying to end wars. We're starting to fight a war." Weatherman exalted Flanagan, who appears more frightened than defiant in the photo, as a virtual martyr who proved their willingness, as whites, to suffer jail or death. Yet Weatherman's display was conspicuous in what it left out. Fire, made no reference to the virtual boycott of the action by working-class youths, the denunciations by the Panthers, and the avalanche of criticism from the movement. All this, in Weatherman's overheated imagination, melted into irrelevance, leaving the weathermen and the police alone to play a deadly game of King of the Mountain, governed by the stark challenge to kill or be killed. Weatherman's more analytical statements on the days of rage echoed the self-congratulation of fire, while confronting some of the action's obvious shortcomings. On one level, the group tenaciously clung to the notion that it represented the beginnings of a phase of militant mass struggle in America. Shinya Ono, assessing the action a month later, restated Weatherman's view that without this leap into violent, galvanizing action, the movement will continue to be a mere aggregate of individuals who may wish things to be otherwise, but who really have no concrete idea of how to make a revolution. The days of rage, he claimed, forced millions of kids to grapple for the first time with the existence of a white fighting force and helped those already in the movement to re-examine the nature of their revolutionary commitment and struggle harder. At the same time, Weatherman tried to come to terms with its inability to field the army it had promised. The Weather Bureau officially blamed the sectarian and dogmatic spirit that permeated every aspect of our work, and the humorless franticness which we mistook for seriousness for driving youth away. Weatherman ultimately dealt with its failure by reconceiving the priorities of its supposed white army. The toughening of the group's own cadres was now the main goal. Two anonymous weathermen claimed, "Our failure to attract thousands of kids turned into an important victory, fixed in us a very deep part of our politics. Being a revolutionary means fighting as hard as we can with whatever strength we've got." Weatherman's insistence that the days of rage had been a success had a tangle of roots. Some participants privately judged the event a failure and left the group, taking their criticisms with them. Among those who remained, strong personalities dominated the dissenting voices inclined to argue that Weatherman should rethink its fundamental approach. Certain troubling issues, such as the destruction of working-class cars in Chicago, were neither resolved nor even seriously discussed. To the extent that Weatherman retained faith in its capacity to lead a revolution by violent example, it became a prisoner to both its ideology and the myth it had created about itself. The self-imposed isolation of the members in tight-knit collectives, where doubts were taken as signs of weakness, served to reinforce their questionable assumptions. And yet there is a sense in which the days of rage conformed to at least some of Weatherman's basic premises and goals. Beneath its bluster, the group recognized that the system was powerful, that identification with it ran deep, and that it would be incredibly difficult to persuade people in positions of privilege of the need to fight. Hirsch explained that Weatherman felt allied with the world's struggle separated from a lot of white people. The group's isolation in Chicago, far from causing the Weathermen to abandon what could seem a dangerously false and lonely path, only affirmed their sense of being exceptional whites. She continued, "We wanted to create havoc. Not meaningless havoc with a clear sense of why we were doing it. We wanted to shake up day-to-day life, and we certainly did that." Another weatherwoman allowed that public officials' negative response was always a barometer of how the weathermen viewed themselves, adding to their self-congratulation over Chicago. Some weathermen looked past the problems with the protest because they were already so strongly focused on the next step, one so big, so bold, and so demanding that it seemed scarcely to permit eruptions of doubt and equivocations of will. Braley reports, "We had already made a commitment to build armed struggle on some level. We didn't know what it meant at that point, but I had personally made that decision. Came, it went, it didn't affect what I thought about things because at that point I felt the development of clandestine work was the primary thing to do, and whether there were 50 of us or 100 or 40,000 of us wasn't the question." The place of militancy within the ethos of the New Left suggests that the cathartic experience of combat itself substantially drove Weatherman's estimation of its achievement. So much of the preparation for the days of rage consisted of conditioning the members' courage. Two anonymous weathermen asserted, "For each one of us, Chicago would be a crucial test. We knew that some of us might be killed. We understood that to say we dug the Viet Cong or the Tupamaros or the Black Panthers and yet not be willing to take similar risks would make us bullshitters and racists." Years later, Jones judged the days of rage an unequivocal political failure, but he observed that the weathermen had overcome tremendous personal fears. Given the courage he had summoned up to lead the march on the first night, he counted the action as one of his proudest experiences as an activist. Jim Mellon not only acknowledged, but also questioned, the group's courage. As he walked to the weatherman action on the last of the days of rage, a policeman threatened to attack him later in the day. Yet he could not say to his fellow weathermen, "Sorry, gang. They're gonna hurt me, so I'm not gonna show up today." Because all our people knew they were gonna get hurt. It was sort of a collective puberty, right? We're all out hunting the Simba, out hunting the lion, and nobody can say to the other, "I don't want to do it." We don't need a lion. The days of rage were, in short, the ultimate gut check, one the weathermen passed. Yet fear persisted, affecting the group's outlook in profound ways. Gitlin described the willful suspension of disbelief as the spiritual heart of the new militancy that emerged with the turn from protest to resistance. Suspending critical judgment about the weakness of the movement and the strength of the state worked against the potentially imprisoning sense of isolation and paralyzing fear as new leftists pushed to the outer rim of what generation, by itself, could accomplish. The weathermen were easy prey to this denial. To Braley, the days of rage were like a train you grabbed onto. Though some of Weatherman's expectations were completely unreal and self-deceptive, he recalls, it was too scary to believe that no one else was going on that train. To Larry Weiss, looking back, by the time of the days of rage, all connection with reality was over. The New Left further tried to neutralize fear by believing, in Gitlin's words, that it had outdistanced known reality, therefore also the judgment of cool heads and internal restraints. Hirsch recalled, "We were stepping out of the norm. You had old left, new left. This was a new left, intent on confounding conventional assumptions about what a rebel movement should do or be." Yet Ayres confessed that behind the group's apparent confidence there was a sense that we were not only going out in unmapped territory, but it was unmapped territory that was deeply mined and that we were likely to hurt ourselves badly. And the feeling of dread was growing in my stomach, and I think in our collective stomachs. We were steeling ourselves for intense action. We felt that we would die, that some of us would die, and we looked at ourselves with an edge of both determination and a kind of despair. In light of this grim undercurrent, the variously campy and gruesome imagery in Fire can be read as a way of refracting the trauma produced by the decision to fight, a form of psychic defense, similar in function to gallows humor, that at once alluded to and provided distance from the mortal seriousness of Weatherman's undertaking. Projecting themselves into cartoon land by portraying their actions in collages and word bubbles, the Weathermen could derealize the possibility of their own deaths. Invoking visions of annihilation, they could express an anxiety over their chosen paths that would be difficult to acknowledge either privately or in their public statements. However great their courage or yearning for reality, the Weathermen hesitated in confronting the perilous reality of their endeavor head-on. That hesitancy took on increasing relevance as the Weathermen assessed the military lessons of the days of rage. Ono insisted, incredibly, that militarily and tactically, the action was a victory by virtue of the extensive property damage and the relatively minor injuries to the Weathermen. Yet he also concluded that the days of rage had proved that mass street action is a necessary, but a losing tactic. Retiring the model of street fighting, the group soon explored a strategy of sabotage, in which bombs, not fists and bricks, were to provide the desired conflagrations. Just weeks after the days of rage, Weatherman's New York collective quietly began assembling an arsenal of explosives with which it would try to take the armed struggle further. Chapter 3. Hearts and Minds. The Anti-War Movement, Violence, and the Critical Mass. While Weatherman was attempting to fashion itself into a revolutionary vanguard by fighting in the streets and planning for sabotage, other activists were devoting their energies to the more immediate goal of ending the war in Vietnam through mass mobilization. Demonstrations in October and November of 1969 were the centerpieces of the anti-war movement's fall strategy to show that the public had turned decisively against the war. Despite the desire of the organizers for unity around the message of peace, the demonstrations served as an occasion for intense debate among protesters over the nature of the war strategies for ending it, and the ultimate goals of anti-war activism. The demonstrations also had an important bearing on the growing impulse within the left to violence. The Weathermen and other aspiring revolutionaries shared with less radical or risk-prone activists the concrete objective of ending the war. Doubting the efficacy of peaceful protest, however, they promoted violence as a vital, even necessary, means to that end. In addition, the war elicited a groundswell of anger, particularly among the young, which radicals tried to tap and further politicize. Opposition to the war, in short, was the main impetus for new left violence, and it was from the anti-war movement that any larger push by whites toward armed struggle was most likely to come. Mass demonstrations were among the defining acts of the anti-war movement and 1960s protest in general. They functioned as complex signs, events that everyone could regard as significant, but whose fundamental meaning and impact defied any single interpretation. Like the Days of Rage, these demonstrations posed challenges to representation, as activists and others argued over what they accomplished and labored to fit them into competing ideological and strategic assumptions. More specifically, the fall protests revealed the interdependent relationship between violent and nonviolent protest, how each was supported against the perceived limitations or even dangers of its alternative. For some, the size and intensity of the protests enhanced the hope of ending the war through peaceful, democratic channels, while strengthening fears that violence would undermine their efforts. For others, the very size of the protests, given that they produced no obvious change in war policy, only enhanced the sense of the futility of nonviolence. These debates raged, even as the line between purely violent and nonviolent protest blurred. Discerning the reality behind activists' warring rhetoric sheds light on the important question, one central to any judgment on Weatherman, of what role militancy and violence played in the successes and failures of the anti-war movement. In addition, mass demonstrations elicited from their participants, observers, and critics alike a vocabulary of the people, the masses, hearts and minds, and the majority. These were the key terms with which the war's supporters and opponents sought to justify their positions. In the fall of 1969, each side claimed that it was the majority, that it had won Americans' hearts and minds. This rhetorical standoff represented more than the predictably contrasting claims of opposing political interests or the challenge of accurately measuring public opinion. Rather, it reflected the instability of the entire vocabulary of democratic legitimation with which political opponents laid claim to a popular mandate. That instability was rooted, in part, in the inherent difficulty of giving voice to such amorphous entities as the people or the masses. Whatever the faith commonly placed in them, these groupings can only be represented symbolically, making the domestic battle over Vietnam a war of symbolisms, in which each side developed an arsenal of images, words, and actions by which it asserted itself as the bearer of the public's will. More deeply, the volatile nature of the debate on the war raised the possibility that the very notions of the people, the masses, and the majority are inventions of language. The persistent ambiguity regarding just what Americans thought about the Vietnam War signals an indeterminacy at democracy's core. The bitter conflict over the war, a seemingly exceptional domestic struggle born of exceptional circumstances, thus exposes the fragility of democratic assumptions under normal political conditions. Ambiguities in democratic theory and practice powerfully affected the efforts of radicals to articulate a rationale for bringing the war home. Their efforts yielded competing visions of resistance, divided chiefly over whether anti-war activists felt they were fighting on behalf of or against the American people. This tension tapped into a broader crisis in the political imagination of the left, for which appeals to the people and the masses have held a special place. Then they'll raise their hands, saying we'll meet all your demands, but we'll shout from the bow your days are numbered, and like Pharaoh's tribe, they'll be drowned dead in the tide, and like Goliath they'll be conquered. Bob Dylan. When the ship comes in. On October 15, 1969, more than 2 million people participated in local and regional anti-war demonstrations known collectively as the Moratorium. The demonstrations were organized by the Vietnam Moratorium Committee, VMC, which had formed in the early summer for the purpose of staging the protests. Hatched by two former youth organizers for the anti-war presidential candidate Eugene McCarthy, The idea of the moratorium was to show that anti-war sentiment had spread far beyond major cities and campuses and was now everywhere in America. All manner of campus groups and civic, religious, and professional associations joined in the organizing, giving the moratorium an aura of respectability and the reputation among some radicals of being a liberal protest. The hard organizing work of the summer and early fall paid off beyond anyone's expectations. The moratorium events were impressive for their grassroots focus, size, scope, and involvement of politicians and celebrities. Coretta Scott King, the widow of the recently slain Martin Luther King Jr., led candle-bearers encircling the White House. Tens of thousands gathered in New York City to hear speeches by Shirley MacLaine, Woody Allen, and Senator McCarthy. Organizers in New Haven called everyone in the phone book, producing a demonstration of 30,000 people. Detroit's mayor called on Nixon to commence immediately the withdrawal of U.S. forces from Vietnam. Liberal congresspersons engaged the House of Representatives in hours of debate about the war, and thousands of federal employees joined in the day's protests. High school students throughout the country boycotted classes. 2 New Jersey teenagers even took their own lives on the evening of the moratorium. Apparently in anguished protest of the war. 2 The moratorium was an outpouring of public dissent unprecedented in American history. 3 In its peacefulness and mainstream cast, it was also the first major anti-war protest with which the mainstream press sympathized. The moratorium, immensely successful in showing the breadth of anti-war sentiment, served as a rehearsal for mass rallies in Washington and San Francisco exactly 1 month later. The November demonstrations were organized by the New Mobilization Committee to End the War in Vietnam, New Mob, a coalition of prominent anti-war groups that had for several years organized protests under the name the Mob. In its composition and reputation, the New Mob was more radical than the VMC. Young militants, radical pacifists, and various left-wing groups gravitated to the November demonstrations as the occasion for their voices to be more forcefully heard. VMC leaders endorsed the New Mob protest with great hesitation, as they feared that violence in Washington would undermine the statement made by the moratorium. Though the New Mob repeatedly announced its peaceful intentions, the issue of violence hovered over the November protest in a double sense. On the one hand, the Nixon administration sought to portray the event as far more threatening than the October moratorium, despite the fact that many activists drew no sharp distinction between the 2 protests and attended both. The administration's claim was that the November demonstration would attract violence-prone elements with an anti-American agenda. On the other hand, some anti-war forces were indeed hoping for militant action in Washington. The Yippie leaders Abby Hoffman and Jerry Rubin called for a demonstration on the evening of November 15th at the Justice Department to protest the ongoing Chicago 8 conspiracy trial, in which they were defendants. Though Hoffman publicly pledged that the action would be nonviolent, Rubin privately told one alarmed organizer that the plan was to attack the building. 5 A rally on the evening of November 14th at DuPont Circle also provided a likely occasion for violence. The rally was sponsored by the Revolutionary Contingent in solidarity with the Vietnamese people, which included the Weathermen, militant New York activists calling themselves the Crazies, and independent SDS chapters. Weatherman had at one point envisioned a prominent role for itself in the November demonstrations. The plan was to hold small, regional demonstrations on November 8th and then lead droves of youth in a violent rampage in Washington, much like in the Days of Rage. Politically isolated and burdened by legal and financial difficulties, Weatherman scaled back its ambitions. Though the group insisted that the war would be ended by military defeat and not by demonstrations, Ayers conceded at a press conference in Chicago shortly before the protest that any motion against the war in Vietnam is significant at this point. Anything that stops the killing of Vietnamese people, we're supporting. So we're going to Washington, D.C. Weatherman also announced that it would leave its helmets at home and refrain from violence. 6 Yet some remained suspicious of Weatherman's true intentions. The FBI, aided by wiretaps and informants, tracked the Weathermen's push toward Washington. The New Mob, for its part, would deploy thousands of marshals to keep order and deter violence throughout the weekend. On November 11th, a final, ominous sign came when a collective headed by Sam Melville bombed the offices of Chase Manhattan Bank, Standard Oil, and General Motors in New York City. 1 day later, it bombed the Criminal Courts building. The collective had made headlines over the summer and early fall for bombings in New York of a Marine Midland Bank, the Federal Building, and the Whitehall Street Military Induction Center. The explosions did hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of damage, temporarily disabled the Whitehall Center, and caused New York radicals to speculate about who had so boldly turned talk of revolutionary violence into action. The group also attracted the interest of the FBI, which set up a 20-person unit to investigate the bombings. 8 The November bombings would be the collective's last. On the evening of November 12th, Melville was apprehended by nearly 24 armed agents while attempting to bomb military trucks in the company of a police informant. Authorities quickly arrested 2 co-conspirators, Jane Alpert and David Huey, and issued a warrant on a third, Patricia Swinton, but missed the involvement of Robin Palmer and 3 others, among them an Ivy League professor, whose identities were never publicly revealed. Melville was sentenced to 13 years in prison. He would later be killed in the 1971 Attica prison uprising, making him one of the New Left's few and most beloved martyrs. After Weatherman, the New York City Collective was at the time the most significant New Left group engaged in violence. Its activities testify to the growing volatility of the anti-war movement as the war ground on and the tension between violence and nonviolence sharpened. Capturing this unsettled climate, on November 12th, the front page of the Washington Post featured a story about the issuing of a permit for the peaceful New Mob March 2 days later, alongside a report on the collective's latest strike, headlined 3 bombings in New York. Tied to war foes. The collective also affirms what focus on the Weathermen can obscure, namely, that the Weathermen were neither alone among New Leftists in pursuing armed struggle nor represented the only way of doing things. Sam Melville defined the spirit of the collective, even if he was a unique personality within it. Born Sam Grossman, the son of a Jewish communist, from whom he had become estranged, he changed his name to Melville because of his love of Herman Melville's novel Moby Dick, rife with the themes of adventure and lonely obsession. Friends describe him as the quintessential man of action. Handsome, charismatic, and emanating an enticing sense of danger, he seemed something of an American archetype. His girlfriend and fellow bomber, Jane Alpert, said of him, "Radical politics, an air of masculine authority, and a delicious illicit sense about sex. Sam mesmerized me." 9 Unlike the Weathermen or other members of his collective, Melville had no need of complex justifications for violence and elaborate training to sharpen his courage. Instead, he gravitated, as if by instinct, to violence as an expression of political principle or simple common sense. He bitterly complained, for instance, that protesters remained too passive when under attack by police at street demonstrations. Political friends, alluding to both his name and character, called him Ahab. Explaining the moniker, Palmer confessed that though Melville was quite smart, he was at root an anti-intellectual much preferred doing something to giving a speech about it. Sam didn't like to talk, he liked to act. He was a Habian. Melville, in short, appeared to embody Weatherman's ideal of militancy that exalted decisiveness and disparaged mere rhetoric. The New York collective did not, however, share Weatherman's rigid ideology, seemingly single-minded commitment to revolutionary violence, or tight group discipline. Its members remained active in their careers and in a range of activism, including alternative education, underground journalism, and guerrilla theater. They neither adopted the toughened personas of stone-cold revolutionaries, as the Weathermen had done, nor kept a low profile, as caution would seem to dictate. 2 members, Palmer and a female friend, were in fact famous in Greenwich Village's radical scene for their yippee antics. On Halloween night of 1968, the 2 had run naked through a high-profile gathering in New York City of recently declared Humphrey Democrats and then presented the severed head of a pig to John Kenneth Galbraith, while supporters brandished Viet Cong flags and chanted revolutionary slogans. They continued these spirited disruptions, which often entailed arrest, well into their careers as bombers. Being so conspicuous as theatrical troublemakers, they figured, would discourage police from thinking they could conceivably be involved in bombings. For added measure, they strictly separated their activities in New York's West Village, where much of the guerrilla theater was planned, from those in the East Village, where the dynamite was stored and the bombings planned. The life of the Melville Collective, unlike that of the hyper-disciplined Weathermen, had a haphazard, make-it-up-as-you-go-along quality, punctuated by moments of exhilaration and great danger. The impulse to commit bombings came partly from two Canadian Quebec Liberation Front fugitives, whom Melville and Alpert had harbored in New York and then helped in hijacking a plane to Cuba. The Canadians, impressing their American hosts with their intelligence and commitment, made the guerrilla life seem appealing. The New York group secured its dynamite when 3 members robbed a Bronx explosives company. Elated, they kept the dynamite for weeks in a kitchen refrigerator, having heard that it stayed fresh that way, while they debated what to do with it. The first strike proved inauspicious. On July 26, 1969, the anniversary of an important date in the Cuban Revolution, Melville bombed a warehouse of the United Fruit Company, which had backed the Cuban dictator Fulgencio Batista. The bomb, however, was placed near soft dirt, greatly muffling the explosion and earning it only a small mention in the New York Times. With neither great forethought nor the group's clearance, Melville then, in the late evening, bombed a Marine Midland bank. A warning, which Alpert had begged Melville to phone in, was ignored by a night watchman. Nearly 20 people, mostly female secretaries working the night shift, suffered minor injuries, leaving Melville devastated and determined never again to so recklessly endanger people. The group soon grew more efficient. In September, Alpert planted a bomb on the floor of New York's Federal Building, which housed U.S. military. Describing the process of transporting the bomb, Alpert reports having felt hyper-aware of her surroundings, at once fearful and absolutely happy, nervous and oddly calm, as when the first rush of an acid trip subsides. Watching the massive explosion at 2 a.m. from a distant building, she and the others stood in silent awe and then erupted in jubilation at having slowed the war machine and, in her mind, brought the revolution an inch or two closer. Though ostensibly pledged to communist revolution, the collective framed its rebellion more in existential than in narrowly political terms. The communiqué accompanying the bombings on November 10th, which the Washington Post called highly literate, "Red corporations have made us into useless consumers, devouring increasing quantities of useless credit cards and household appliances. Jobs are mindless. Vast machines pollute our air, water, and food." Explaining the deepest roots of his actions, Melville later wrote from prison, "We must move to a place beyond all known issues. What we want is salvation from a meaningless annihilation. To not be cremated for Coca-Cola and plastic flags. On the moon." He also conceded soon after his arrest what Weatherman as an organization would take years to admit, that guerrilla activity in America was scarcely destroying the U.S. power structure or world imperialism. Melville defended his activities at last in strongly ethical terms, writing, "In a time when all action seems meaningless, at least we won't be good Germans." Whatever the illicit pleasures of the collective's improvised rebellion, the group's lack of discipline would cost it dearly. An aspect of Melville's imperious personality was his refusal to adhere fully to group decisions. By early November, the collective had nearly fallen apart, dividing precisely over the question of whether it made political sense to commit bombings so close to the November 15th demonstration. Melville pressed on, winning half the collective back to bombings. Yet, over the group's strenuous objections, he recruited George Demmerle, the informant responsible for the collective's demise. Demmerle, as was standard for provocateurs, had spent months proving his stripes among radicals. He had been arrested for protest activity and tirelessly staffed a yippie booth at Woodstock, talked loudly and even crazily of the need for violence, and slowly won the trust of his main target, Melville, who was seeking collaborators not prone to second thoughts. Despite its doubts, the group did not subject Demmerle to the presumptuous and potentially degrading tests, such as drugging and verbally abusing the suspect to see if he would crack, that Weatherman used to root out informants. The collective was distinct from Weatherman in a last important way. While Weatherman was talking boldly of its desire to wage an all-out guerrilla war, the New York collective engaged strictly in what it dubbed pacifist bombings, attacking property only and, after the Marine Midland explosion, issuing warnings to prevent injury. It pioneered a style of attack that would only later become Weatherman's signature. The recent bombings, along with the DuPont Circle and Justice Department actions planned for November, conveyed the skepticism of anti-war radicals as to what large, peaceful demonstrations could accomplish. For 5 years, the anti-war movement had to contend with the sense that activities such as marching, petitioning, and lobbying Congress had little effect on war policy. Wells documents a broad historical pattern, evident already by 1967, in which perceptions of powerlessness were especially prevalent among anti-war activists in the weeks after big national protests. By the end of the 1960s, many activists were tired of the cycle of exhilaration and disappointment associated with large demonstrations. Pointing to the movement's apparent legacy of failure, some denounced the continued pleas for civility by mainstream anti-war leaders and engaged in such militant actions as burning draft cards, closing down military induction centers, stopping troop trains, trashing property at demonstrations, and, at an extreme, bombing military and corporate targets. Such acts were hardly the exclusive doing of the young. Long before Weatherman formed, older activists pledged to pacifism and driven by religious conviction were committing sabotage against the war machine. Most notably, in May 1968, in Catonsville, Maryland, 9 activists, including 2 Catholic priests, Philip and Daniel Berrigan, took 1A files designating young men for service from a draft board office and burned them with crude napalm made from a recipe in a U.S. military handbook. They prayed while waiting for the police, who arrested them on the charge of interfering with the administration of the Selective Service Act. At their trial, they argued that it was their moral duty, given the accumulating horror of the war, the futility of appeals to the powerful, and the nature of their faith, to transcend symbolism and hinder the U.S. military in an actual physical way. In this they succeeded, as the files had to be laboriously reconstructed. But it was precisely the symbolism that gave the act its greatest power. The napalm did not burn human beings, but only pieces of paper, files that stood for the death of the men they represent. To the charge that they were sowing disorder, the defendants answered that they had violated only that public order which is in effect a massive institutionalized disorder. Killing is disorder. Addressing the court and the country, they intoned, "When at what point will you say no to this war? We have chosen to say with the gift of our liberty, if necessary our lives. The violence stops here, the death stops here. This war stops here." They were convicted and given sentences ranging from 2 to 3.5 years in prison. The deeds of the Catonsville 9, as the group came to be called, gave rise to similar actions. Over the next several years, close-knit groups of faith-based activists, nearly all strict pacifists and a great many devout Catholics, raided draft board and other government offices in over a dozen cities. The early model for these actions was to wait for capture and use the resulting trial to challenge the war publicly. As stiff sentences were handed down and the war escalated, the raiders operated more and more clandestinely. Better to mute the symbolism and live free to fight another day, some reasoned, than to spend months or years behind bars, where one's value to the anti-war cause was not nearly as great. These raids, which meant taking on extraordinary levels of risk, were motivated very much by the desire to match deeds to words. In this respect, despite their pacifism, spiritual conditioning, and ethical rigor, the militants of the religious left strangely mirrored the equally small, close-knit cadres of young radicals exploring subversion by violent means. Their actions also underscore how difficult it became to strictly separate violent and nonviolent protest. The Berrigan Circle took as its mandate the premise that certain property has no right to exist: concentration camps, slums, and 1A files. To destroy these was therefore not violent at all. Even so, the cumulative material damage to the war machine caused by pacifists, priests, nuns, and clergy among them, may have rivaled or even exceeded the damage done by new leftists fancying themselves guerrillas pledged to violent insurrection. The escalation of tactics reflected not only a heightened sense of urgency but also ideological shifts within the anti-war movement. Toward the end of the 1960s, increasing numbers of activists saw Vietnam as an imperialist war. This view opposed more limited understandings of the war as an expression of the stubborn pride of President Johnson and his advisors, perpetuated by his duplicitous successor, an overzealous anti-communism that misinterpreted America's true security interests, or the deep-seated militarism of American society. Instead, anti-imperialists viewed the war as a logical extension of the American economic and political system, as something that America's corporate, political, and military leadership both wanted and needed. The reluctance of the U.S. government to end the war in the face of unrelenting opposition from the National Liberation Front in Vietnam and widespread protest at home compounded the impression that the war was no isolated foreign policy mistake but a structural necessity for American capitalism. As anti-imperialism gained ground, many protesters also began to express their active support for the NLF. In doing so, they came into conflict with activists whose goal was peace and whose principal objections to the war were its political and financial costs to the United States and the tremendous suffering it caused on both sides. Support for the NLF became conspicuous in the symbolism of radicals. Some displayed, often at considerable risk of censure within the movement or attack by police, NLF flags and chanted at rallies, "Ho ho ho Chi Minh, NLF is gonna win." In one incident, a contingent marching in Philadelphia in 1967 provoked the United Veterans for Peace by carrying NLF flags. Tensions got so high that police had to separate the flag holders from the other marchers. Behind these overt gestures of solidarity with the NLF lay a deeper, more personal sense of identification with the Vietnamese. Some American activists saw the sacrifice of the Vietnamese as the wellspring of their own protest and comparatively modest sacrifice. Palmer, who zealously promoted the use of the NLF flag as the anti-war movement's most powerful symbol, wrote in 1967, "We protest because the NLF fights. We march in broad daylight because the NLF crawls through jungles at night. We get our heads cracked and our knees clubbed because those in the NLF die." Defending the NLF politically, he added, "The war will end sooner, America will withdraw. When more Americans realize that they are fighting something good, they cannot defeat instead of something evil they cannot defeat." Imperialism was also a way of describing the distribution of power in the United States, with important implications for anti-war resistance. The charge of imperialism, with its Marxist premises, suggested that American foreign policy served the interests of a more or less coherent capitalist class that was only superficially committed to democracy at home. Radicals were therefore leery of democratic appeals to a power structure intent on fighting the war for its financial and political gain. Within an anti-imperialist framework, resistance to the war translated easily into a desire for the radical redistribution of political and economic power in the United States. In its most ambitious rendering, the call to bring the war home meant trying to bring down the whole system responsible for the war in Vietnam. The sense that something more than demonstrations was needed coursed through radical circles on the eve of the November March. In Fire, Weatherman charged that marches on Washington won't end the war because peace marches can't work in a fundamentally anti-democratic society. According to Weatherman, the anti-war leadership constantly held back the political and tactical growth of the movement by believing that massing large numbers of people would persuade the small class of corporate imperialists responsible for the war to relinquish its power. Here the Weathermen approached Marcuse's provocative assessment of the function of sanctioned dissent in a regime of repressive tolerance, such as he felt the United States to be. Within a repressive society, even progressive movements threaten to turn into their opposite to the degree to which they accept the rules of the game. The exercise of political rights in a society of total administration serves to strengthen the administration by testifying to the existence of democratic liberties which, in reality, have changed their content and lost their effectiveness. In such a case, freedom of opinion, of assembly, of speech becomes an instrument for absolving servitude. Insisting that the real terms of the struggle are set by the most advanced actions, like the days of rage, Weatherman endorsed the New Mob March mainly as an opportunity to radicalize young demonstrators. Weatherman declared bluntly, "It's not so much that we're against the war. We're for the Vietnamese and their victory." Less strident voices issued similar criticisms of the march. Seattle's underground newspaper, The Helix, had freshly denounced the days of rage. Yet it too complained that mass actions of peaceful protest, in and of themselves, do little to achieve substantial change in American society. Alluding to the Nixon administration's comments following the October moratorium that it would not be influenced by the fall protests, the Helix flatly predicted that the November demonstrators would see how useless their actions have been when once again they are ignored by Nixon and baited by Agnew and Mitchell. Nixon in fact told reporters that he planned to watch college football on TV in the White House on the day of the November March, which he then did. condemning the anti-war leadership for its efforts to court liberal support and to isolate militants. The Helix called for massive militant action to raise the social and political cost of the war. As the anti-war movement approached the greatest public display of its size and strength, it suffered its sharpest divisions. We own half the world, oh say can you see? The name for our prophets is democracy. So like it or not you will have to be free. 'Cause we're the cops of the world, boys. We're the cops of the world. Phil Oakes, Cops of the World. The November demonstration was a series of events stretching over 3 days, in which the initiative toggled between the peaceful majority and the militant minority. The March Against Death began the protest on Thursday evening. Buses from all over the country deposited demonstrators, noticeably young, at the west end of the Arlington Memorial Bridge. There, they were given candles and placards bearing the name of an American GI killed in Vietnam or a Vietnamese village attacked by the United States. They marched for 2.5 hours, often in rain and hail, to the White House, where they read the names on their placards into a microphone. The march ended at the Capitol, where to the beat of a drum, they dropped their placards into coffins adorned with flowers. 45,000 people completed the march, which lasted 40 hours. In the March Against Death, the anti-war movement conveyed its message of peace in the starkest terms. Youthful Eros marching past the masters of war, life protesting death. The march's solemnity and quiet determination was a moving experience for its participants and deeply impressed the mainstream press. Yet, for some on the left, the march seemed depressingly futile. The Liberation News Service commented that it didn't tell you where to go from here, how to fight against this abomination. But still somehow it was impressive. Macabre, deathly, and medieval, making you think of a society in decay, plague-stricken or destroyed by famine or war. And it made you think too about the kids, many of whom didn't really know where the war had come from or what to do about it other than offer up their sense of sorrow. It seemed strange that they could really think their frail candles would affect the power that rested comfortably behind blinding floodlights. The column lamented not only the naivete of the marchers but, more fundamentally, the seeming exhaustion of the forms of protest and the symbolism on which the movement had so long relied. Friday evening spotlighted the militants. The weathermen vacillated on their role in the protest to the bitter end, first trying a scheme of extortion. On Thursday, Ayers and 3 other weathermen, desperately needing money for the group, marched into the offices of the Vietnam Moratorium Committee and demanded $20,000. In return, weathermen would refrain from violence the following night. Turned away by incredulous VMC representatives, the weathermen then geared up for battle. On Friday, several thousand demonstrators tried to march from DuPont Circle to the South Vietnamese embassy. They met a blockade of policemen, who fired tear gas at them. Marchers retaliated by throwing rocks, bottles, and bricks. Weathermen and others broke windows and started small fires. The melee did not have the aggressiveness of the days of rage, and the weathermen privately complained that the demonstration was too timid. Yet something of the fighting spirit that weatherman had quickly come to symbolize surfaced within the crowd. People who had 6 weeks ago called us crazy adventurists were now running in the streets with VC flags and smashing windows, weatherman proudly observed. The Quicksilver Times concluded from the battle that many demonstrators had peacefully marched for years, finally learned that peaceful marches would not end the war. They now understand, you don't need a weatherman. New mob leaders, fearing that the violence of a small minority would discredit their protest, disclaimed the DuPont Circle action. The new mob demonstration on Saturday drew more than 500,000 people in Washington and several 100,000 in San Francisco, making it the largest concentrated anti-war demonstration up to that point. In the Capitol, the majority of the demonstrators were young, white, and middle class, prompting comparisons with the summer's gathering at Woodstock. For hours, they marched, rallied, sang, and listened to speeches, while military police in army jeeps roamed the streets near the mall. Placards ranged from the straightforward, "Peace now," to the earnest, "Computer professionals for peace." The insistent, "Return to sanity." The clever, "Save lives, not face." And the brazen, "Agnew, shut up." The tremendous size and urgency of the protest made it a compelling political statement, like the march against death. Yet it too pulsed with a tension of hope and despair. The New Left reporter Sherry Reeder compared the protest to the medieval children's crusade led by Peter the Hermit to regain the Holy Land from the Muslims. Very much like the earlier crusade, she observed. The youth that gathered in Washington were there for a purpose without a real means of gaining that which they sought. Chanting the holy word of peace, the largest youth crusade in history started down the mall to recapture the land of America for the people. There prevailed that beautiful faith in believing that something can be done. Upon reaching the mall, the sense of expectancy was dampened by endless speeches to the converted. Reeder commended the singer Arlo Guthrie, son of the folk legend Woody Guthrie, and a great balladeer for justice in his own right, for his desperate admission from the speaker's platform. "I don't need to say anything. It's all been said before." In an echo of Weatherman's rhetoric, Reeder concluded her report forebodingly. Was anyone listening after all, or is it true that, as one demonstrator's placard proclaimed, "This is the last march, the fire next time"? The novelist Sol Urich had come from Brooklyn with a ragtag group of working-class youths, who, in a makeshift collective, shared their frustrations with the war, their economic prospects, and their frequent harassment by police. Seeing the plaintive mass of demonstrators, Urich thought of the workers of St. Petersburg in 1905 led by Father Gapon, petitioning the Little Father for redress and bread and getting shot for their faith. From the rote speeches and peace songs, he concluded that, in 5 years, we've gone nowhere. Urich's image of the vulnerability of the mass turned into one of its power, if it had defied the mob leaders and loosed itself in violent rage. I think that we were very close. Close enough to terrify even those who hated the war but believed in the system. And were fighting against the war that they had supported last year because they were no longer making money from it. Who knows what hurried conferences took place? Who knows what their estimation of the danger was? If we had all to run, to charge, we could have swept those sentries aside like nothing, and stormed through that white mausoleum of American dreams till we came to that figure, crouching by the TV doing magical obeisance to a quiescent and absent public that gave him life, and we could have torn the heart out of that manifestation of an old America. They knew it better than we did. It was close, we were all there, we might have done it. They know it, we blew it. A small contingent chanting, "War, war, one more war, revolution now," had in fact tried to break through the line of marshals and rush the White House, but to no effect. Urich, having flickered between fantasies of tragedy and triumph, left the march with a sense of wasted opportunity. Fire came in the early evening as thousands of protesters broke away from the main demonstration and set out for the Justice Department. Some demonstrators marched behind a banner reading "Power to the People" over a black power fist. Further back was a banner for the Nat Turner Brigade. Among the sea of Viet Cong flags, signs read, "Stop the trial, beat Nixon into plowshares," and "The people of Vietnam have made their choice, support the NLF." The weathermen felt like kings for the day. Jim Mellon recalls that thousands of people did the same thing we did in front of the Justice Department. Hollered, "Let's go this way," and "Jesus, you should see the crowd that followed me." The reason they followed me was because I was a weatherman. Yet the same tensions that plagued the days of rage were present in Washington. As the crowd made its way toward the Justice Department, Mellon recalled, "It was an astonishing situation. People thought that we were really revolutionary heroes and that we were greater than life. We went down the street and we surrounded a black motorcycle policeman. So many people you couldn't even see them all. He pulled his gun out and pointed at me and said, 'If you guys comes one step closer, I'll shoot.' All these people really thought we were just going to overwhelm this policeman and take away his gun from him. I thought this was madness because not only might he shoot me, but also he was a forlorn character. Why would you want to hurt this guy? He was scared to death. A lot of people were asking me afterward, 'Why didn't you off that pig?' As the crowd traversed a commercial district, demonstrators smashed store windows and even beat up a random shopper because they were so inflamed with the idea of doing something. When at the Justice Department, some protesters tacked "Building Condemned" signs on the building's enormous, medieval doors. Others stoned the edifice and smashed windows with red flags, providing the week's second image of a society in turmoil. At one point, several helmeted demonstrators, weathermen or weatherman types, took down the American flag from the building's flagpole and put the Viet Cong flag in its place. Rows of police in riot gear soon moved in to clear the area. Tear gas wafted into the upper floors of the building, where officials nervously watched the riot. Attorney General John Mitchell reported that he felt as if he were witnessing the storming of the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg in 1917. The fall protests, though designed to present an image of unity, exacerbated existing divisions within the anti-war movement. Some activists stressed the importance of bringing large numbers of people into the movement and, in the wake of such a show of force, appealing once more to the relevant powers to end the war. Within the framework of those goals, new mob leaders declared the protest a resounding success, despite Nixon's insistence that he would not be affected by it and the boycott of the protests by the great majority of Congress. The new mob highlighted the beauty and meaning of moments of peaceful togetherness, such as the quiet and self-discipline of those waiting to participate in the march against death and the joyful swaying of uncounted thousands, singing, "Give peace a chance." Other activists with broader ambitions saw the anti-war movement as an opportunity for building a mass socialist base in the United States and accepted the need for strategic alliance with anti-war liberals. The Guardian, for instance, praised the new mob's efforts at building a coalition and denounced the left-wing adventurism of those committing violence. But the Guardian warned also of the movement's susceptibility to the right-wing opportunism of liberals that threatened to submerge anti-imperialist politics within the movement. Both extremes, it felt, reflected the pessimism and frustration of a left that had failed to build a sizable anti-imperialist following. A final strain in the movement, though internally divided on the ideal form and ultimate ends of militancy, advocated direct action to impede the actual prosecution of the war and provoke a broader sense of political crisis. In postmortems on the march by the radical left, anger with the anti-war leadership at times rivaled anger over the war itself. To Abby Hoffman, the demonstration looked like a huge mess begging the president, the State Department, the Pentagon, all these war criminals just give peace a chance. Criticizing both the restraint of the new mob and what he saw as the planned violence of the weathermen, Hoffman celebrated the spontaneous violence of yippies and others as an authentic expression of political anger. He declared, "You cannot express outrage at the policies of the American government by raising a V sign. Outrage takes on meaning when you see someone throwing a rock through a window." In the days following the march, an insurgent, youth-dominated radical caucus within the new mob pushed for a campaign of massive civil disobedience. At an extreme, the weathermen concluded with some merit that the most important tension in the demonstration was not over the war but over the question of violence. Jeering at those who pleaded for peace in an orderly fashion, the weathermen gloried in their Dionysian romp in Washington, in which they moved through the streets in groups, marching, dancing, running, chanting, singing, downing jugs of wine. The group's main commentary on the protest was a multi-page cartoon in fire, showing smiling, helmeted weathermen marauding through the city. Judging from these assessments of the protest, each grouping appeared certain of the superiority of its approach, resented the others for jeopardizing its efforts, and battled for the allegiance of anti-war protesters. At the heart of the division, viewed less in ideological than in strategic terms, lay the question of whether the movement was to succeed by using the legal, democratic channels available to it or, by recognizing the limitations of those channels, bringing the war home. The Washington Post's editorials praised the peacefulness of most demonstrators, gushed over the D.C. police's purported restraint, denounced those carrying VC flags and throwing rocks as hate-mongers, and mentioned the weathermen only to dismiss them as extremists. Yet the Post columnist Nicholas von Hoffman all but predicted fire if Nixon ignored the protesters' pleadings. It was the best, it was the biggest, it was the last of the anti-war demonstrations. If it cannot convince the men who make war and peace that they can't safely go on with the conflict, no amount of marching, praying, or singing will change their minds. The young people will turn to other tactics because they've come in supplication and politeness. They've walked like pilgrims, holding candles in the windy night, and, one by one in front of the White House, begged for their lives. There's nothing more they can do to win the minds and hearts of the men who run the government. Either these men understand the shame and reproach of having tens of thousands of people implore them for life and clemency on the streets, or the youth will turn to other ways to stop the killing. The November protest did not, of course, persuade those in power to end the war. Some activists, mostly the young, turned to more drastic forms of protest. The November March was the last national demonstration in which the Weathermen publicly participated before committing bombings from the underground. The New Left press openly called for violence and even the overthrow of the government, while bombing collectives sprang up from coast to coast to attack the war machine. The November demonstration did not by any means, however, mark the wholesale turn to illegal or violent resistance. Mostly, the same tension between nonviolence and violence, persuasion and disruption continued to play itself out in anti-war organizations and in demonstrations in Washington and other cities. In early May 1970, the anti-war movement was poised for mass militancy. On May 1st, Nixon announced the hitherto secret bombings of Cambodia, which he described as necessary for cutting off enemy supply lines. The nation's campuses immediately erupted. Among them was Ohio's Kent State University, where on May 4th, the National Guard called in following the burning of the campus ROTC building, killed 4 unarmed students, prompting another wave of outrage and disruptions. On May 9th, more than 100,000 people again gathered in the Capitol. According to organizers, as many as 20,000 were willing to commit civil disobedience, with no guarantee that their protest would remain peaceful. 5,000 armed soldiers lay in wait in the basements of government buildings, including the White House. Yet internal bickering and confusion over what to do reigned among the mob leaders. The rally remained overwhelmingly peaceful and lawful, leaving many disgusted that only a tepid demonstration had emerged from their boiling anger. The mob, long the mainstay of national anti-war organizing, dissolved in the protests' wake. 1 year later, in the May Day protests of 1971, the militants took the lead, rallying behind the slogan, "If the government won't stop the war, we'll stop the government." Thousands of demonstrators massed in Washington to literally shut down the government by blockading roads and bridges, city streets, and government buildings. Yet police and soldiers outmaneuvered the demonstrators, whose numbers were far too few to pull off the audacious plan. The protest resulted in more than 8,000 arrests, most of them illegal. Those arrested were jammed into the D.C. Armory, converted into an open-air jail. Sustaining the imagery of a war at home, buttons commemorating the protest read, "I was an American POW. Camp Nixon, May 71. In the aftermath of this last and most spectacular mass protest in Washington, factionalism and demoralization in the movement grew deeper still. Government repression and internal disagreements were scarcely the only causes of the movement's decline. Nixon used strategically timed troop withdrawals, the phasing out of the draft, and, ultimately, the Vietnamization of the war to feed hope for its end and deflate domestic opposition. The anti-war movement, for all these reasons, never achieved a unity of purpose and action, nor experienced any clear epiphany, even as it drew closer to its goal of ending U.S. involvement in Vietnam. The people, they know, but the people don't care. The Grateful Dead, Black Peter, lyrics by Robert Hunter. Mass mobilization is its own kind of body politics. Rather than the act of throwing oneself on the gears of the machine that defines militancy, a mass demonstration requires only large numbers of comparatively passive actors. By assembling bodies in public spaces, it seeks to issue a unilaterally declared referendum that affirms or withdraws consent from the actions of government. Paul Goodman, the author of the counterculture classic Growing Up Absurd 1960, captured the basic function of mass demonstrations like those in the fall of 1969 by speaking of the heady sense of being the sovereign people, the body politic they afforded. Indeed, the strength of the fall protests lay primarily in their sheer size. The Washington Post alluded to the inert quality of the mass, the importance of its simply being there, by saying of the November 15th demonstration, "It was a happening in which nothing happened except that a young crowd, whose numbers will never be known, was there." The Post additionally described the demonstrations as heralding an era of plebiscitary democracy in America. In The Nationalization of the Masses, 1975, George Moss demonstrates the historical importance of mass politics in democratic societies by tracing the genealogy of fascist ritual. He begins by stating the Rousseauian premise that in democracies, legitimacy is rooted in popular consent or the general will. The people or the masses, both as a statistical majority and a unified construct, function as agents of legitimacy. In addition, democracy conceives of the national community in terms of universal citizenship, not loyalty to a royal dynasty. Yet no precise way exists to ascertain or represent the popular will. To the extent that that will remains elusive, democracy and the broader conception of the nation are rooted in an abstraction. Democratic societies have therefore since their inception faced the challenge of somehow staging the presence of the people to secure mandates for particular activities of the state, to affirm the institution of popular government, and, most fundamentally, to help unify the nation. Civic rituals in democracies, such as those of the early French Republic, exalted the people themselves as the primary objects of worship within a secular religion of the state and quickly became an integral part of the political culture of the democratic West. They also, according to Moss, provided the historical basis for fascist mass gatherings that only appear to be wholly antithetical to democratic impulses. While fascism disdains pluralism and restricts membership within the national community, it adheres to the democratic assumption that governmental authority derives from the popular will, and it well understands the importance of symbolism. Anti-war activists faced their own challenge of staging the will of the people in a manner that would undercut intermittent elections, poll data, the press, and political representatives as the conveyors of public preferences. None of these, by and large, favored the anti-war cause for most of the war's duration, despite the movement's accumulating size and strength. Large demonstrations, like militant direct action, sought to address those in power directly. They were a way, in short, of having the people speak. Yet the movement, never able to field a literal majority in a single protest, had to rely on logics of equivalence and the signifying acts of the media to convey that it stood in for a majoritarian whole. In its crudest form, that principle of equivalence held that for every demonstrator who had the opportunity and the initiative to show up, there were many others who could take her place. The Guardian invoked precisely this logic in its coverage of the November protest when it wrote, "For every person who traveled many miles under difficult circumstances, there were dozens, scores, who for some reason were unable to attend the massive demonstrations. For such a claim to be credible, it was crucial that the crowd appear more or less representative of the American populace as a whole. The common emphasis among the leaders of large anti-war demonstrations on respectability, lawfulness, and even displays of patriotism, such as the waving of American flags on the speaker's platform, sought to encourage the public's identification with the protesters and thereby geometrically expand their numbers. In a perfect illustration of this gesture, if one out of keeping with the sentiments of many in the audience, Senator George McGovern declared from the November 15th stage, "We love America enough to call her away from the folly of war. We meet here today because we cherish our flag." Conversely, organizers feared violence partly because it permitted politicians, the media, and the public to think of the demonstrations as dominated by extremists, out of touch with ordinary Americans. Even while condemning the government, demonstrations could be quasi-nationalistic rituals. Their very existence celebrated America's tradition of sanctioned dissent. Their message, "We are the majority, we are the people," affirmed the principle of popular sovereignty. The fall demonstrations, according to their organizers and supporters, succeeded precisely by rallying a symbolic majority. "It is obvious that the majority has spoken," the Guardian proclaimed, despite the disproportionately young and white character of the crowd. The New Mobe's Sidney Peck similarly concluded, "The great majority of Americans opposed this war." The next step in the democratic process, the organizers determined, would be to translate that freshly evident majority opinion into congressional action. Exploiting the heavily mediated nature of the movement's message, the Nixon administration claimed just the opposite. In the wake of the November protest, one Nixon aide, Herbert Klein, commented that the small demonstration should be ignored because all measurable devices indicate that there is no question but what the American people do support the president. To buttress this claim, officials pointed to the 80,000 pro-Nixon telegrams and letters the White House allegedly received following Nixon's silent majority speech, poll data backing the president, the continued support of most congresspersons for the war, and the D.C. police's low estimate of the crowd size at 250,000, the organizers estimated 800,000. Attorney General Mitchell characterized the protests as, on the whole, violent, unlawful, and un-American. The demonstrators could therefore not possibly speak for the public. Vice President Agnew added for good measure that the media were biased in favor of the protesters. It has been so important that thousands of silent Americans are beginning to speak out, so that a government which misjudges American public opinion, and it's obvious that Hanoi does, isn't deluded in its own feeling that the only real Americans who speak out speak against the president's policies, Klein said. To believe that a majority opposed the war was to aid and abet the communist enemy. Nixon's invocation of the silent majority was, however, the administration's masterstroke. The use of the phrase on the heels of the moratorium and the eve of the November rally struck at the heart of the demonstration's purpose. Those abstaining from protest, Nixon implied, sided with his policies, making inaction the essence of his own plebiscitary politics. The alibi was perfect. By definition, the silent majority could not express itself nor be demonstrated to exist in the manner of the anti-war movement's vocal constituency. For it to exist, Nixon only had to declare that it did. Was there any truth to Nixon's proclamation? More fundamentally, what did the majority of Americans think of the war in the fall of 1969? No clear answer shines through the thicket of competing claims. U.S. participation in the war was a mistake, 58% of Americans polled in October 1969 thought, but a poll the very next month found that 65% backed Nixon's Vietnam policy. As the question subtly changed, so too did the result. The preferences of the working class, commonly considered the backbone of the silent majority, were equally hard to decipher. Separate polls suggested that workers were by turns more hawkish and more dovish than the rest of the country. Beyond public opinion research, the waters remained muddy. The millions who protested could not plausibly be dismissed as politically insignificant, and neither was it remotely credible that everyone who did not demonstrate against the war approved of it, as Nixon suggested. Yet the number of Americans who agreed with the demonstrators could not be known, and many among the silent no doubt did support the president. So intent was the patriotic businessman Ross Perot on proving this that in the fall of 1969, he ran pro-war newspaper ads with coupons that sympathetic readers could return to the ads' authors. The aborted plan was to dump the coupons in front of the White House for news cameras to see. To the movement's mass rally, promoted as the voice of the people, the war supporters thought to counter with a mass of letters through which the silent majority murmured. Behind the passion, partisanship, and occasional absurdity of the debate over the war lay a contradiction approaching paradox. In 1969, both pro- and anti-war forces claimed with some credibility that they were the majority. The judgment of which side was right, and logically they both could not be, was scarcely a matter of applying some perfect measure of public opinion. None existed or could exist. Rather, it lay in the highly subjective choice of which code, polls, bodies, legislation, letters, one took as the truest measure of the people's will. In this battle of codes, perceptions counted for more than an ultimately inscrutable reality. It did not necessarily matter, for example, whether Nixon's silent majority was real or imagined. As Rhodri Jeffries-Jones asserts, Nixon's speech enforced the idea that a good leader ignored raucous minorities and heeded instead virtuous majority opinion. Thus, the conjectural incoherence of the invisible masses a conspicuous political asset. Researchers testing Nixon's claim shortly after it was made concluded that the idea of the silent majority was a cleverly designed symbol that might become more important for the reality it creates than the reality it describes. That is, the impression that the public supported the war might, in circular fashion, lead individual Americans and their political representatives to support the war. Most disturbingly, Nixon appeared to believe in his own myth of the silent majority and used this purported mandate to justify continuing the war. As argued in Chapter 2, the New Left experienced a crisis over where political reality lay. Militancy of an extreme sort provided one response by assuming that force was the essence of politics, that violence was the essence of force, and that to engage in violence was therefore to experience the real of politics. But these assumptions were neither universally shared on the left nor always held with great consistency or confidence. Reality remained something of an impossible object of political and existential desire. Debate over the war pointed to a broader-reaching crisis of the real within specifically democratic politics, whose essence is popular sovereignty. Questions abounded. Which was the real majority? Who was a real American, and what did he or she really think about the war? As the anti-war movement struggled with these questions, it developed very different conceptions of its task. Two possibilities haunted the anti-war movement, with crucial implications for those pursuing violence. The first was that the government might ignore its demands, even if it organized a clear anti-war majority. The movement would then have to find strategies other than mass mobilization to bring the war to an end. Weatherman, in arguing for violence, presupposed that most Americans opposed the war. Ayres explained that, by 1968, that we'd reached the end of a certain road, that we'd convinced the majority of the American people, or so we thought, to oppose the war, that we'd won the battle of hearts and minds. And yet the war pounded on with an escalating madness, no end in sight. And no matter how many people we could convince, no matter that we drove a president from office and defeated the guy who carried his water, we still couldn't stop it. In assuming the existence of an anti-war majority, radicals, however tenuously, claimed a popular mandate for their militancy and violence, despite the widespread condemnation of such tactics inside and outside the movement. For the most part, the Weatherman imagined itself to be fighting a people's war in America against U.S. imperialism. Like the insurgencies in Vietnam and Latin American countries, their war was to have the support and active involvement of the masses. Weathermen who met with North Vietnamese officials in Cuba in 1969 were particularly moved by accounts of their resistance, in which the whole of North Vietnam seemed to rally as one heart, one mind in opposition to the United States. The Vietnamese, in fact, communicated to American activists that it was their duty to organize as many people as possible into the anti-war movement and keep using institutional channels, such as lobbying Congress, even while engaging in more radical protest. Militancy within this model would accent a larger domestic struggle against the war that included many levels of participation. The second, more disturbing possibility was that the anti-war movement might not secure a real or even perceived majority. Throughout the movement's life, the dominant faith held that opposition to the war would necessarily shift from the stance of an insurgent minority to that of a majority. Paul Goodman explained in 1967, "We assume that Americans do not really will the Vietnam War but are morally asleep and brainwashed. That there has been a usurpation by a hidden government which makes policy, and that an awakened populace can throw it off. Whatever their diligent efforts to awaken the populace, activists had to contend with the war's sustained popularity and the widespread dislike of demonstrators among large segments of the public." A fall 1969 poll showed that 69% of Americans thought that anti-war protesters were harmful to public life. In the absence of a popular mandate, the rationale for the war at home changed. No longer could it be tethered to an anti-war majority. Apparently taking for granted the existence of a pro-war majority, the Yippies and other new leftists stressed the need to build a youth rebellion that, given the structural importance of young people for the war, would be able to end it without widespread establishment support. Weatherman went so far as to argue at times that it was fighting not only an entrenched power structure but potentially the tens of millions who supported it. Protest violence, in this understanding, did not gain its legitimacy from the American people. This does not mean that the Weathermen dispensed with appeals to the majority altogether. Instead, they redefined which majority commanded their loyalty. The largest share of Northern and Southern Vietnamese, their thinking wanted a unified communist Vietnam, or at the very least freedom from U.S. aggression. Violence served this international mandate. More broadly, Weatherman justified its conduct by pointing to the anti-imperialism of the peoples of the Third World, who could be seen as a global majority. Reflecting on the fate of the slogan, "Serve the people," Robin Palmer more viscerally expressed the ambiguities in the war at home. "Serve the people" was a rallying cry for leftists throughout the globe, from Chinese communists to the Black Panthers, SDS, and Germany's Red Army faction. It placed faith in the common man and woman and announced activists' ultimate accountability to their needs and desires. In the United States, the slogan was particularly relevant for radical minority groups, such as the Panthers and the Puerto Rican Young Lords, whose community programs sought to provide services for those whose basic needs the economic and political system did not meet. The slogan also implied that conservative forces in the government and among the public were the greatest obstacles to the success of popular progressive movements. Palmer described how in 1968, with the assassinations of Martin Luther King Jr. and Robert Kennedy, it appeared that the right, the reactionaries, had more guns than we did, had more power than we did, and knew how to get what they wanted better than we did, in spite of the fact that it didn't seem that they were as numerous as we were. When Nixon talked about the silent majority, we scoffed. In 1968, Palmer took part with other yippies in running a pig for president behind the slogan, "Take heart, good people, Rome wasn't destroyed in a day," and derisively exposed with his guerrilla theater what he felt was the illegitimacy of an electoral process that, failing to yield a serious anti-war candidate, did not represent the apparent anti-war majority. Yet, as the continued popularity of both Nixon and the war sank in, Palmer concluded, Nixon was right. We'd all go home to our parents and they'd say, of course Nixon is right. We like Nixon, we don't like you, even if you're our son and daughter. Get a haircut, get a job. The silent majority supported the war. They did. There's no way we could say that the people of the United States had a good heart, and that if only the people, the true voice of the people, had been able to express itself, there would have never been a war in Vietnam. That's bullshit. Weatherman's J. Echoed Palmer's cynicism in an irreverent adaptation in 1969 of the left's vaunted slogan. At a 1968 SDS convention, J. had proposed half-seriously that the group adopt the slogan, "Serve the people shit." Bill Ayers later suggested that Weatherman adopt "Fight the people," insofar as its enemies included all those Americans supporting the status quo. Ayers, Jim Mellon recalls, would quip to his critics, "You're supposed to serve the people. What you gonna do? Open a restaurant?" Years later, Palmer explained the meaning of JS slogan and why he identified with it. That's all deserved. The people didn't deserve shit because of segregation. The people didn't deserve shit because of McCarthyism. The people didn't deserve shit even because of capitalism and the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The people deserved shit because of the Vietnam War, because we were behaving as a country the same way as Nazi Germany behaved. Arriving at this view was a disillusioning journey. In the early 1960s, Palmer had been confident, in his words, in the perfectibility of man and in the virtues of the democratic process. His optimism was affirmed by Lyndon Johnson's position on civil rights. Palmer reports being so overjoyed hearing on the radio Johnson's speech before Congress urging passage of the 1964 Civil Rights Act that he got out of his car in busy New York City traffic to cheer his hero. Yet Palmer's sentimentalities about democracy and respect for Johnson were soon destroyed by the Vietnam War. By the late 1960s, he directed his outrage at the entire system whose people chose to fight the Vietnam War. When asked years later on whose behalf he had protested, Palmer leapt up to say, "The Vietnamese, the Viet Cong." Anti-war radicals, in short, advanced two dramatically opposing visions of the war at home. In one version, it was to dislodge a policy that flouted the public's will. In another, fought by a minority within a minority, it was to use any means necessary to end the aggression in Vietnam, irrespective of the public's wishes. The tension between these versions can be recast with respect to democracy. Was the Vietnam War a failure of democracy because the government steadfastly refused to heed the people's call for peace? Or did democracy fail because an immoral majority decided, in democratic fashion, to support a war that was nonetheless unjust? Proponents of the war at home never came to a consensus on which was the case. Indeed, it was possible for activists to sustain both views at once or to move between them as their faith in the goodwill of that elusive entity, the people, ebbed and flowed. Mellon complained of this confusion. "Oh, take the slogan, serve the people" made little sense. To just take the slogan, turn around and say, "Fight the people" made even less sense. Against what they conceived to be their interests. In his essay, In the Shadow of the Silent Majorities, the French philosopher Jean Baudrillard sheds light on these ambiguities by refocusing attention on the vocabulary animating debates over the war. Baudrillard, like Moss, asserts the constructed status of the masses, absent any precise attribute, predicate, quality, and reference, The masses have no sociological reality in any real population, body, or specific social aggregate. They are, for Baudrillard, the ultimate signifier without a referent, the empty center of a whole code of analysis used to interpret wide-ranging social phenomena. For Baudrillard, however, the absence of empirical masses is more than a case of their social construction. In a loose periodization, he accepts the validity of an earlier 18th-century political vocabulary that invoked the people, though technically inaccessible, as still a more or less meaningful and representable referent. Under the dominance of what Baudrillard calls the social, codified with the rise of Marxism, the masses have replaced or transcended the people and are seen as the bearers of the final transparency of politics, economics, and history. Their fictional status is qualitatively worse. They can neither express themselves nor even figuratively be made to speak. Yet Baudrillard grants the masses a special kind of agency. They repel attempts to inspire them with a moral, political, or historical calling, to unlock their explosive potential, to charge them with the sublime imperative of meaning. Defeating every effort at their excitation and representation, they are a fundamentally implosive construct that absorbs meaning, an essentially silent majority whose very immobility, indifference, and silence are its revenge on those who claim to speak in its name. Baudrillard directs a portion of his argument against the left, for whom the masses have functioned as both the object and subject of emancipation. The masses drift somewhere between passive and wild spontaneity, but always as a potential energy. Today a mute referent, tomorrow when they speak up. A protagonist of history. Despite efforts to awaken them, they have remained inaccessible to the schemas of liberation, revolution, and historicity, and resist even more modest efforts to incite their moral and political interest. The French public's overwhelming preference in 1977 to watch a qualifying match for football's World Cup rather than the news, quite dramatic at the time, of the extradition of an attorney for the Red Army faction to Germany typified this refusal of meaning for Baudrillard. As if to break the left's conspiracy of silence about the masses' historical failure, Baudrillard queried, "Can anyone ask questions about the strange fact that, after several revolutions and a century or two of political apprenticeship, in spite of the newspapers, the trade unions, the parties, the intellectuals, and all the energy put into educating and mobilizing the people, there are still, and it will be exactly the same in 10 or 20 years, 1,000 people who stand up and 20 million who remain passive, and not only passive, but who, in all good faith, frankly prefer a football match to a human and political drama?" For Baudrillard, the episode was not an example of ideology, in which elites or a culture of distraction dulled the public's critical faculties. Rather, it reflected the authentic inertia of the masses, which Baudrillard regards as the true source of their power. Baudrillard's analysis suggests that the anti-war movement invested the masses with false promise. Militants confronted the inertia of the masses in several ways. Like other opponents of the war, they experienced disappointment that the population did not mobilize in even greater numbers. The masses, conceived of as a social totality, resisted the anti-war movement's moral and political charge. The numbers the anti-war movement managed to field never rendered it the unequivocal victor in the battle for America's hearts and minds. However, within Baudrillard's analysis, the problem was not insufficient numbers, Nixon's cunning, or Americans' approval of the war. Rather, the movement overestimated the expressive power of the masses, the very possibility that their univocal voice could be heard or represented. The image of Nixon watching American football on TV on November 15th, while 500,000 people marched outside his house, evokes Baudrillard's example of the French public's enthusiasm for the soccer match. Nixon's actions only superficially functioned as a calculated boycott of the event. In this conventional model, he remains the representative of the silent majority as a pro-war constituency. By watching TV and college football at that, whose fan base is largely working and middle class, he led Americans in their indifference to or contempt for the march. From a more probing perspective, Nixon was the cynical champion of the majority he invented. With a still sharper lens, Nixon seems to embody the very immobility of the mass, its constitutive indifference. He serves now as the banal champion of the true, vexing silence of the silent majority that made it impossible for either pro- or anti-war forces finally to win the allegiance of the masses. Anti-war militants were also frustrated with the seeming passivity of the mass of people the movement did manage to assemble. The Weathermen and the Yippies upbraided the November crowd for not rioting in greater numbers. Others pitted the naivete of pilgrims armed only with candles. Urich cursed the marchers for failing to storm the White House, tear Nixon from the TV, and expose the fiction of the absent and quiescent public, whose support he claimed. Urich's scenario almost perfectly enacts Baudrillard's description of the unfulfilled vision of the left. It exactly pictures the moment when the masses, on the verge of seizing power and fulfilling their destiny, hold back. In assessing the reasons for that restraint, militants typically criticized their fellow activists' insufficient appreciation of the imperialist character of the war, naive faith in American democracy, or failure of courage. Baudrillard's model suggests that militants were ultimately foiled by the implosiveness of the mass, evident even in their own mighty ranks. Baudrillard's analysis, however, is vulnerable on two grounds. The first is political. In a muted post-social populism, Baudrillard celebrates the radical loss of meaning, as the silent majority repels attempts to impose on the masses values and opinions they do not possess. Indifference becomes a new form of the great refusal. He thus transforms a presumed vice into a virtue. The masses, failing as bearers of liberatory meaning, are redeemed as the agents of meaninglessness. To be sure, it may be valuable to demystify notions of the people or the masses as pre-existing unities, capable of issuing unambiguous mandates or of fulfilling an historical mission of liberation. With such terms, new leftists and other radicals obscured the diversity of the actual groups they sought to empower and pinned their hopes of victory on abstractions. Their highly general language of emancipation collapsed, in a sense, under the weight of its own vagueness. It is harder to see the desirability of the broader loss of meaning and the kind of silence Baudrillard champions. It remains imperative that communities of common interest enter public spaces and agitate on behalf of political values. Their success presupposes both the capacity for group initiative and a political system that considers itself accountable to some conception of popular sovereignty. Relatedly, Baudrillard so thoroughly exults in the masses' power of stubborn silence that he seems to deprive principled public statements of all importance. It is still important to speak up, even if through one's voice, the masses don't also speak. And though the slogans "serve the people" or "power to the people" may be rooted in reductive abstractions, they still make basic sense as ways of indicting the disproportionate power of the few, stressing the need for inclusiveness and equality, and expressing an enabling faith in the goodness of humanity. Baudrillard's analysis is also vulnerable in a descriptive sense. The 1960s were an era of extraordinary mobilization. Rather than grapple with the challenge of 1960s protest to his narrative of the rise of the silent majority, he simply issues the transhistorical axiom that 1,000 will stand up while millions remain passive. In the United States alone, millions stood up against the war. It is not just that Baudrillard has his numbers wrong. There is an obvious sense in which it did matter, with the stakes of life and death, how many people were in the streets and what, so to speak, they were doing there. For Baudrillard, the 1960s are a blind spot that prevents him from seeing in the masses the capacity for both silence and expressiveness, implosiveness and explosiveness, absence and presence. Applying Baudrillard's analysis to the anti-war movement leads to consideration of the impact of protest, and violent protest in particular, on the war itself. Was violence, as is almost always claimed, essentially a product of impatience with the slowness of the democratic process? Did it unequivocally hurt the movement? Or did it in any sense advance the anti-war cause? The historical reputation of the Weathermen and others using violence hinges greatly on the answers to these questions. If the anti-war movement was at a crossroads at the end of 1969, it was the government and military officials who planned and prosecuted the war who were largely responsible for the movement's dilemma. While some activists were convinced of the futility of nonviolent protest, most still believed in the ability of peaceful, legal mechanisms to end the war. But the government, by conducting its war strategy in secret and often willfully misleading the public, left activists to argue somewhat blindly with one another about their actual impact on policy and about which anti-war strategy was best. Tom Wells's mammoth The War Within, widely considered the definitive work on the anti-war movement, helps to glean the reality behind the activists' perceptions. By meticulously studying how key government officials responded to individual protests, Wells offers what amounts to an independent assessment, one benefiting from hindsight, detachment, and breathtaking research of debates within the movement. He concludes that anti-war activity played a major role in constraining, de-escalating, and ending the war. The movement's achievements included influencing Johnson to scale back the air and ground wars and Nixon to withdraw troops and limit attacks on Cambodia and Laos. Most dramatically, the October moratorium and the pending November 15th demonstration played a role in Nixon's withdrawal on November 1, 1969, of an ultimatum he had secretly issued to North Vietnam in the summer. It warned of savage attacks, possibly including tactical nuclear strikes, should the North refuse to surrender. Finally, Wells holds that the anti-war movement contributed to Nixon's decision to phase out America's military involvement in Vietnam. This impressive record ultimately yields a mixed set of lessons, if one reads Wells against the grain. Wells presents the situation of the movement as one of profound irony, whose consequences proved costly. Though activists had more power than they commonly recognized, their failure to appreciate their actual political power hurt their cause. That injury took several forms. Limits on the display of anti-war feeling, caused by some activists' antipathy to traditional legal demonstrations. Bitter internal dissension in the movement, which limited its size and strength, and the inactivity of countless individuals who became convinced that their protest would make no difference. Wells uses knowledge of the movement's influence to indict, if often implicitly, anti-war militants who lost faith in the democratic process. He targets their excessive cynicism about the responsiveness of the American political system to dissent and their dismissive attitude to peaceful protest. For Wells, the Weathermen were a misguided fringe and erred chiefly in believing that violence helped the anti-war cause and in drastically overestimating its appeal among the war's opponents. Former Weathermen do not necessarily reject these criticisms wholesale. In the 1980s, Jeff Jones described the November 1969 march as one of the most important demonstrations of the whole anti-war period. Recounting how it influenced the withdrawal of Nixon's ultimatum, he explained, "People went home from the demonstration 500,000 mobilized in Washington, and it has no effect. But years later we realized that, in fact, it was significant." Larry Weiss went so far as to say that Weatherman made a significant contribution to destroying the anti-war movement by insisting, in essence, that either you fight with a metal pole and a helmet or you are objectively on the side of Nixon. The great moral of Wells's story is that activists would have done better to stick with peaceful protest, no matter how ineffective it may have appeared. Yet Wells also presents material that helps us to understand the frustration and anger underlying so much radical protest. He consistently shows, for example, that conventional forms of public pressure on the government limited only the magnitude of the destruction in Vietnam. He thus undermines his central claim that anti-war activists should have been more satisfied with their comparatively subdued efforts and less inclined to pursue highly confrontational forms of resistance. Moreover, government officials kept from the public information about the scope and destructiveness of the war, such as the bombing of Cambodia, conducted in secret for over a year, or the massacre in My Lai, knowledge of which the government long suppressed. In short, U.S. conduct in the war was often far worse than the war's opponents had been led to believe. Having known the hidden truth might not so much have convinced protesters that they were making a difference as sharpened their sense that they were not making nearly enough of a difference. The escalation of protest, not moderation, might have been the result of more complete information. More significantly, Wells provides evidence to suggest that militancy and even violence played a role in the movement's success as well. In his telling, government officials feared more than the loss of a popular mandate for the war. They also feared the threat to the legitimacy of their power and to domestic stability that militants posed. The fierce rhetoric of protesters, the violence at demonstrations, the sabotage, the numerous trials, the need for troops to guard government buildings, the campus turmoil, and, eventually, the numerous bombings all bespoke a national climate, not merely of dissatisfaction with a policy, but of hostility to the government and authority generally. The high-level administration officials Wells interviewed were typically unable to say in hindsight what kinds of anti-war actions were most influential. Instead, they stressed the impact of anti-war protest as a whole. For some, however, the militancy made a strong, even terrifying impression. From their experience with protests, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, under Johnson, and CIA Director Richard Helms developed an acute sense of the danger of the mob. In 1969, one official warned of internal physical turmoil, including the widespread rioting of whites and blacks, should Nixon deliver on the November ultimatum given the North Vietnamese. Another described existing levels of violence as the most severe internal threat the country had faced since the Great Depression. Henry Kissinger, the German-born Secretary of State under Nixon, conveyed his sense of the danger anti-war radicals posed by making repeated comparisons between the America of the 1960s and Germany's Weimar Republic of the 1920s and 1930s, which collapsed under the pressure of internal dissension and violence. This somewhat different model of the movement's effectiveness suggests a second, competing level of irony that Wells never fully acknowledges. Activists' perceptions of their powerlessness also led to a ratcheting up of protest, insofar as the resulting strife and fears of broader instability adversely affected the war effort. The anti-war movement's ignorance and attending excesses had benefits after all. The two versions of the movement's influence drawn above recall the two conceptions of the masses' power that Baudrillard rejects as illusions: their capacity to speak and to explode. Baudrillard's skepticism proves instructive when discouraging unqualified praise for the politics of mass mobilization and misleading when denying the masses' agency altogether. In his introduction to Wells's volume, Todd Gitlin describes the anti-war movement as one of the outstanding triumphs in the history of democracy, in which what had started as a rivulet, the protest of a few, grew into the torrent of a vast and representative majority. Gitlin appropriately lauds the movement for its civic initiative, as millions of people with no special political endowment influenced deeply entrenched military and political powers in the prosecution of a war. The magnitude and even heroism of that feat is indisputable. Gitlin errs, however, in assuming the ultimate transparency of the democratic process. In his formulation, one standard attributes to anti-war activism: the movement succeeded by finally winning Americans' hearts and minds and then forcing the war to an end. One may ask, at what point did that vast and representative majority finally materialize? When did the public unequivocally reject the war? Doubting the existence of such a plebiscite or the emergence of an anti-war consensus is not to deny that the movement had an impact. Failing any clear victory, the movement was nonetheless able to establish a limit to what government officials felt they could do abroad. That limit still relied on the notion of the masses as arbiters of governmental action. Over time, the anti-war movement both threatened pro-war politicians with the loss of electoral majorities and eroded public confidence, that elusive requirement for effective policies in the war. In this sense, the movement did achieve critical mass. Even if the American masses never rejected the war, the movement benefited from the assumption that the war was something the masses could reject. In this way, they attained a real agency. The same logic holds when assessing the impact of militancy and violence. These may never have functioned as the voice of the people, and neither were they even the preferred tactics of the anti-war movement. But they did seem to inspire fear among the political and military establishment of a popular uprising that would cripple the government and force intolerable degrees of national division. Militancy had practical value less as a hindrance to the war in a literal military sense than as the expression of a possibility presumed to be latent in the masses. Violence, promoted as the most direct form of direct action, itself functioned as a symbol. Militants appear at times to have been aware of this symbolic aspect of their activism. Commenting on the November 15th march, the weatherman Shinya Ono speculated with some validity that the more drag their feet in admitting defeat and getting out of Vietnam, the more the candle-holding type will join the ranks of the crazies on the street. Abby Hoffman, in defense of Yippie rioting, warned that the mob might turn into the mob should the war persist. In short, the primary contribution of the crazies to the anti-war effort lay in the threat that the violence would spread. Wells ultimately contends that there is no way to gauge the precise impact on U.S. policy of the anti-war movement as a whole, let alone that of its different strands. Scholars could likely debate the effectiveness of the diverse forms of activism ad infinitum without settling on any definitive judgment. I doubt whether a method could even be devised for rendering such a judgment. The experiences of a single figure convey my sense of the role militants played in the anti-war movement. So do your duty, boys, and join with pride. Serve your country in her suicide. Find the flags so you can wave goodbye. But just before the end, even treason might be worth a try. This country is too young to die. I declare the war is over, it's over, it's over. Phil Oakes. War is over. In the mid-1990s, Robin Palmer described the high point of his long career as an anti-war activist. Though he was already well over 30 during the glory years of the 1960s, he immersed himself in New Left politics and had an uncanny knack for participating in the era's storied events, making him something of the Zelig of the era's radicalism. Palmer was born in 1930 in Harlem, across the street from the Audubon Ballroom, where Malcolm X would be assassinated. 35 years later, he attended a memorial for the slain Black Power leader not far from his birthplace. He was the son of a Cornell University professor and recalls going as a child to football games and proudly singing the national anthem in Cornell's alma mater. Despite this patriotic upbringing, as a young man, he developed very unconventional views. Though he was trained as an Army paratrooper, when called to serve in Korea, he became one of a handful of conscientious objectors to the war. In 1965, Palmer attended the first large anti-war demonstration in Washington, D.C., organized by SDS. During this time, he met weekly with a veterans group that sent letters to politicians and circulated petitions demanding an end to the conflict in Vietnam. On July 4, 1966, the group marched some 50 miles from Valley Forge to Philadelphia's Independence Hall protesting the war. The following year, Palmer was among those at the Pentagon who broke through a police cordon and laid siege to the building, for which he was arrested on the serious felony charge of assaulting a U.S. Marshal. Dr. Benjamin Spock, the renowned pediatrician and anti-war leader, helped bail Palmer out of jail. A picture of him being beaten by police on the Pentagon steps made the front page of the Washington Post and was used as the back cover of the paperback edition of Norman Mailer's Armies of the Night, which described the protest. The Post somewhat fatuously captioned the photograph of the 37-year-old Palmer. Prone boy center protects girls beneath him. Palmer drove back to his home in New York City with Abby Hoffman, a newfound friend, with whom he collaborated on Yippie provocations. Like many other 1960s activists, Palmer narrates his political history by recounting key moments or epiphanies in which he, the movement, the country, or all three seemed to cross some vital threshold. One such moment took place in 1968 at Columbia University. Palmer had temporarily left his straight job as a deep-sea diver, working in a submarine owned by the first mate on Jacques Cousteau's Calypso, to join the student uprising. The liberal faculty, as Palmer describes it, played an ambiguous role in the protests, as they ringed the occupied Low Library both to keep conservative students from attacking the rebels and to keep more people from joining the occupation. Palmer, as a professor's son, had always looked upon faculty with near reverence, esteeming them as the heart and soul of an enlightened university. So it was a moment of high Oedipal drama when at Columbia he became so enraged at a professor's efforts to physically prevent him from climbing into a window of Low Library that he literally spat in the professor's face. "Who have I become?" he wondered in that instant. Fazed but undeterred in his radicalism, he participated later that year in the mayhem at the Democratic National Convention, for which he was named an unindicted co-conspirator in the Chicago 8 trial. The year 1969 was a pivotal one both for the movement and for Palmer. Just as Weatherman was forming, Palmer became active with the Melville Collective. He personally carried the briefcase that held the bomb that exploded at the Criminal Courts building in New York where the trial of the Panther 21 was being held. Chance also intervened to enrich his life as a radical. While walking home in late June, Palmer stumbled, quite by accident, on the Stonewall riot that inaugurated a new phase in the gay liberation movement. Seeing police beating a drag queen, he entered the fray and spent the night in jail with the rioters. In 1970, he joined Weatherman and was arrested trying to firebomb a Citibank office in New York City. He was sent to Attica Prison and participated in the 1971 uprising, during which his best friend, Sam Melville, was shot by a state trooper and died in his arms. Palmer can be seen standing naked, herded through the mud with other vanquished and abused inmates, on the cover of Tom Wicker's harrowing account of Attica, A Time to Die. At a trial about events there, Palmer offered his views on the war and his methods of protesting it. A state prosecutor, trying to discredit Palmer's testimony praising Melville and condemning his murder, asked in leading fashion if Melville had a nickname among the Attica inmates. Indeed, he was called in prison the Mad Bomber, and friends privately confessed that depression and insecurity partly drove his actions. In Attica, Melville was also called the Weatherman, which seems to have been a catch-all name for white bombers. Palmer answered the prosecutor, yes, did have a name. He was referred to as the Sane Bomber. Johnson and Nixon, in Palmer's view, were the Mad Bombers. Palmer was released from prison in 1973 and then visited Cuba, during which a profound disillusionment with communism began to set in. He gained a measure of ignominy in 1975 when Jane Alpert denounced him as a dull-witted misogynist in a widely read essay she wrote for Ms. Magazine that blasted the sexism of Sam Melville, the Weather Underground, and the left as a whole. More favorably, Dave Dellinger described Palmer in a memoir as one among a group of new leftists who had fallen into the trap of violence but never lost their humanity and sincerity. Though only a minor historical figure, Palmer is a striking personification, one could choose others, of the movement's evolution from protest to resistance and then to revolution, a narrative arc that powerfully shaped post-war American history. In 1975, Palmer attended a ceremony in a Manhattan church in which North Vietnamese officials personally thanked scores of anti-war activists. After waiting in line several hours, the activists had the chance to address the Vietnamese and shake their hands. Palmer, overwhelmed at the time with joy, recalls feeling that they did it. But we helped them. Palmer's "we" is significant. It includes no doubt the petitioners, the candle holders, the marchers, the conscientious objectors, the draft resistors, the GI resistors, the clergy and the churchgoers, the college and high school students, and many of their parents. But it includes also the NLF flag wavers, the rock throwers, and the bombers, all those disparaged so often and so loudly in the anti-war movement. They did it too. Chapter 4. The Excesses and Limits of Revolutionary Violence. Following the days of rage and the anti-war demonstrations in Washington, notions of space, distance, height, location, and boundaries defined the experience of the weathermen. One weatherman explained, "E felt we had to be undaunted. If we ran into an obstruction, we had to leap over it or go around it. We could never just fall back." The group now sought to bring the struggle to the next level by inflicting material damage on America's military corporate apparatus. The transition from street fighting to bombing entailed more, though, than a tactical shift in an improbable war of liberation. Weatherman also intensified a politics of transgression that was not reducible to its anti-imperialist ideology or its strategic goals. Weatherman thus made its own vivid contribution to the ethos in the 1960s of going further that pushed political and cultural rebellion to exhilarating, disorienting, and often dangerous extremes. Two events signaled the extent and perils of Weatherman's provocation. In December 1969, in Flint, Michigan, Weatherman held its last public meeting, at which the group finalized plans for going underground. The meeting, called the War Council, was most conspicuous for its rhetoric. The Weathermen lauded Charles Manson and projected a scenario of virtually random violence, meant to consume the country in chaos. The vision of Flint, as it gloried in defiance and subversion without limits, was seemingly realized when 2 months later a Weatherman collective accidentally blew up a New York City townhouse while making bombs, killing 3 of its own members. Following the townhouse explosion, Weatherman quickly completed its descent underground. As fugitives pledged to violent insurrection, the Weathermen were now both literally and figuratively outside the boundaries of the law and the norms governing civic life. The townhouse explosion was a watershed for the Weathermen, causing them to confront the hazards of their path. The group began to rethink not only its purpose and methods, but also a sense of political and ethical limits. As a result of these deliberations, the Weather Underground would engage exclusively in armed propaganda actions aimed at property, whose main effect was to dramatize opposition to the state's violence abroad and at home. Once called the idea of their generation by Tom Hayden, the Weathermen tried to refigure themselves as something closer to America's conscience by punishing the state for its continued transgressions. In its new guise, the group also became in part the kind of symbol it had once denounced. Initially intent on making a real or material contribution to anti-imperialist struggles, The group now functioned largely as a shadowy reminder of the resentment U.S. policies bred internationally and at home, and of an anger and alienation among white American youths that would not fully dilute with the passing of the Vietnam War and the waning of the New Left. In a sense, the greatest achievement of the Weather Underground in the mid-1970s was that it avoided capture. Both the Flint meeting and the townhouse explosion have had important places within the historiography and the broader mythology of Weatherman, the New Left, and the American 1960s in general. For most, they represent the fruition of aggressive, self-destructive, or even nihilistic tendencies in the New Left, striking instances of going too far. Yet Weatherman's escalating violence was far from a simple case of zealotry or excess. It was also an outraged or even traumatized response to the Vietnam War, to racism, and to domestic repression. Equally important, the Weathermen pulled themselves back from a kind of abyss, where they stopped powerfully define the entire journey. Oh, but you who philosophize disgrace and criticize all fears, bury the rag deep in your face, for now's the time for your tears. Bob Dylan, The Lonesome Death of Hattie Carroll. Even before the days of rage, Weatherman's leadership had planned to submerge parts of the organization and develop a clandestine capability to complement the group's above-ground work. The legal fallout from the days of rage made the move underground all the more pressing. By the end of the days of rage, many Weathermen faced jail time, mostly for felonious assault and mob action, for their actions in Chicago. Equally important, the FBI was now convinced that Weatherman represented a significant threat to the nation's security. On the basis of the days of rage, the federal government indicted weather leaders for interstate travel to induce riots, speculating that the charges might well mark demise. The Weathermen also became the objects of intensive federal investigations and harassment by local police. In late October, the FBI alerted its field offices that New York City's Weathermen were going underground and forming commando-type units, which will engage in terroristic acts, including bombings, arson, and assassinations. Within days, it ordered all offices to follow the activities of any Weatherman group in their respective areas and open cases on all known or suspected members, citing the group's past violent activities and continued advocacy of revolutionary measures to overthrow the United States government. Local law enforcement was quick to respond. In mid-November, 23 Boston Weathermen were arrested on spurious attempted murder charges after someone fired shots at a Cambridge police station. Though the charges were dropped when the only witness, a teenager, confessed that the police had coerced his false testimony, local Weathermen continued to face trumped-up indictments and stiff penalties for protest activity. Police hostility was most intense in Chicago, home to Weatherman's leadership in the SDS National Office. Plain-clothed Red Squads followed, threatened, arrested, and, on occasion, beat Chicago Weathermen. Fearful of a police raid on its office, the collective obtained firearms to defend itself. In the fall of 1969, the Red Squad indeed busted down the doors, with the Weathermen wisely deciding not to resist with gunfire, and hung Weatherman Robert Roth out the window by his ankles. However intimidating, police treatment of the Weathermen paled in comparison to the assaults on Chicago's Black Panthers. Gunfights between the police and the Panthers periodically erupted, claiming lives on both sides. In late November, police shot dead a Panther, Jake Winters, in a warehouse, and the Panthers charged that he had been killed in cold blood. Russell Neufeld and Robert Roth later recalled feeling in Chicago that they were in a war zone, in which Weatherman's survival depended on its developing a clandestine capacity. In the late fall and early winter, two events deepened Weatherman's conviction that there was an immediate need for armed struggle. Each highlighted the dominance of race in Weatherman's ideology and self-conception. The Chicago 8 conspiracy trial had begun on September 24th, prompting demonstrations at Chicago's federal courthouse in which dozens of protesters, including several Weathermen, were arrested. To the left, the trial was a transparent attempt to weaken the movement by imprisoning its leaders on essentially fraudulent charges. The defendants responded by lampooning the trial process, while also using it to indict the Vietnam War and racism. A month into the trial, the Black Panther leader Bobby Seale was literally bound to his chair and gagged after repeatedly interrupting the proceedings to demand representation by an attorney of his choice. He had wanted to be represented by his personal attorney, who was ill at the time, and not by the lawyers defending the Chicago Eight collectively. Seal, who blasted the judge as racist in his courtroom rant, was the only black among the defendants. At the time of the August 1968 convention, he had never even met most of those with whom he had allegedly conspired to engage in violent disruptions. The image of a black man physically restrained in an American courtroom startled people across the political spectrum. For leftists, it affirmed their view of the trial as a grim farce. To the Weathermen, the alleged lack of solidarity shown Seal by the 7 white defendants and the failure of demonstrators outside the courtroom to erupt in outrage further proved that whites were not sufficiently committed to aiding the black struggle. With stepped-up violence, the Weathermen would show their superior commitment. Then, on December 4th, the Illinois Black Panther Party chairman, Fred Hampton, age 21, and a fellow Panther, Mark Clark, age 23, were murdered during their sleep in a pre-dawn raid by Chicago police on a Panther house, just blocks from the SDS office. The raid had been coordinated by the FBI, relying on a paid informant for floor plans and other details to plot the attack. Though the authorities claimed that the Panthers had provoked a gunfight, the latter quickly established that the police story was entirely fallacious and opened the building for the community to see evidence that Hampton and Clark had, in plain language, been assassinated. Preposterously, the 7 Panthers who survived the raid, all of whom were shot by police, were initially charged with attempting to murder their attackers, even though they had offered no resistance. Especially disturbing was the sight of Hampton's blood-drenched bed, in which he had been shot at close range. The informant, who had suspected but not known that the FBI was planning a hit on Hampton, was paid $300 for his services. That the youthful Hampton had been such a dedicated and inspiring figure compounded outrage at the attack. Under his leadership, the Chicago Panthers had developed a breakfast for children program, provided work and hope for scores of poor young blacks, and worked to forge a truce between rival Chicago gangs. An overflow crowd attended Hampton's church funeral, and thousands publicly mourned his death. Relations between the Chicago Panthers and the Weathermen were at once close and strained. The groups saw each other on a daily basis, and the Panthers used Weatherman's printing press to put out their newspaper. Yet Hampton had publicly denounced the days of rage. Jeff Jones recalls the Panthers being infuriated by Weatherman's refusal to function simply as a support group of theirs. Bill Ayers confessed feeling that the Panthers serve the people ethic by making resource-poor communities responsible for the distribution of social welfare, amounted to a gun-toting liberalism that failed to address the structural inequities of capitalism. Tensions between the groups reached a head following the police killing of Winters. In Neufeld's recollection, the Panthers had wanted Weatherman to print their memorial poster for him. But Weatherman, lacking money for the materials, was unable to provide that help. So the Panthers, led by Hampton, stormed the Weatherman office and beat members with 2x4s, while muttering lines from Stalin. The Weathermen were stunned by the Panthers' eruption, attributing it to the immense pressure the Panthers were under. Neufeld was clubbed by Hampton and bears the scar on his head to this day. Asked years later if there might have been a masochistic element to the Weathermen's relationship with the Panthers, given Weatherman's concern over its white skin privilege, he answered calmly, "No, they were getting killed. They were literally under siege and they weren't prepared to deal with it." Just days after the incident, Hampton was dead. Hampton's murder deeply affected the Weathermen, underscoring a basic premise of theirs and the New Left as a whole. That race constituted a primary basis of oppression and vastly separated the experiences of white and black activists. Reflecting on the shock he felt, David Gilbert highlighted the apparent failure of whites to do enough. There are Panthers being shot to death in their beds. We're a revolutionary movement worth its salt. We can't just say, "Oh, we sympathize with them." We have to create pressure. In terms of my personal experience, it was the murder of Fred Hampton more than any other factor that compelled us to take up armed struggle. At the same time, the murder led the Weathermen to wonder if the limited protection from police violence they had by virtue of being white would soon erode. Wilkerson recalls, "We were terrified and felt we had to mold fighting force that would be effective or everybody would be killed. Someone woke me up at 5 o'clock and said, 'Fred's dead.' And probably, if there's one moment that was born, it was that moment. It was so brutal. Going underground was an ultimately ambiguous turning point for Weatherman, owing largely to a tension in the group's basic outlook. On the one hand, the Weathermen saw themselves as the handful of exceptional whites, or even race traders, who alone among the new left understood the imperative to support the struggles of people of color with violence. The result was the group's intentional isolation from the white movement. On the other hand, Weatherman continued to believe, even as its numbers dwindled and criticism mounted, that its violence would awaken the militancy of young working-class whites, still thought vital to a successful revolution. Was the underground, then, to be part of a militant mass movement, or the final sign of the futility of trying to build such a movement? This tension had a deeper basis in the group's analysis. As Naomi Jaffe explained, Weatherman saw most white Americans as embodying a real historical contradiction in their dual identities as both oppressors and oppressed. The Weathermen, like others on the left, puzzled accordingly over whether whites were potentially agents of, or overwhelmingly obstacles to, radical change. Unlike others, the Weathermen asserted that this question could be answered only through violence, that violence alone had the power to force whites to resolve their dual identities either in favor of the oppressed or their roles as oppressors. Disappointed by the response to the Days of Rage, Weatherman now looked to a clandestine fighting force to establish clear lines of battle and reduce complex issues of social and political identity to a single choice. Compounding the confusion, the group spoke of violence with a double or even triple voice. Bring the war home, Weatherman's slogan in 1969-70, ostensibly called for armed socialist revolution in the United States, but as Dorn suggested years later, it much more plausibly implied hastening the end of the war in Vietnam by raising its social cost through militant protest. Individual Weathermen may have been committed to the latter, while overtly pledged to the former. Neufeld confessed to just this, believing deep down that the most Weatherman could do was disrupt the empire. Finally, as Ayres suggested, the whole idea of bringing the war home may have ultimately been a metaphor. Like the slogan, "The Vietnamese will win," it conveyed new leftists' outrage, their naively optimistic view of the direction of world history, and their threat to the U.S. establishment, figured as a doomed and helpless but temporarily destructive giant, that it would face the escalating wrath of the young unless it did the right thing. The move of individual Weathermen into the underground came in different ways and meant different things. According to Neufeld, to avoid arrest while doing even legal things like printing fire, eventually required the Chicago Weathermen to function surreptitiously. In such a climate, trying to have a legal mass movement seemed foolhardy and delusional. For him, there was never a decision to go. It just kinda happened. Roth, although seized with horror by Hampton's murder, was also gripped by a sense of personal responsibility. It was like I was on a path. Scared but determined. I thought this is going to make a difference. And if not us, who? For Scott Braley, the die had been cast the previous summer. He recalls walking in the woods with a dear friend, a future weatherwoman, and the two saying to each other, "This is leading to revolutionary struggle, probably armed struggle. We might or might not live through it." We acknowledged we weren't sure it was right, made a vow that we would go down this road be any of these horrible people that write turncoat books. I was a dupe of the Communist Party. We were doing this consciously. Never could read no road map. And I don't know what the weather might do. But hear that which wind whinin'. See that dog star churneen'. I've got a feelin' there's no time to lose. The Grateful Dead, Saint of Circumstance. Lyrics by John Perry Barlow. If the Days of Rage were, at least in Weatherman's design, a moment of pure or unmediated action, Weatherman's War Council in Flint, Michigan, was a massive indulgence in symbols, a dizzying play of signs, mostly exhorting Weatherman's own members to more intense action. The meeting, held in late December 1969, in a black-owned ballroom in a poor neighborhood, was still technically a meeting of SDS's National Council. By that point, however, few SDSers recognized Weatherman's leadership or participated in the conference. The handful of non-Weathermen at Flint included representatives of Detroit's White Panthers, a militant group that advocated cultural rebellion and armed resistance, the Bay Area Revolutionary Union, a theoretically minded Marxist-Leninist cell, and RYM2, as well as several unaffiliated teenagers. The War Council also attracted the interest of the FBI, which just days before the meeting compiled its initial field reports on the Weathermen, identifying approximately 270 members, 85 of whom were already on its Special Security Index. At Flint, agents diligently recorded the identities of most of the 300 or so people in attendance and established who had written checks to rent the auditorium. Weatherman had advertised the Flint event as a political and cultural happening. In the words of the Liberation News Service, LNS, an out-of-sight international youth culture freak show. The Weathermen would try, in a familiar and frequently vexing gesture of the New Left, to blend militant politics with the libertine spirit of the counterculture. According to the weatherwoman Susan Stern, Flint was Weatherman's attempt to give the movement and the counterculture another chance before up on white-skinned Americans altogether. Yet, the event disappointed anyone expecting a genuine interest in making allies on the part of the Weathermen.